Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. And today, I wanted to...
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1 says that in the latter time some are going to depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3 says that before the man of sin is revealed, before the day of the Lord, that there will be an apostasy that will take place. And that's going to happen primarily because people are not abiding in Christ. We're listening to false prophets, false teachers, and we're getting deceived about things. And there are reasons why these things are happening. And as we see the world becoming more and more increasingly aggressive against Christianity, I love doing these little shows to give people the opportunity to bring up, what they want to talk about regarding Christianity. And sometimes it's not even about Christianity. People just want to get together, talk about Islam, talk about paganism, eclectic paganism and Calvinism and just things like that, just in general. I'm not saying that Calvinism is causing people to fall away, but you know what I mean. People like to debate that stuff. Calvinism versus Arminianism, Christianity versus the Hebrew Israelites, and things like that. So we just welcome to the arena, ladies and gents, the debate arena, where you can come in and you don't got to be a fan. You can actually come in and express your thoughts, be heard, and be and go toe to toe with just about anybody that comes in here. As usual, these rooms get kind of crazy. So let you know that right now. Give me a second here, guys, real quick. Okay, there we go. Yeah, these rooms get kind of crazy. Anybody can come in here. Old school debate people, new school people. And you got people who have never been in this arena at all. Sometimes we get very passionate, and I would like to apologize to, I think her name was Jessica, the last girl that came in here, where she is totally not part of this community, but she wanted to come in and talk about the topics that we were talking about. So I want to just open this up for everybody to be able to come in and express their views and viewpoints. No matter how many times you guys hear, I've heard that a million times or whatever, I want to hear it because I probably got a response to it and I probably disagree with you. And if I don't, I'll be arguing with you. All right. So I'm going to make the link available for everybody to come in. But before I do, I feel the need to do something, but before I do that, let me go to the live chat and just say hello to everybody that's watching. Okay, so we got Sabella here, Nick Bravo, PJ Williams, Sabella, my moderator is here. We got the actor, that would be the artist formerly known as Lubis, also known as Lubis, and that is the UT channel. Okay, you guys know I'm a Christian. You know I disagree with atheism, and atheists disagree with Christianity. You know that Christians disagree with the Hebrew Israelites, and the Hebrew Israelites disagree with Christianity. But all of us, when we come in this room, and I just want to say this before people come in. This goes for Vaughn, Veckel, myself, yes, even myself. When you're having these discussions, and I think I'm going to start doing this in the beginning of all of the shows, there is a burden of proof that we all have to meet. Okay, if you come in this room and claim that you was part of Marvel, be prepared to prove it. You come in this room and claim that you spoke to an angel yesterday. Don't be mad when people ask you to give evidence for that, right? If you want them to believe you. If you come into the room claiming that the Quran is superior to that of the Bible, or the Satanic Bible is superior to that of the Bible, be prepared to bring the receipts or bring reasons for why you believe that, and don't expect everybody to just believe you. This is not a place for terry cloth people. This is not a room for people who don't have thick skin. If you're not ready to enter the arena and deal with reality, then you are not ready to be on this channel. So I'm just letting everybody know right now, there is a burden of proof that we all have to meet. If I say, I believe that there is an all-powerful God that is responsible for creation, and I say that to you, there is a certain burden I have. Okay, if a person says that my God does not exist, be prepared to meet your burden. You are making a claim. Now, if you say that you don't believe my claim, based on the information that I'm giving you, I don't believe that classifies as the same thing unless you're doing it on a positive end or whatever. But we'll talk about that when you guys get in the room. Got a little bit of a clip I want to show people, give people a little bit more time to come into the room and we can talk. You never know who might come in here. Cherry Love might come in here. Veckel might come in here. a bunch of people may come in here and you guys can talk. But before I bring anybody in here, just give me about 5 minutes. And what I want to do, a lot of you have heard me talk about that. See, I got people watching right now who have no idea who Matt Dillahunty is. Matt Dillahunty is one of the best atheist debaters in their community. He is one of the best debaters in their community. Okay. He doesn't make the mistakes that a lot of common atheists make when they debate us. I'm not saying he can't be beaten or anything like that. I'm not even going there, but I'm just saying that he's one of the best. But he ended up bringing up the topic of the burden of proof on the atheist experience, which I don't agree with. And some of it I do. So I'm going to let people hear who Mr. Dillahunty is, and you can hear them talking about this topic. The video is about 5 minutes long, and then I'll be making the link public. And of course, if you're in my circles, I will be emailing you the link if you wish to join and participate in the conversation. Remember, this is not for terry cloth people. If you are soft, do not come in here, because some people are going to agree and they're going to disagree with you. That's just how life is. All right. So let me do a quick screen share here and show everybody what I'm talking about. Please, guys, wait for me to give you the link before you come into the room. All right. If I don't give you the link, don't come in. Now, I'm going to screen share this video. I'm not going to say nothing. I'll play the video in its entirety, and then I'm going to speak. So let's just do that here real quick.
Moving on, we had almost no theist callers, and now we got a handful. So that's awesome. Yeah, I'm not even going to read the screening thing. I'm just going to start putting them on. Gary in Pennsylvania wants to know why the hosts keep asking for proof. All right, how you doing, Gary?
Good. How are you? And happy on your, hopefully wishing you the best in your retirement. I'm sure you've pleased a lot of your guests. So congrats on your diligent work.
Awesome, thanks. So what we're asking for, and I tend not to use the word proof because that, to me, that's more of a mathematical thing. But what we're asking for is sufficient evidence to warrant believing whatever it is that people believe. So wouldn't you want evidence before you believed something?
Well, I would put it this way. I'm not asking you for evidence, and I'll pose it this way. For the sake of argument, prove to me that atheism is true. You prove it to me.
Here's the thing.
My point.
I find it really strange, Gary, that you just said, I'm not asking you for evidence. And then the next words out of your mouth were to prove that atheism is true, which is basically asking me for evidence. But you misunderstand atheism entirely. Atheism is, I am not convinced that there is a God. That's it. There's no burden of proof there. I'm just not convinced. It's the theists who are claiming that there is a God who have a burden of proof. And I can't believe it until there's sufficient evidence for it. Why can you?
Understood. I definitely understand what you're saying. But in order for me to join you, how would you sell that to me? Because it seems to me
it's really easy
to prove my side.
It's really easy. How can I sell it to you? Gary, do you care whether or not your beliefs are true?
Yes.
Do you have methodologies that you use on a daily basis to determine whether or not your beliefs are likely true?
Yes.
Do those methodologies involve empirical evidence and the analysis of that evidence in keeping with the standards of science and sound epistemology?
No.
No. What is your method that doesn't rely on sound epistemology? Because the second your method doesn't rely on sound epistemology, you are saying that you have some method that isn't sound.
Faith, hope, and love. And now,
yeah, I'm sorry, Gary. No, Gary, I'm sorry, but if you can't care about the truth and then say, I don't care if my methodology is sound, I'm just going to go with faith and hope. Hope is not a path to truth. Faith is not a path to truth. You can take it on faith that white people are better than black people, but that don't make it true.
Right, but what I'm saying is there's not enough empirical evidence to disprove or prove. And I love science. I listen to science.
Gary, no, you don't get to say there's not enough empirical evidence to prove or disprove, because now you're putting a burden of proof both on the claim that there is a God and on rejecting a God. The burden of proof is on the claim that there is a God. Until such time as you meet that burden of proof, no one is warranted in believing. And thank you for admitting that there isn't sufficient evidence to justify believing in a God. You just admitted that, which means you are holding a position that you think is unwarranted, and I'm not holding a position that we think is unwarranted. You're the one that's being irrational here, not me.
Right, and I definitely see what you're saying, and it's very, very a very good argument. But you must also understand you're asking a group of people who believe in invisible things to bring evidence. That's why I think it's disingenuous. Remember, the nature
No, Gary. There's nothing disingenuous about saying bring your evidence, and then they show up and say we don't have enough evidence. That's their fucking problem, not mine. It doesn't make them reasonable. It doesn't make them rational. I'm pointing out that they can't meet their burden of proof. They haven't. They consistently failed. How is that a problem with my thinking that they can't meet their burden of proof?
But what about things that are clearly seen?
Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to what about? Because I swear to the God that you believe in, I don't give a fuck about what about. You are calling to suggest, you are calling to ask, why are you atheists? Asking for proof when there's not enough.
No.
Literally,
I believe that
literally it says right here, wants to know why hosts shut up. Wants to know why hosts keep asking for proof, claims there's enough evidence to prove and disprove creation. And I just asked you about it, and you said there's not enough evidence to prove or disprove. So are you lying to me, or is the call screener lying to me? Are you lying, or is the call screener lying?
You
are lying. Goodbye. Call screeners aren't going to lie to me. They're going to write down what you said. And in your pre-screen, you said that there was sufficient evidence. And then in the discussion, you went to, there's not enough evidence either way. Well, congratulations. The second you say there's not enough evidence either way, you lose, because you are believing a way and admitting that there isn't evidence for it. And the only thing that Jim and I are doing is rejecting that way because there isn't sufficient evidence for it.
And this is why I made the statement that I made in the beginning of this video about people meeting their burden. Beckel, I see what you're saying in the live chat. And I know what a lot of Christians are probably saying that are watching this. And believe you me, I'm in agreement. There are a lot of inexperienced people that that call into the atheist experience who really don't know how to form an argument against him when he's saying those things. His whole goal is to put the burden on one person. But the reality is this, and never forget this. It don't matter if you're an atheist or a Christian, a Catholic, a Muslim, or whatever. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim. It is not on the theist. It is on the one making the claim. So it is on both of us. If I make a positive claim, for example, that Jesus walked on water, there's going to be a burden that's going to be on me on why I believe this. The Bible says that we're supposed to give an answer for the hope that we have, right? So apologetics is going to have to come into it. Maybe some history's got to come into it, but you got to give a reason for why you believe it. Okay? The same way, an atheist sits there and says that God is about as real as the flying spaghetti monster. And that is the mistake that they make on a regular basis, because when they do that, they have now made a positive claim. When they said the Bible is a book of fairy tales, that is a positive claim. When they go out there and say and this is everything that Matt Dillahunty has said. When they say that God is immoral, that is a positive claim. Anything that they say in a positive fashion towards our beliefs is a positive claim, and they have to meet that burden. Okay, when we begin to understand that, trust me, they become very easy to talk to and very easy to deal with. How many of you notice the language out of Matt's mouth? The cussing, the anger, the frustration that he showed on the atheist experience. It wasn't the caller, it was him who was doing that. He was the one that was cussing. He was the one that was coming out of character by behaving like that. Have you guys ever watched Christian radio before? Listen to Christian radio? How often do you hear a Christian radio person talking like that? When somebody is calling into their show. I want you to think about that. There's no need for that kind of language. If he really believes that there's no evidence for what we believe, and he knows he's lying when he says that, trust me, he knows. He's debated the people that have shown him outright that he's lying, because this man has been forced to say, well, I'm not convinced. The person saying I'm not convinced is not demonstrating that you haven't showed them any evidence. What they're saying is that the evidence that you have shown them, and believe me, you have shown them evidence, isn't convincing to them. That's what they want you to believe. And it's important that people understand that when you're dealing with these people. And by the way, you're not a theist, Christian. You are a Christian. You have a relationship with the Creator. It is not your job to try and convince anybody. Really, if anything, it's your job to preach the gospel. That's pretty much it. We have allowed them to change how we go about doing our business, but we can talk about that together when you guys come in here, because some of you probably disagree with me, and and like I said, that's all fine and well. So I'm going to put the link out there for people to join. Welcome to the debate arena. If you're terry cloth, do not come in here. That means you are too soft. Don't come in here. But if you have strong opinions and you got some thick skin, then you can handle it. You'll be able to handle it. So the link is there. Vecco, I emailed you the link. Sabella, I don't know your email address yet, so I do have a couple of them on here with your name, but I don't know if it's troll accounts or you. That's why I don't claim Christianity. Let me tell you something. He heard my cry. This is not an issue of whether or not you claim Christianity or not. Let me help you out with something here a minute. We have allowed the wrong people to muddy the word Christian and Christianity so much that some of us don't want nothing to do with it no more. We call ourselves believers or whatever. Remember, the term Christian is a derogatory term for people that was following after Christ. We claim it because we don't have an issue with following Christ. Let me tell you something. If you was talking to Matt, all you got to do is say, well, I believe that God exists because of what he's done because of what he's done in my life. Let's say you say that, right? And then he goes, well, prove he's done something in your life. Wait a minute. I don't have to prove nothing to you. This is not about proving anything to you. This is about me giving you a reason for the hope that I have. You understand? And the problem is a lot of times we don't take the time out to listen. And I'm not saying you're doing this. You heard my cry. But what I am saying is that a lot of times, and I've had to learn this throughout the years myself, to learn how to listen to them, twist words, twist definitions, so that you can see and catch them when they're trying to change things. Okay, this ain't about convincing them. Your job isn't to convince. Your job is to preach, in order to give that reason for the hope that you have. Because once you give that reason for the hope that you have, you did your job. Let them tell you that you got to convince them. No, that's not your job. And believe me, when you do it that way, you take away all their fun when you do that. They want you to spend hours and hours and hours trying to convince them so that they can keep shooting you down so that you become a non-believer like them. To them, it's a game. And that's just my own personal opinion about that. But what's up, Vecco and Sabella? Welcome to the arena. How you guys doing?
You want to go with Michael?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. Everything you said was spot on, G, man. Even because I've said this a couple of times too. 1 Peter 3:15 does not obligate everyone that is a professing believer of Christ to be a top-notch apologist. You just need a simplistic understanding and belief in the risen Lord, that he died on the cross, he rose from the grave, and that it's through him and him alone, not of your own works, that a person can enter into eternity with the Father. Now, if you don't know how to pronounce certain biblical terms or names, that doesn't mean that the person who is against Christianity has successfully proven to you that no God exists. It doesn't mean that you're an idiot either. It just means that you're not meant to be an apologist. That's it. So as we clearly see in Ephesians chapter 4, there's a list of different things that some people in the church are appointed by God to be. Some are appointed to be preachers, some are appointed to be teachers, some are appointed to do other things. So not everybody's going to be a teacher, not everybody's going to be an apologist or a preacher, so on and so forth. So all we need to do, all we owe the world with regard to ministry is the love of Christ and the glory of Christ, the glory of God. That's it. So, but if you're practicing to become an apologist, great. That means that's what God has appointed you to do, and the church would know it. So,
right. Sabella, I never heard your point of view on this, Sabella. What do you think about Matt Dillahunty? I swear I've never heard your point of view on him before.
I think he's old news, and he has been old news for a very, very long time, and nobody should ever listen to him.
Right. Not to mention he's lost several. He's been losing a lot of debates lately, especially when he's taken on inspiring philosophy. I think twice he lost to him. and a couple of other people who are used to his style of argumentation. So,
yeah. And again, as you pointed out, you were talking about the burden of proof thing. He did that a number of times in that video that you just showed. He's making a whole bunch of claims, none of which he can prove. And then he tried to pull the same old 1993 atheist tactic as they always used to do back in those days. They say, because you take the affirmative position that a God exists, therefore you by default have the onus on you to prove or to convince them that God exists. See, and it doesn't work that way. I don't know how many times we have to keep saying this, but as you already said it before, anybody making a positive claim, or whether you take the affirmative or the negative, you have the onus on you to substantiate that claim. Well, I can't prove that no God exists. It's not. So, well, that's not my problem. That's your problem, Mr. Atheist. You make a positive claim that no God exists, well, you're going to have to validate that position.
And back when this was popular, that was the big thing. How do you defeat an atheist in a debate? And they had this formula where you could just sit back and say, I'm not convinced. And then, they would actually convince some audience members that you can't prove that God exists. No, that's not what's going on there. What's going on there is that person is claiming that they're not convinced that God doesn't exist. That's why I thank God for seeing those videos that Sites and Brudicate did with the presuppositional argument.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not.
That's why they hate that argument. They hate that approach because it forces them to closely examine their own worldviews.
Exactly.
Real quick.
And the entire argument is grounded in this. The argument is grounded in, without God, you can't make sense out of your worldview. Go ahead, Sabella.
Can we get Nick unblocked from StreamYard? He promises he won't shut his camera off if he has any more issues.
All right. Let me try to do that now. When do you want to take over for a little bit? Go ahead.
Yeah, Lubis is asking on the side. He said, how does that work then? I take it that you're talking about the one making taking the negative position that God exists, but making a positive claim that no God exists. Okay. I don't know. See, that's the thing. See, that's your dilemma. That's the dilemma of the one making the claim.
Right.
Okay. It's not my problem that because you don't listen. If you're saying that you don't believe something, okay, fine. I can't argue that because that's how you feel about the thing. You're speaking from a very subjective standpoint. But if you're going to come in and make a positive claim through dogma or dogmatic means and say that no God exists, okay, there's a difference between you saying I don't believe God exists and saying no God exists. Which one is taking a positive position?
Lubis also wants to be unblocked.
Lubis is unblocked in StreamYard. I just did it literally just now. I got to.
If Lubis, I want Lubis to come in here and hash this out with me. I want him to prove to me that what I'm saying is wrong. What takes away the obligation from the atheist who says dogmatically that no God exists? What takes away that obligation from them? What takes away the onus from them validating this claim? It is a claim. You are saying something about, you're making a positive claim about something. Just because you don't believe in a God, okay, that doesn't mean that the onus is not on you if you say things like there is no God. And he I guarantee when he comes in here, he will not be successful in validating this claim.
I haven't heard Lubis have a legitimate back and forth really about any topic. What I hear Lubis do is ask questions when he comes in the room about stuff.
Right.
He also
I've never heard him really debate anything.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Come in here, Lubis. Come on. I want to hear your.
He's not dumb. Like he understands things. I don't know why he doesn't come in.
Yeah.
He said he'll be home in about 15 or 20 minutes, and then he'll talk about it then.
He said, "Who says no God exists?" Oh my gosh, are you, G-Man? You reading this comment? Look at it. Look what he says in the comment. Can you put that on the screen?
No God exists. Well, I don't know what his position is. For years, he's been saying that he's not an atheist, but he won't tell anybody what he is.
But see, here's the thing. Lubis thinks I'm talking about him. No. I'm talking about anybody who makes the claim. And yes, there are people who say no God exists. What are you talking about, Lubis?
No, the Canadian atheist. I haven't talked to him in a while. He says, "Vecco, I am convinced the Christian God does not exist. I am not claiming to know. I am saying I am convinced." Okay. Well, that's the thing, though. Now, I like to comment on this, though. Here, Canadian atheist. There's a difference between convincing someone and providing evidence.
Right.
Now, you saying that you're not convinced is one thing. You saying that there's no evidence is another.
This is very subjective language that he's talking about here, right? Look at the statement. I am saying that I am currently convinced of this. That's a subjective statement. That means that this is what something that you are personally convinced of. You're not saying dogmatically that no God exists. You can say, I'm not convinced that a God exists. Okay, well, if you're not convinced that God exists, then I can't argue against that. There's nothing for me to touch on except for me to, if I want to arbitrarily continue the discussion with you, that's fine. But once you start making a positive claim that no God exists, you have the onus on you. There's no escape. I'm sorry. They could try to get fancy with their vocabulary and vernaculars all they want. There is no escape. There's no escape. Christians, do not let the atheist who says no God exists put you in this trap. They made a positive claim, then hold their feet to the fire and force them to answer.
Let me comment on He Heard My Cry. He Heard My Cry. I understand what you're saying. You're saying I don't claim Christianity because there is too many beliefs in it. Apostolic, Jehovah's Witness, Catholic, Pentecostal, Baptist. Somebody's lying, and all Christians I've met are all hypocrites. They don't walk in the spirit of Christ. Do me a favor, He Heard My Cry. Just keep watching the show as we talk about these topics, and you'll see all of that stuff get addressed.
G-Man.
I can bring Matt Slick in here, and he can talk about the denominational differences. I think he does a really good job of doing that. And he can talk about, Vecco actually can do a good job at this too, talking about the differences between the denominations and then talking about the essentials of the gospel and what we universally believe in if you're actually saved. So He Heard My Cry. Just keep watching these shows and you'll get what I'm saying here. All right. Michael, the Canadian atheist, says, I didn't say there was no evidence. Don't straw man me.
You see, G-Man, let's touch on that right there. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Did I accuse Michael of saying that there's no God or there's no evidence? No, I did not say that. I'm speaking generally. I'm saying anyone who makes a positive claim, it doesn't matter whether it's a theistic position or an atheist position. It could be a talk about whether or not anchovies are better on pizza than pineapple. It doesn't matter. Whatever affirmative position you take on whatever topic it is, okay, you're either speaking subjectively or you're making a dogmatic claim. And if you're making a dogmatic claim, you automatically have the onus on you to validate that claim. It's really that simple. But see, these atheists, ever since the early 90s and up until now, they're still so programmed to believe that even if they speak subjectively about the evidence of God, right, they still want to force the Christian to provide answers for them when they're the ones making positive claims at the same time. They're saying, well, not all of them, but some of them are saying there is no God. Okay, there is no God. Okay, Mr. Atheist, then prove to me that there is no God. Well, I can't do that. You can't prove it double negative. Well, but wait a minute, that's not my problem, Mr. Atheist. You made a positive claim. So therefore you have the onus on you to validate this claim. I'll wait.
If I can speak on to Veckel's point, there are people who, for example, most atheists would call themselves, and I'd include myself in this, an agnostic atheist, which means I lack knowledge. I don't know if there's a God or not. Okay. I'm just a humble zebra on this planet. But if an atheist, of course,
you're also a
means without theism. So there are people who practice, I suppose you could call it, hard atheism, where they would challenge Veckel and say there is no God, that they know it for a fact. But usually that comes down to a sort of philosophical discussion about whether or not God is logically possible.
Right.
Which I'm not so sophisticated as to make such a claim.
Well, again, and I appreciate that. My statement is really simple, because when it comes to philosophical claims, philosophical discussions, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole as well. But however, I think I have enough discernment to know the difference between someone making a positive claim and someone speaking from a subjective standpoint. Now, you claim to be an agnostic, so you can only speak subjectively. You can only speak from a point where you personally are not convinced of any argument that's presented to you. But what you're not doing, though, is you're not taking the position of the hard atheist and going around telling people that no God exists. If you were, then you'd be forced to provide a logical and substantive argument for that claim.
Yeah, I suppose so. Also, in terms of evidence, there is evidence of a sort for religions. People, for example, have religious experiences. So tomorrow, a Muslim, a Christian could have an experience where they see angels. That's actually relatively common. And you know what? It is evidence in the same way that eyewitness testimony is evidence. It's just not enough to say my eyewitness testimony would not cause G-Man or Veckel to become a Buddhist.
Well, that's the thing. Nobody becomes a Christian because you prove that God exists. And that's something I think that's missing from these debates. I'm never going to turn person B into a Christian by convincing them that God is real. The atheist turns the conversation into whether or not God is real. Okay, our goal is to share the gospel. If you don't want to believe the gospel, which is your right as an American or whatever, or as a human being, then fine, you don't got to believe it. But if the gospel is preached to you and you believe in it, then by faith you can move on it. And that's what we're trying to do. Ain't nobody trying to sit here and saying, look, in order for you to become a Christian, I have to prove to you that God exists. No. Now the atheist will say, well, how can I believe in the gospel if I don't believe that a God exists? First and foremost, you have to believe that you're a bad person, that you're a sinner, that you have violated the laws of God, violated his the way he wants us to live. It all starts there. It doesn't start with, does God exist? You know what I mean? Because then we're going to mention Romans 1 to you super fast and be like, God has already, shown himself, with creation, with the fall and everything else that's going on in the world and whatnot. The invisible things of him can be seen in the things that we can actually see. So
yeah, I just wish I could somehow describe how that doesn't fly for an atheist. It seems like if I can't accept the first principle that there is a God, then everything else falls by the wayside. But I see what you're saying. I don't dismiss it. I just can't get past my own.
Let me say this to you, Big Zebra, if I can be blunt about this. This idea, and Veckel, I would love to get your opinion on this. And Bravo, I want your opinion on this too, Bravo, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So
atheists know full well that deities are real. And I'm going to tell you how I know this. You can look at any atheist platform. You can listen to them review movies. You can hear them talk about history. And they will look at a person as being a superhuman. And that word God there has a bunch of different definitions. Okay? A lot of them don't even know this. So if you watch ESPN, for example, there are people in ESPN that is referring to LeBron James as a God. And no, he can't, be everywhere at one time. He's not all powerful or anything like that. But because of the way he plays basketball, people are doing what is known as hero worship, right? There are people out there that worship science, worships the universe, worships nature. They worship the planet so much that they want to force everybody to recycle their plastics and their aluminum cans and everything, just so that we can quote unquote save Mother Earth. You know what I mean? And atheists do refer to these things as being gods. They refer to themselves as being gods. If you look at the Satanic Church, the Church of Anton LaVey or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's not like they are making claims. The claim that they don't want to hear has to do with the Christian God. If we're to get specific about it. Yeah, Bravo. I want to hear your point of view on this. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I would ask Zebra, what is his definition of God? Also, I think part of the issue is, at least, I'm following more of a Gnostic bent in which the God of the Bible is not a good God, that it is indeed the very Satan that it claims to stand against. so I would ask Zebra, what is his definition of God? Secondly, as far as proving as to whether or not any of these entities exist, I would ask, number one, what measurement are you using? And number two, are you claiming that we have the technology to discover something as esoteric as a deity when human technology really isn't that high level?
Nick, can I ask
You see,
a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Brett. Yeah.
Nick, if you don't mind me asking, since we're talking about morality, didn't you and a Christian a couple of years back go to prison for
Nick,
scamming a
that's
bunch of people?
We're not talking about
I don't
Nick.
see what that has to do with anything with the
Oh, we were
question I
talking about
just asked
morality.
Zebra.
We're not talking about Nick's time in jail, okay? That is
Yeah,
not.
we're not
that's
talking
not
about
the
that.
topic.
We're just
That is
talking
a
about the topic of
personal
what
attack.
All right,
Brett.
all right.
Nick, did you
that
serve
does sound
time?
like a question somebody would have beat Brett to
Nick,
the
did
punch.
you serve time?
The what?
Did you serve time, right?
I don't know why that's relevant to the question.
No, I'm just asking you. You served time. I want to make a point.
Yeah.
Isn't that fair? Haven't we all made mistakes?
Yeah,
Haven't
that's
a
what
lot
I'm
of
getting
people
at. The
become
thing is, he
Christian
served
and
time. He spent his
Christians
time
in
in
jail?
jail. He paid his
In
punishment.
prison?
It's done. It's over. Leave it alone. Don't ever
All
bring
right,
it up.
enjoy the immoral God stuff then.
All right.
No, if somebody spends their time in jail for the crime they commit, if they committed a crime, they paid their
Well, we're not
price.
really here to talk
So
about
the thing
that.
is,
though.
it's not
I'm
to
more
bring it up
interested.
anymore.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, we're here to talk about this topic about the burden
Right.
of whether or not God exists, and let's keep it on that.
But just for the record, man, don't bring up the past like that on somebody. If they had to spend their time in jail,
Well, Brett
let
King
it be
brought that
done.
up.
It's over with them. Just
Right.
forgive it.
Right.
Well, I just wanted to say real quick, in that short amount of time that Nick spoke, again, he made some of those things they were saying in there were positive claims. So, we all do that. We all make positive statements, So with that said, the person who's listening to you has every right to ask you to validate the claims that you've made, the positive statements that you've made. In other
Yes,
words, I have the right to say, what do you mean? Or can you show me evidence of that?
Can I ask Nick to repeat his question to me, maybe one at a time? Because I got lost in the Brett Keane thing.
Sure. So first of all, how do you define God?
Poorly. I'm not sure there's a really good definition for God, although I would welcome if someone could give me one. I think that saying simple things like God is the ultimate deity is kind of circular. So or saying he's an all-powerful being doesn't do well either. So, but I would welcome to hear someone else's definition if they think they've got a good one. I don't think I could provide.
I got one, but it starts at the top of a rabbit hole and it comes out the bottom of a rabbit hole.
And then you know how I feel.
I understand that. I totally get that. But I would sum up God as a non-physical, unfettered energy existing prior to the physical universe. That is not only still active in that state of being, but is also active in the universe.
Yeah, it's I mean, you could almost argue that it's an impersonal God, that it's just an energy that's radiating from, whatever.
Well, not
it's radiating
necessarily.
from.
It can be personal.
But
It
second
has the
question
effect of
to
creating
Zebra.
randomness in the way the features of human beings look and how we look different, even though some of us look similar. The thing is, it's actually working within the universe, and it's actually working in a way that diversifies everything. Even the intellect of human beings diversifies us from animalism.
Yes. So my second question to Zebra would be: do you believe that, or at least think that the God of the Abrahamic deity is good or evil, especially as compared to gods of other mythologies?
That's a good question because
Oh, yeah.
if you think about
sorry.
Gideon's 300 Now, that was like, to me, the most hilarious thing God ever did. Some people might say, well, that's narcissistic to get 300 men to go running into a camp of 120,000 and then scare them off by lighting torches and screaming war cries and blowing trumpets. I mean, that's what God told Gideon to do. They didn't kill anybody that night. Ran into the Midianite camp. There's like 120,000 of them, got right in the middle of all the regiments and scared them off. Now, to me, that's kind of a good God, but that's also a funny God.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I find, and I'm sorry this is not being said to offend the Christians in the room, or the Jews for that matter. I find the God of the Old Testament to be, to have the fingerprints of man all over it. That is to say, it was written by
there are traces of God all throughout humanity, even in today's society.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that, but I was saying that it is a fictional character that is clumsily written by mankind. And with the New Testament, a little less so. But I was raised as a Catholic, so that's my bias.
Did you compare it to fictional literature?
I'm afraid
I
I
would love to hear how you compare it to fictional literature. Actual fictional literature.
That's assuming that the other gods are fictional.
Well, that seems to be the problem these days, because now all of these came out on TV and told people how these magic tricks are done, and then people start learning how magicians are, how they work and they're doing their tricks. The thing is, they start thinking that, oh, well, these miracles in the Bibles must have been tricks too.
Interesting to note,
which is
that in India, in remote places where there isn't much of an educational system, there are magicians who go around actually pretending that they can do magic as a real thing, just like raising Lazarus from the dead. And so it's entirely possible that in the Middle East there were magicians doing tricks, but pretending to be special.
Well, let's talk about that then, Big Zebra. Let's talk about that then, Big Zebra. Can you do me a favor? Because like in the beginning of the show, we talked about the burden of proof, right? You said that they were magicians. Yes, in the Bible, magicians were shown, but they was also called magicians, particularly in the book of Exodus, and maybe in a couple of other passages of scripture. However, Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead is not a magician's trick. How long was Lazarus dead, Big Zebra?
Wasn't he another one who was dead for 3 days?
Big Zebra, don't change the topic. How long was he dead?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't know how long he was dead. Great. How did Jesus rise him from the dead?
I don't think that he did.
According to the story, how did he do it? Now, mind you, if you don't understand this, let's say I was in a kindergarten class and I was talking to some children, and I said to them, children, according to the story, how did this happen? So this is how you're treating it. So you say you know the story. So
according to the story, well,
either
Jesus rose from the dead. He just got up.
I didn't ask you about Jesus rising from the dead. I'm asking you about Lazarus.
Jesus rose him from the dead.
How?
I have no idea.
So you don't know the story and you don't know the details, but you're saying that a lot of magic tricks were done in the Bible. You don't.
No, actually, I'm saying that it's quite possible that people in that time, that there were people, charlatans, who went around doing magic tricks in the various parts.
We talked about wanting evidence for the claims that people are making, and you have a belief, sir, that says that possibly that magician, that Jesus could have performed a magic trick. In order for me to join you in that kind of thinking, I need to know the details. Now, you don't know the story and you don't know the details of the story.
Don't you know the story? Why don't you tell us?
Hold on a minute. How do you know it was a magician's trick?
No, I'm saying it's possible it was a magician's trick.
It's not possible because we don't know, because you haven't articulated to me the story in order for it to be possible. You have to
wait a second.
Delusion to not
come on, that's not right at
Big
all.
Zebra, if I told you that evolution wasn't true and you asked me why did I believe evolution wasn't true, and I didn't give you anything, I didn't give you one fact of evolution at all, not one. I don't even give you the claim that evolutionists have made. I would be the laughing stock on this panel. All right. You just made a claim saying that it could have been a magician's trick. You don't even know the story.
Saying that, proposing that something could have happened,
Without
whether
knowing the details.
No, you do know.
without, no one has all the details.
Okay.
You have a Bible.
Zebra,
Hold on,
if
Bravo.
you're going-
Bravo.
No,
One
no,
second,
no,
Bravo.
no, shh.
Bravo,
If
one
you're
second,
going
Bravo.
to argue, Zebra, if you're going to argue,
Bravo. 1 second, please. Big Zebra, you suggested, because there's people watching this, and you're talking to me in this room and other people in this room as well, right? You're suggesting. I'm not saying you're making a claim yet, but you're suggesting to everyone that Jesus could have performed a magic trick. Yet when I asked you how long was Lazarus dead, I asked you about the details about what happened, you didn't know. Yes, magic tricks are done in the Bible. There were magicians in the Bible, but you don't know nothing about this particular story. So that claim that you just gave right there is not based on evidence. It's not based on proof. It's not based on factual information. That's 100%. That's what we would call blind faith at that point. Because you got.
I do not have complete knowledge. I lack complete knowledge, and I'm just another zebra.
You don't even have a little bit.
Trying to make his way.
Tell me the story.
Why don't you tell it to me, since you're the
burden
arbiter?
of proof is on you. You make that claim. You have to tell me the story and tell me how you came to that conclusion. Help me follow your logic.
Well, if someone presents that it's possible to commit supernatural acts, and I wonder who does that now.
Supernatural?
It's usually magicians, and whether it's Jesus making wine out of water,
supernatural.
He has no logic behind what he's saying, and it's weak at best. He doesn't go over the story. He's telling me that a magician could have did it. You know what? Bambi could have did it, but until I hear the story, I can't come to the conclusion to see if that happened. So since you don't know the story, I can't take you seriously.
Bambi is an even-toed ungulate, and they don't do magic tricks.
Bambi
Sorry,
was a
Nick.
deer.
I'm
sorry for the
Mr.
people
Bravo
here
is
that
going to
Bambi was a
explode.
deer.
Well, let me ask you
a
this.
scientific term.
Why would Jesus go through everything that he went through?
That's when I would call you an intellectually dishonest person, because you can't show me your logic on how you came to that conclusion.
Well,
why
you'll
would
just
Jesus
start
be
telling
just
me
a
I don't
roaming
know all the facts.
magician? Why would Jesus be a roaming magician that goes around and does a bunch of tricks to get people to love one another and treat each other equally and right, and then actually stands up to his own religious leaders and calls them hypocrites, knowing that they're going to kill him, and they almost stoned him a couple of times. So and
It's
then
a
what
story.
led to his
story.
beating and his
Don't
flogging.
you realize that Muhammad is said to have gone to another city on a winged horse?
Yeah,
don't you realize that it's a story, just like Jesus is?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories just like Jesus.
See, this is my thing with you, Big Zebra, and I've been making this claim for years about atheism online. All right, a lot of you who are inexperienced and don't know how to debate, and you're an agnostic atheist, from what I understand from you talking to Veckel. A lot of you just make claims without backing it up, but then you expect us.
I didn't make a claim.
Wait a minute, hold on a minute.
I said it's possible.
Big Zebra, hold on a minute, Big Zebra. Yeah. Then you expect us to be on the defense all the time, trying to convince you, not even provide evidence, but trying to convince you that God exists. You made it. You
don't have to convince me of anything. You're not obligated.
Well, listen. You can't go to somebody and say, well, Jesus could have been a magician, and then we ask you for an example, and you talk about Lazarus, and then you don't give us any, details about the story and how that could be true. Now, if I wanted to say, for example, that if I wanted to say, for example, that that you was religious, I'm gonna go into definitions. I'm gonna go into your actions. I'm gonna go into what a religion is, and I'm gonna build a legitimate case. I'm not going to just say, well, that was a magic trick, and I can't even tell you what happened during the story. That would be dumb. You don't do stuff like that.
But I think we have to go to Mr. Bravo because he's ready to explode.
Yeah, Bravo.
Poor man's been waiting there for a while.
So, first of all, if you're going to argue with people who disbelieve what you believe, you need to understand what they believe and be able to present it to them the way you understand it. So when G-Man asks, how did Christ wake up Lazarus? In order to appropriately explain your point and your view, you have to be familiar with the story. Because if you're not familiar with the story, people are generally going to think that you don't know anything about what you're talking about, and therefore not worth having a debate with. Do you get it?
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm naturally skeptical about supernatural claims, and this goes, for
What's a
example,
supernatural claim, sir? I'm sorry,
someone
sir.
claim.
What
Oh, I'm
is a
sorry.
supernatural claim? Define a supernatural claim for me. Define it.
Beyond nature. For example, people who think ghosts exist and want you to watch their show, Ghost Busting or something like that.
Okay, so my audience that is watching here, are you guys satisfied with his definition of a supernatural claim?
No.
Once you agree with him, you're in the same boat with him. Are you guys in agreement with his definition for a supernatural claim? That's the
Well,
problem
let's
that you
look
have,
up
Big
the
Zebra.
dictionary and see what it says about supernatural.
Yeah, because you're telling
Well,
me that you are skeptical of him. and you
Where
don't know
actually is it
what
in the
is.
King James Version? Where is the word supernatural? It doesn't exist in the King James Version.
So we can't use words that aren't in the King
You
James.
may not see the word supernatural. However, you will see the Greek
You'll
word
see-
episkiazo,
You'll see
which
terms
means
that
supernatural.
resemble the
Yeah.
supernatural. It's the thing is the supernatural is just humanity's misconception or inability to do things greater than humanity is allowed
Well,
to.
By the way, the Big Bang,
anything
Big Zebra is a
supernatural
supernatural event.
considered
Jesus
uncommon.
told
Big
his
Zebra.
disciples they had the same power as him,
Yeah, Big Zebra.
Here
I'm
we
going to make
go.
a positive claim, Big Zebra. I'm going to make a positive
but I don't
claim.
believe it
Big
was
Zebra.
supernatural.
Big Zebra, I'm going to make a positive claim, Big Zebra, and Bravo.
Fire away.
And I'm going to make this positive claim knowing I can back it up. Okay. The event that you guys call the Big Bang was a supernatural event because nobody can prove that using science. On how
Well,
it
wait a
just
second. We
sporadically
don't
happens.
know.
You can't do
We
it.
may not know what it is, but science
It's a
is
supernatural event. What caused? Let me ask you this: do you believe in the cause? Do you believe in the law that says that that with every effect there has to be a cause? Do you believe in the law of cause and effect?
I'm not sure that applies well to the beginning of the
Do you
universe.
believe-
But let's
Do you
say,
believe in cause and effect? Yes or no?
yeah, okay.
Okay, so what caused the bang?
I don't know.
Okay, great. It was a supernatural event then.
Then
There's no
I
scientific
agree in the
explanation.
definition.
Wait a minute, Big Zebra, Big Zebra. There's no scientific explanation for it, so it has to be a supernatural event.
Wait a second. What if some scientists think there's a good scientific explanation for it?
Go find that scientist and bring them in here. They don't exist.
Lawrence
You
Krauss?
can't tell me what's
But he's
caused the
busy
bang.
being a scientist.
there
No
is a
scientist on
scientific
YouTube.
explanation
And
for
I
it.
mean Thunderfoot,
No
Black
atheist
Nut,
will believe it.
Scientist Mel, Scientist Sam. None of these scientists that I have spoken to on the internet can tell me how did the bang started. What
Well,
caused
that's
the bang?
like the most difficult scientific question ever devised.
Right, it's a supernatural event.
Also, well, we do you okay? What kind
it
of
happened in a couple of
supernatural
seconds.
event? If we're
It
going
happened in a
to,
couple of seconds. It ain't something that happened in billions of years.
how did God create the universe? Did He just speak it into existence, or
Yep.
did He do something?
God said, "Let there be light." That's how it happened.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I like Ken Hoven's play on words. He said the word universe, you break it down in two. It's uni is one and verse is sentence. So
This exactly describes how God put the universe together, how it started, and everything.
Or how did Jesus turn water into wine?
There's still one thing that you miss, and that is what was the cause? What was that initial energy that pre-existed the universe that caused the quantum fluctuations, that caused the expansion, that caused the sputtering off of stars and debris and rocks?
Well, first, not only do I not know what the cause is, I also know that sometimes
something greater
physicists
than the
ask,
universe itself.
well, he's saying he don't know. I mean, I don't think you can go any further than that in the conversation. If he's saying he doesn't know, then you
I
pretty
can
much have
tell
to answer.
you a little bit that the question, how
The
did the
energy
universe
itself
begin,
totally defines
is
the
often
biblical
thought
God.
to be inept, that it misses the point somehow, that it might not, that it might be a question like saying, what number is blue? It doesn't, saying, how did the universe begin,
Now
might
you're babbling.
be
What
an
number is blue?
ungrammatical question.
Now, what we're saying
No,
is
I'm
nothing
not.
like that screwed up woke leftist crap you just said.
That's not woke at all. That's science. A guy from the
No,
perimeter.
no,
needs
what
to
you just
explain
said with the
that.
color
Yeah,
of blue, I mean, the number of blue or whatever, just that's exactly what trolling atheists did to me for 7
No,
years.
actually, not at
They
all.
use it's a
You
category error
realize
when you,
that
when you say that in comparison. In fact, what it is disrespect for what
and
people are saying in their opinions. Because you're a
atheist,
fascist.
atheist. The only way you're gonna understand that God created the creation is by faith. If you read Hebrews chapter 11, it gives you the report about faith, and he tells you if you to understand through faith we understand
That's
that
right.
the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that the things which are seen were not made of the things which do appear. So
Right.
the reason that you have a misunderstanding that God created the creation is because of your lack of faith.
Is faith really the way to knowledge? Then is that how you would regard
They
it?
could be a spring. That's a really good question, actually.
In order
I
for
would
energy
say
to
it's
be
a springboard.
manifest as a physical energy, it must fall through a energy source known as the laws of nature or physics, which is a filtering
I think there's
system.
different.
Does not matter.
I think there's different
It
angles
allows
to that
energy to
question.
manifest in only one way.
Nope.
Now,
Faith
if that
is
is there
the
in this large universe, if there's only one way energy manifests into the physical, then that means that there is a design behind it. There's someone controlling it, something controlling it.
I think there are different angles to that question. Actually, I would like to actually have a discussion with some other Christians about that someday. What was that question again about faith? Zebra?
Is faith a way to knowledge? It's basic. Not that I'm a
Well, in
philosopher,
Hebrews
but it's
chapter
basic
11, and
Yeah.
Hebrews chapter 11 reveals that faith is the evidence of things not seen.
Correct.
So yeah, so the creation is the evidence that God made the creation in 6 days. Genesis chapter 1. He
Now,
made the
whether-
creation by faith.
A lot of us know things by faith.
I
You know
actually
what
have
I
a
mean?
different opinion on the 6 days. I
See, now
studied
with
the
it- now,
processes for
what-
life in 6 days.
Now, what New Life just stated there is, if an atheist disagrees with it, fine, but they can't deny, at the very least, it's circumstantial evidence of our claim. See, now whether you want to still disregard it or reject it, that's on you.
But Vecco, let me ask you something, Vecco. You
Yeah.
said that it was circumstantial evidence, right?
Yeah. No, I said at the least from an atheist standpoint.
Empirical evidence, right? Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
When has science ever proven anything?
It depends on how we're defining what science is, yeah.
People need to remember something when you're talking to an atheist and you're talking about whether or not God exists. They are going to tell you that science can't know anything is true 100%.
That's
correct. What is the claim that they make, Vecco? The claim that they make is that they don't believe that God exists due to a lack of evidence, right? And the evidence that they seem to want is 100% evidence, because anything less than 100%, Vecco, would fall under faith, right, Beck? So they're sitting there and they're asking us for something that they believe does not exist. You understand? So if they ask you for scientific evidence and you fall into that trap and you begin to try to give it to them, you're wasting your time, because then they're going to eventually reveal to you that you can't prove anything.
Well,
that's stupid.
If for civil trials, you only need a preponderance of the evidence, and for criminal trials, you need evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So, do we have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt for in the New Testament about Jesus and his nature and the Trinity? And you know what? For Christians, obviously, you do have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. For atheists, it doesn't fly.
There are several former atheists that became Christians that would disagree with you. In which they was given evidence more than enough for them that would made them say, you know what, I can no longer sit here and argue the way I argue, I have to acknowledge that Jesus is the Christ, the living God, and they come into belief. Some of them will go into paganism, some of them will go into Islam. But the one thing
some of them may have had a road to Damascus experience.
And a lot
These
of that,
people just don't want to have. They don't want to walk by faith. That's the problem. Faith.
but they are a new life. They are walking by faith. They're walking in blind faith, but they're walking by faith. I assure you. Whenever somebody lives their life as if God does not exist, that's faith, because none of them will present a drop of evidence to suggest that a deity cannot exist.
Sorry, evidence that a deity can't exist?
Right. There are out there that there's no God.
It sounds awkward, but again, this goes back to what G-Man and I were talking about before. If an atheist is making a positive claim that no God exists, that means that they should have some sort of means to validate the claim.
There are very few who would say that, but there are some atheists who, I'm trying to remember what it's called, for lack of a better word, hard atheism, where they make a claim that God does not exist, period. I don't know how you would prove that. You know, that's aside from it being unlikely. For example, UFOs landing and taking people and probing them. I think that's extremely unlikely.
There's actually no
It
evidence
is
of
possible.
that at all.
So what is your belief? How did this creation come to existence? What is your belief?
I don't know. Just flat out don't know.
So you don't
Actually, I went
Big
through.
You
I
don't
went
believe
through
in
the
Big Bang.
UFO archives. There
You
has
don't
never
believe in
been any
evolution.
proof anyone was ever abducted and probed.
So Big Zebra, basically what you're saying is that you don't believe in evolution and you don't believe in Big Bang, right?
No, I didn't say that.
So
I said I don't know what the cause is, or even if there is a cause. Although as someone pointed out, it seems intuitive that there should be a cause.
So you just worship knowledge?
Science. If you believe in science, then you gotta believe in the law of cause and effect. You gotta tell me what caused it. And if you can't tell me what
if I can give you a couple of examples,
being supernatural.
And who was the eyewitness? We need an eyewitness that saw the Big Bang. Also, we need an eyewitness too. Well, we need an eyewitness.
Wait a second. If we found a bullet lodged in a brick wall and a gun,
because there's evidence that Jesus, there's evidence. There's evidence that God made the creation through the fellowship of the Father and the
There's
Son.
antiquity evidence of him existing.
So there is eyewitness that God made the 6 days of creation. Christ is the witness. Now I want to hear one witness of the Big Bang that saw the Big Bang. I want to see it. I want you to give me an eyewitness.
Well, actually, the Big Bang that was actually formulated by a Belgian Catholic priest, Georges Lemaitre, and he.
Did you say a Belgian Catholic or Belgian?
A reduction theory, a mathematical reduction theory. He backed up time all the way to the beginning of where it could have started and how it could have started. But it took a lot of astrophysics work to actually figure out other things on how things could have happened in order for us to get to where we are now.
Well, the only evidence that we see, the only witness that we see in the book of Genesis chapter 1 is God is the witness, how the creation was made.
Yeah.
So let me ask you
one
one question.
him right here, right now, to provide that evidence.
Let me ask you guys a question. Everybody in here, I want everybody to give an answer if you're by your computer. When a theist calls into the atheist experience to talk to Matt Dillahunty, to talk about God's existence, what is that person there to do? Convince Matt Dillahunty, or to convince Matt Dillahunty that God exists, or to present evidence for his existence?
It's talked over, mocked, and hung up on.
Right.
That's right.
What do you think, Beckel?
Wait, repeat the question again. What do you think the purpose?
When the theist or the person that believes that God exists calls into the atheist experience, what are we supposed to be? What are they expecting us to do? Are they expecting us to provide evidence or to convince them that God exists? Because those two are not the same things.
That's interesting. You said they're not the same thing?
No, they're not. And I'm thinking about calling Matt on this topic because I believe he's being insanely dishonest on why people call that show.
Can you say that again?
Not
To
on the-
what are the options again? To
Let me say
convince?
this again. Let me say this again. Or is the theist or the person that believes in God calling the atheist experience to show evidence for God's existence, or are they calling in to convince the host
Okay, gotcha.
that God exists? That's not the same thing.
You're right. You're right.
About English lit knows full well those two ain't the same thing.
That's true. That's true. I would say the latter, the convincing,
Right.
because most of their arguments are purely subjective anyway. Because some of the things that we can provide evidence to, we're blue in the face. The fact of the matter is 9 times out of 10, what ends up happening without these interactions with a lot of these atheists is that they're just, in most cases, just arbitrarily disregarding the evidence that's being presented to them. So it's not so much to convince them. I don't think they want to be convinced. I think they just want to arbitrarily disregard any evidence that's being presented to them as not good enough or insufficient. That's what I believe.
And I don't think I'm being narcissistic or being a jerk or anything like that by pointing this out. I think that Matt Dillahunty is being dishonest about the burden of proof and the reasons we're calling into the atheist experience. If Sabella calls into the show and Sabella says, I believe that God exists because I had a personal experience with him. And then he begins to laugh at her and mock her. Wait a minute. You just asked her, why does she believe? And she said that she has a personal experience with him. Who the heck is he to tell her that her reasons for believing is not good? Now, if Sabella tries to call into the show and to convince Matt Dillahunty, hey, you should believe what I believe because I had a personal relationship with you, then it becomes a little bit more understanding. That's why I think when we're calling into that show, people need to be very specific on what they came to talk about and to hold his feet to the fire on that topic. Don't change the topic no matter what. You know what I mean? And that is.
Oh, she had a personal experience. Yeah. Well, listen, guys, I hear she's been telling stories about me again.
Is there, to my mind, the reason why people call into these shows, or me calling into this show, is to contest their ideas. I don't mean contest like a lottery. I mean contest like a sort of arm wrestling match. Because when you hear someone espousing ideas, say about God or about atheism, you want to throw yourself into the mix. What's difficult with this is that I often have 5 people, multiple people talking to me at once or wanting to talk to me, which is a flattering, of course.
One
But
problem I dealt with for many years was that every time I talked to an atheist about something, there was some logical fallacy as an excuse as to why they don't believe. So I just gave up talking to him. I just put them in the idiot category, people I don't want to talk to anymore.
Let me ask you something, Bruce. Let me ask you something, and I'm asking Big Zebra the same question. All right, Bruce. On a crime scene, if you find a gun at the crime scene, is that considered evidence?
It depends on what the crime was.
If there was a murder and you found a gun there, is that
Was the
considered
murder
evidence?
committed with a gun?
We don't know that. I'm just asking you. If you went to a crime scene,
I can't say it is evidence unless I can relate it somehow to the crime.
Okay, cool. So let me ask Big Zebra the question. Big Zebra, if you seen a dead body lying there and there was a gun there lying next to the body, is that gun considered evidence, yes or no?
it would be collected as evidence, but you would have to prove it. You know, it's potential evidence.
I didn't ask whether or not we have to prove something in court. All I'm asking is it evidence? It's that something have happened there. Yes or no?
You don't know. You don't have the knowledge to answer that question.
Fingerprints
What if he died of a heart attack? You know.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. You're going.
I got a better analogy.
No. Just let me stick to what I'm saying. I know what I'm doing here. So, Big Zebra, if you went to a crime scene and you found fingerprints at the crime scene, is that considered evidence? Yes or no?
Well, it's evidence that somebody touched something. It's still evidence.
My last question is this, and you or Bruce can answer this, okay? But I want everybody to stay with this line of thought, right? You see that same man lying there. There's fingerprints there. There's a gun lying next to him, and there are 3 holes in that man. Is that gun evidence? Yes or no?
I would say yes if those are gunshot wounds.
Okay, let's say you got the
I
same
would
man
want
lying there.
to further question and analyze.
Let's say you see
but
you got the same man lying there. You got a gun there. The gun has fingerprints on it, and there's blood on the and there's blood on the gun, right? And there's holes inside the guy, right? And then you see brain splatter all over the wall. Is that considered evidence? Yes or no?
yes,
Okay. The reason
you'd
why
be negligent not to collect it and not to
now,
notice.
what if I came to you and I told you that there is no evidence that during that scene that I just came up with, that scene that I just brought up, that there was no evidence, that there was no proof that a murder had taken place there? What if I told you that? What would you say?
Then I would assume you work for CNN.
Right. But that's what atheists do to us. We show them the body. We show them the holes. We show them the gun. We show them the fingerprints. What we don't produce is the criminal, but we can show that the scene that you see there is a murder scene.
Michael's
and then we're
backstage.
told, I'm sorry?
Michael is backstage.
Okay, I'll bring him in. And then we're told, Veckel, Sabella, and anybody who's a Christian, that we have not provided any evidence. You know what I mean? So it goes back to what exactly is evidence. And we never question them on this. We just let them say we haven't provided any, but we never ask them the question about what exactly is evidence. What are you talking
I think also what you're asking is what is epistemology, which is a big mouthful. Michael, if you're here on atheist duty, I would like to high five, and like they did in wrestling, where you tag team wrestling, and then I might either go to sleep or just wait around
Lubis, I
in
put your
chat,
question up there, man. You're an
because I'm kind
educator,
of
and I want
tired.
people to see this here. I want people to see this because what I described was a crime scene, Lubis. I described the crime scene, and then
what was your point?
But the point is that during these crime scenes, we know that police will bag the gun, and obviously they'll be wearing gloves so that they don't contaminate the evidence that's there or whatever, right? They'll bag the gun. They'll take pictures of the crime scene. They'll do all of these things to try to come to the conclusion what happened there. And the picture that I showed there was obviously a murder scene, but I did it little by little. First, I talked about a body, then I talked about a gun, then I talked about fingerprints, then I was a little bit more specific about everything that happened. And then when we do this as a Christian to try to show that God does exist, or we have good reason to believe that he exists, based on history, factual information that anybody can go look up anytime they want, what do we hear? We hear that we're creatards and we don't know what we're talking about. For example, we prove that Jesus Christ was a real person using secular sources. We show by using atheist documentation that the resurrection is an historical event. We show everybody, for example, the impact that Jesus had on the world during his life and when he died and rose from the dead, according to our claim. Okay? We show the issues with sin. We deal with the problems that we show all of these things, and we're told that we're cuckoo and that God couldn't possibly exist without them actually taking a hard look at what we're presenting. And we never get a strong argument back on why that's wrong. Going back to the crime scene. How do you know that that wasn't a murder scene? You say, I didn't present any evidence. There's brain splatter all over the wall. There's a gun there with bloody fingerprints. There's a body there with holes in the individual. I didn't say where the holes were, but the holes are there. Okay, so obviously we must be talking about in his head. You know what I mean? And then I could have brought up footprints. No matter what I show, they're going to say that that's not a murder scene. In the same way that they're going to sit there and they're going to try to argue that we don't provide any evidence for God's existence. It's not a stupid question, Lubis. It's a very reasonable thing that I'm bringing up. I'm just using a crime scene as an example.
Okay, but the crime scene, gun, blood, bullet holes. Okay, right. You can see they're holding these things. They can see these things. They can inspect them, and then you're comparing it to.
Well, you can see the creation. You can see the creation. That's the evidence.
Let me ask you this: would you accept evidence if someone explained the evidence?
That's what you're going to say to us. We're there to see it.
Well, I think, to be fair, let Lubis finish responding.
Yeah. So Lubis, listen, okay? We have historical documents to prove that Jesus was an actual person using secular sources. We can actually show you Simon Greenleaf's investigation on whether or not
that guy is garbage. Simon Greenleaf.
So we can show that.
And that's the narrative controller.
Right.
Wow.
So we can
Go
show that.
out
We
and
can
join
show the Dead Sea
Antifa.
Scrolls. We can show the historicity of the Jewish nation and whether or not the claims in the Bible actually happened. We can show all these things. You saying that we can't hold on to nothing and we can't show nothing? You might want to be careful with that, man, because that's not true. That is not true. Yes, we can. S.J. Thomason does it every day. Matt Slick does it every day. And in some cases, myself and other people do it. We demonstrate the historicity of the scriptures.
Okay.
So people look at
you're providing
our
evidence of a historical event and comparing it to a murder, like a dead body in front of me.
I'm talking about a crime scene, Lubis. You're a teacher. You know what a crime scene is, right?
Well, Lubis, he's talking
officer is called on a scene and they find a body. They see brain splatter on the wall, and they put numbers on all these different things. And they see a gun, and the gun has bloody fingerprints on it, right? Sometimes
he's talking about tangible evidence.
You know what I mean?
So talking about empirical evidence versus circumstantial evidence, right?
But the thing is, when you ask people to prove God exists, that's a stupid question. How do you prove something that's non-physical? How do you show somebody evidence of something
things that I pointed out? I'm sorry, Bruce. I got to do this because I got to finish this. Okay. All of those things that I pointed out in that crime scene points to a conclusion that this is a murder scene. This is a homicide scene. It's even possible until you check those fingerprints out that it could be a suicide. So it could be a suicide or it could be a homicide scene. But the point is you got different elements that you're looking at. We Christians do the same thing. We show you historicity. Okay. We show you the issues of sin. We show you creation, what New Life was talking about or was getting ready to get into. We have all these things that we show, and then we're told that we're not providing any evidence, and that's nonsense.
And even man is the evidence of God. God formed the man from the dust of the ground. So even man is the evidence.
Actually,
okay, so the evidence is in front of you, right? But you don't take it by faith. You don't see the evidence by faith, and that's what you're lacking. That's why you don't have no understanding of the evidence because of your lack of faith.
Donna Murphy said. Donna Murphy said Lubis's hair is evidence. He did have some awesome hair.
What if I were to say that, life, like you said, that's the evidence of God? What if I were to say that's the evidence of evolution?
Well, evolution is the evidence of God.
Then you're gonna have to prove it to me that evolution created the first man.
Science book.
Look what humans evolved into. Look at our state of being. Look at our technology, our intelligence, everything about us that is totally successful over the animal kingdom. Look at everything that we've accomplished. And you're going to say that there's no design to that. Physics tells you there is a design to everything that manifests physical energy. It has to follow a pattern of design.
God made he made the first man to be the head of every animal. He made the first man to be the head of the Garden of Eden. He made the man to be the head of the creation, and he made the man to be the head of all knowledge. So
what about the woman?
Well, the woman is the evidence that God made the woman out of Adam's rib. That is the evidence.
Out of his DNA.
His
Well, how do
flesh
we know
and
that's not a poetic
and
statement?
blood.
It's
I mean,
saying
from his flesh and bones.
From his
Well,
rib.
the woman.
Yeah,
Well, the
flesh
woman
and
is
bones,
made
from
of.
his rib.
When you look
Could
at
be
a
saying
woman,
from
the
his
woman
tribe.
is flesh and bones, right? The woman is flesh and bones, bro.
Yeah, but you're telling a
So-
person that believes Genesis
so-
is poetic and prose. The thing about
Well,
Adam
the
is, I
woman and
believe he was the
Adam-
first man.
Adam and the woman are flesh and bones.
Yes, I know
What
this,
are
but the thing
you?
is,
What are you though?
the
Are you
poetic
flesh and
substance.
bones?
I'm trying to
Are
answer
you
you.
flesh and bones?
I just
Yes.
said yes. Adam,
That's the
I don't
evidence.
believe Adam was
Bam.
the first person, because in Genesis 1:28, God said He created them male and female and told them to be fruitful and multiply.
Wait, now we're
He
about
never
to change
said
the
that
subject
to
now.
Adam and Eve. He never said that. He made
I
Eve's
don't believe that
childbearing
pre-Adamic
a curse.
race stuff, man.
So there's a difference in what He created in Genesis 1:28 and what
Well, he
That's
says
a
that
whole other
Adam is the
discussion.
first
I
form.
have to
where
disagree.
Adam begins.
Adam
I
is the
disagree
first
with that.
form.
Yeah.
Adam is the first form from
Yeah,
the
I don't-
ground.
Yeah, that's
Adam
a
is the
stretch.
first
Bro.
upright form. I'll say that. From dust of
No,
man,
you know,
Adam to
no, the
Adam.
Bible. No. What's important is the fact that the Bible points
Oh
out
no,
that
no, no, no!
Adam.
You don't get to me. Once you go read it and look for yourself, Beckel.
No.
It says, "Oh, it's
What's
not a man to
important?
till
No,
the
what's
ground, but it already
important?
said he created
What's
men."
important?
So what's that?
What's
That's
important is
scavengers.
what's important is the scriptures make it clear that Adam is the first man. We don't need to know about
Upright
no
man. He's the first
quadruportal
man that can
person.
reason.
So that's
The
all
rest
we
are
need to know.
scavengers and
The
hunters.
Bible doesn't teach anything else otherwise.
No, you don't teach anything else.
Well, it doesn't. You don't have a single verse that proves that there was a Bible. You know, there was
Genesis
a.
says
You're looking in the wrong place.
it says.
Okay, so where's the
Genesis-
text that says that there was a man that walked
Genesis
on all fours?
128, God creates human beings there, and he tells them to be fruitful and multiply. Chapter 2, he creates Adam
He
and
was
Eve,
talking to
but
Adam
he
and
doesn't
Eve.
tell them to be fruitful and multiply. And then
Yes, he was.
also,
He's talking
if
to
there wasn't a
Adam and
man
Eve.
to till the ground, then who were these people he created in
He's
Genesis
talking
128?
to Adam and Eve.
I think you're lying.
He's talking to Adam and Eve.
No, he's not.
This is the
Because he
argument
hadn't
from
even
Zion
invented
that
them yet.
this is another yeah, never mind.
He hadn't even created Adam and Eve yet.
It's the argument from silence, man.
No,
It
it's
is.
not an argument from silence. It's
Sure
right
it
there,
is.
black and
Of
white
course it is.
Genesis. Read it for
No,
yourself.
No, sure it is.
Vecco, the man doesn't believe in the evidence.
No, I believe in
The-
what it says in the
The
evidence of
Bible,
what it says.
the Bible clearly demonstrates that everything that you just talked about that God was saying to the man
Okay,
was
there's
directed to Adam and
discrepancy
Eve.
then, because there's something wrong with Genesis 128 saying I created male and female, told to be fruitful and multiply. He didn't say that to Adam and Eve, and before he created Adam,
How do
he
you know
said
that
it
he
was
didn't
not a
say that
man
to
to
Adam
till
and
the
Eve?
ground.
How do you know that he said that?
Wait, what about those people he created in Genesis 128? They
Wait,
couldn't till the
wait.
ground? Yeah,
How do you know
must
that
have
he said
been
that to Adam and Eve when
scavengers
clearly in
and
verse
hunters.
27? Wait a minute. How do you know that? Wait a minute. In verse 26, it says, "Let us make man in our image."
Yes.
Okay. So when he says, "Be fruitful and multiply," who is he saying that to? Verse 26 tells you he's saying
People
that
he
to.
created.
Yes, in verse
Who else?
26 and 27.
Who else
Okay.
is there to tell that?
No, what you're doing is you're looking at verse 26 and 27 and asserting that this is not Adam and Eve, but some other beings prior to them.
Because the rest of it explains that it's not Adam and Eve.
I would love to have a one-on-one discussion with you about this because I vehemently disagree with you and I think you're wrong.
Here's what I believe, and I'll tell you
let-
this is exactly
you're gonna
what I
let
believe.
Bruce-
I believe Eve came from Adam's tribe that had not evolved yet.
You don't have any contextual evidence
From
to
his
back that up.
rib, from his bone. Yeah.
Okay, where you at, Bruce? Let me get you out of here. Bruce, just 1 second here. Hold on. So Beckel, don't go nowhere. Beckel, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Okay, I don't know what they're talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Admiral in first. And Admiral, I want you to say what you got to say, and then I'm going to bring Beckel back in, and then Beckel's going to respond. All right. So Admiral, what argument are you making so that we can all understand what the heck it is that you're talking about? Bruce, you're back in. You got to unmute.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking.
What argument are you making? Because I'm bringing Beckel in.
Well, okay, here's the argument I make. I'm saying that the Genesis 128, where God creates male and female, tells them to be fruitful and multiply. Okay. In the chapter 2, where the story of Adam is, and he has not even created Adam yet, he says there was not a man to till the ground. Well, wait a minute. Didn't he just say he just created people, told them to be fruitful and multiply? Then you have to reason, who are these people? What are these people? What kind of beings are these people? I would say partially evolved to a point where they can be scavengers and hunters. Now, I understand Genesis to be poetic and prose, especially because of the way it's written in stanzas. So you have to see, you also got to know that this story was handed down by word of mouth from generation to generation, and legends, not one legend, multiple legends. Okay. So, and you know that there was no human being there to witness exactly what happened. So this had to be a vision shown to somebody like Moses, who's attributed for the, not the penmanship, but dictating the Genesis story. Okay.
All right. So
In Genesis 2, it says, wasn't a man to till the ground. The thing is, these people, whoever God created in chapter 1, they could not till the ground. So what's the allegory of Adam at this point? seed planter. He needed a man that had understood the concept of planting a seed and growing crops. But also, that's an allegory for many other things in the Bible about, quote, planting the seed.
All right, so let's hear Veckel's response to what you just said. And Bruce, he didn't interrupt you, so let him finish, all right? Go ahead, Beck. You got to unmute, Veckel.
Okay. First of all, you don't get to arbitrarily pick and choose which part of the text is allegory and which is not. Okay. First of all, and this is a common argument that unfortunately a lot of atheists make with Genesis 2 as well. What we're seeing in Genesis 2 is basically sort of a summary of all the events that occurred in the previous chapter and in previous verses of the chapter. You know, so but then we see in verse 5, we see an abridged retelling of the events that occurred in the previous chapter. So plants were created before man. And this is what kind of causes the confusion on part of people who believe in this pre-Adamic race stuff that I hear, which sounds like what Bruce is kind of touting here. Again, all we got to do is go to Genesis chapter 1. It says here, God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish, over the sea. You guys know the rest of it, right? He's saying man, right? Prior to that, we don't see any talk of any type of creatures that are similar to man being created, right? We don't see it mentioned until verse 26. But then in verse 28, he's still talking about these things called mankind. And he says this about them. God blessed them, and God said unto them, who's the them? The man or the men, mankind. Okay. So it doesn't say, it says them. Okay. So this is prior to 2022. So there was no, they, them pronouns back then for one individual. Okay. This is talking about mankind in general. All right. Speaking of Adam and Eve, it says, God bless them, plural. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. So now what Bruce sounds like he's saying is that because it says the word them there, therefore, this can't be talking about Adam because Adam was created first and then Eve, but since it's saying them, this can't apply to Adam. This has to be applied.
Because God is talking to Adam and he's talking to his seed. He's not only talking to Adam, but he's also talking to his seed.
So it's speaking in the hold on, let me finish. I didn't interrupt. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. Hold on. So, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay, so all I'm saying is that you don't have any contextual means to prove. If you're going to just say that there was some pre-Adamic race here, we're going to need a lot more than just this assertion that because what we see in verse 28, be fruitful and multiply, and since and then skip down to Genesis 2, we see Adam and Eve being created there also. Therefore, there must be some pre-Adamic race or clan of people, whatever. You're going to have to need more evidence than that. Sorry.
Well, who's to say they're not? Science actually says there is.
Okay.
I
So
think I can add something to that.
That there's that there was a pre-Adam race. That Adam and Eve were not the first people.
You kind of make it sound like pre-Adamic race is something negative.
Oh, okay, all right. So I got a better understanding what you guys are talking about now.
I think I can add something to that, or a question about it, I guess.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so
by the way, what they're talking about is not an essential, by the way, but go ahead.
Okay, so like I may have it wrong, but I guess the other guy is talking about when they say they as not necessarily Adam and Eve, but maybe like a bunch of people or something. And then Veckel is saying, no, he's talking about Adam and Eve. Okay, let me throw this out. Using my brain, I would go towards more he's talking about a bunch of people, because if it's only Adam and Eve, hey, very few retards that exist. Because if it's two people populating the entire human race, you're gonna have retards.
That's an easy response to that. Easy. Again, first of all, we don't see the act of what we call incest today being condemned by God until Leviticus 18. So prior to that, God said absolutely nothing about man interbreeding with close relatives like cousins or half sisters and so on and so forth. We see that with Abraham. We see that with one of his sons, Jacob.
I can back up Lubis's argument with one name, Cain. retard.
Bruce,
not a problem.
Bruce.
Not that. Oh my gosh! Wow. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. So just so you have no evidence that Cain made it with another being of another pre-Adamic people of another pre-Adamic race.
No,
you
he
don't
certainly
have any
was
evidence.
stupid.
No. Why was he stupid? Why? Based on what?
Instead of calling people
jealous. Jealous.
Wait. Hold on, G-Man. I got to hear this. Because Cain had a wife, and you don't know whether or not that wife was one of his cousins or even one of his sisters, right? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say what she was, right? He's somehow stupid. For what reason is he stupid?
Look what he did.
What did he
His
do?
brother out of jealousy because his brother gave one of the finest of his flocks, and all he gave God was a salad.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about whether or not there's a pre-Adamic race or not. We're not talking about his relationship between Cain and Abel.
Okay.
So it's all right. I see what Bruce is saying. So because Cain killed Abel, therefore it only makes sense that Cain was retarded for sleeping with his own sister. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I was just using
okay. Well, it doesn't. Well, it's irrelevant.
I was using Cain as an example of a biblical character that was actually stupid and retarded.
And Lubis, well, Lubis is only saying this because he's not privy to the scriptures, but you know.
Well, okay. You said, Veckel, you said, oh, there's an easy response to what I said because God didn't deem it bad or whatever to be.
He didn't condemn it until later on in history. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. God has nothing to do with that. It's
yes, he does.
Freaking biology. Okay.
No. Yes, he does, sir. You did not, sir. You did not live back then when the conditions were far different than the conditions that you're living in today. So you don't have a right to say that. All right. Back then, the conditions, there were no cars. There was no carbon monoxide being thrown into the air. Okay. The Bible alleges that men lived much longer. Animals lived much longer. People were far more healthier back then than they are today. Okay. So you can't sit here and say that because there was some interbreeding there, ancestral relationships going on, therefore these kids came out with some automatically by default, they came out with genetic forms. I mean, may I say something? Not a single one of you in this room have evidence.
May I say something?
Based off of what you personally experienced today, you haven't been around every single relationship that of a person that was inbred and experience whether or not they were mentally ill or deformed or anything.
Could I say something about could I say something about Genesis chapter 1 and 2? Genesis chapter 1, he's focused on the image of when he blessed Adam with the image to multiply. Chapter 2, he's focused on the form, how he had fellowship with the form. He's revealing the knowledge of good and evil. So he's focused in Genesis.
Chapter 1.
But man did. Man did. Man exist. God formed the first man in the third day.
So the real question is, who is that man that is created in Genesis 1? I think that's what Bruce is challenging. Who is that first man? Who is that man? Was it Adam or was it somebody else?
There's a big issue here at foot. And honestly, you don't even got to go through all of that, to be honest. There's a big issue there. Tell me something, Bruce. Was Jesus the second Adam?
What are you talking about? One of these people that like convey the spirit of God in through Jesus as being through all these other biblical people in history.
No,
because
what I'm asking
that
you
would
is
only
this.
be the Holy Spirit, not Jesus.
What I'm asking you is this, Bruce. The Bible says, "By one man sin entered into the world." Okay, and by him, and because of the sin that he did, all men died. Right, but because of the sacrifice of one, this would be of Jesus. The many are going to be saved. Now, tell me something.
Quoting from 1 Corinthians 15.
This pre-Adamic race that existed that you believe in, did they sin? Where is the scripture proof for it?
Yeah, why are they gone?
It's possible not to sin in the flesh.
Wow.
Wait a minute, Bruce.
Very good question,
in Genesis chapter 3, Bruce. We have a story there about what happened with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. We have documentation for that. The Bible says that we're supposed to study to show ourselves approved, a workman that need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. I'm asking you, okay? What did a man sin before Adam and Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? If you say yes, you're in the
based
debate
on
arena,
that,
you got to provide evidence for that.
Based on that, they wouldn't have the mental capacity to even comprehend what sin was.
Okay,
and
so Bruce,
they would not have
I
been a full. That means also they would not have been a complete human being at that point.
G-Man, I'm gonna write that question down. That was an
They
awesome
would have
question.
been still in evolutionary stages.
Now,
yeah,
Bruce,
in First Testimony, I mean, First Timothy. Oh, I'm sorry.
New Life. 1 second, Bruce. The reason why a question like that is so important, okay, is because we have what the Bible actually says happened during the fall. What we don't have is one Bible verse, not one, that suggests that somebody sinned before Adam and Eve did. Okay, that's important because when you get on here and you say that there was a pre-Adamic race, and they say,
again, I said that those were not complete, upright, evolved people.
And they say, give me book, chapter, and verse. And they say book, chapter, and verse, and you're going, well, this is my opinion, which is pretty much what you're doing. You're going to run into a lot of problems. Okay.
No, I'm only going to run into a problem you're having.
No, I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with what I believe because I'm going by both sides.
Well, in First Timothy,
what's the problem,
Bruce? Incest was a sin. Wait, hold on a minute, Bruce. From Genesis 1-3, show me incest being a sin.
Again, the thing is, there would have been no incest.
It was not a sin until Leviticus.
The same ability on people previous to Adam, but Adam was a completely different type of being.
Now, my point is this, Bruce. If
Adam had the capacity to rationalize,
if you can't prove, Bruce, if you can't prove that incest was a sin, then you can't call it bad. You need to be very careful with that. All right.
Well, I'm not the one who said it. Becca was up here bragging about how God didn't say nothing about it for so long.
Well, here's the thing, though, Bruce.
Yeah, because it's true.
I'm trying to show you with the scriptures, Bruce, that it is impossible for you to come and use that type of mentality to show that there's a pre-Adamic race. It just doesn't matter.
Everything you're saying is based on your opinion against
and
it really has no validity. It's just
book, chapter,
opinions about how you think scriptures.
First Timothy.
Same thing with me, but I'm using some sort of validity through science to try to validate what I believe.
Admiral,
First Timothy.
I'm not really arguing with you about what you about trying to just going after you about that. You're making a biblical claim, okay? And this is important because I got Christians watching this, okay? And I got non-believers watching this. You're saying that there was a pre-Adamic race, right? That's your claim.
Based on evolution, based on evolution, they would have had to have been.
I'm not thinking about evolution.
G-Man, he doesn't have no evidence. He doesn't have no evidence.
Well, because people are watching this and the thing is established between one or two witnesses, I want to make sure I at least pose a question. And my question for you, Bruce, is this, okay? Show me in the Bible where it says that there was a pre-Adamic race.
Genesis 1:28.
No evidence.
Read it. Let him read it.
Oh, so you don't think what's written in the Bible is evidence? Shut up.
Read it.
Hypocrite.
Read it. You guys are throwing a lot of ad homs, but you guys are forgetting how to use the Bible.
Ridiculous. Some of the things people come here with.
Bruce,
you don't have any evidence, and he talks about how the Bible is evidence. Shut up.
Bruce, show me, Bruce, in Genesis 1:28. Show me what it says.
Hey, G-Man, I can screen share if you want, or
can you do that for me, please?
And God blessed them, and God said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply." It was just
okay. Let's go.
So God created man in His own image, and image of God created He him, male and female created He them, and God blessed them and said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish." That means to refill the earth,
right?
And subdue it.
So you got Genesis.
Well, that's debatable.
The sea, the fowl, the air, over the living and moving it.
Well, here's the thing now. You got Genesis 1:28 here, right? And it says, God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. And have
okay, here's my difference.
Bruce, 1 second, man. Like, honestly, dude, Satan is the author of confusion. Let's be adults here, okay?
Satan
It
is
says,
a douche. I'm
it
trying
has
to tell
dominion
you
over the
why
fish.
I believe that.
I'm just
And
reading
it
a
has to
Bible verse
do
right
with
now, man. I'm just reading a Bible verse. And he told him to have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowls of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
Hey,
Okay?
G-Man.
This is the Bible verse that you're using to show that there had to be a group of people
I'm not
that
done.
existed before Adam.
Hey, G-Man, can I respond to that the word replenish comment?
Sure.
Because
go ahead.
this is another one of those things that often and rightly and understandably so, it confuses a lot of people, especially today, our modern vernacular. We think that the word replenish means to refill, and that's partly correct. But if we look at it from the Hebrew standpoint, the Hebrew word, I think it's pronounced male, and that word actually means to fill completely. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to mean, within context, it could mean to fill again. But in other cases, it means to fill completely. So replenish could be defined as to fill with urgency or enthusiasm.
All right. Well, let me get back to what I was saying. Genesis 3.
Why is that important?
Okay. Why would
No,
God tell men to be
it's
fruitful
important
and
because it
multiply?
goes against the argument that there was a pre-Adamic race here. So he's saying that there was a pre-Adamic race, they disappeared, and then when he created Adam and Eve, he told them to refill, and that's the pre-Adamic race argument. Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not the pre-Adamic. Jeez. You just don't.
Oh, no, the pre-Adamic, the people who advocate for
greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception and sorrow thou shalt
no,
bring
the
forth
people,
children.
the people,
Hold on a minute.
no, the people that argue for a pre-Adamic race will look at Genesis 1:28 and they'll focus on the word replenish, and they'll say, "See, how are you refilling something
Wow,
that
you
is the
made that
first of it?"
quick because that's not what I was doing.
But that's often the
Making
argument
stuff
of
up
people
at
that
this
hold your position.
The way you study the scriptures regarding this is that you're in Genesis 1:28. You start at Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and then you read the Genesis 1:28.
3.
Okay.
Now let me ask you this:
You
why
start
would
at
he
Genesis
tell them to be
1:1?
fruitful and multiply, and then turn around and basically
Who
tell
was God
Eve
speaking to?
unto the
Who
woman he
existed
said,
at
"I will
this
greatly
time?
multiply the sorrow
Bruce.
in thy conception." Oh, that's a lot of fun. Oh, be fruitful and
Bruce.
multiply.
Bruce.
Oh, wait a minute, we're gonna make the woman suffer.
Okay, Bruce.
You know,
Bruce, please
there's
nobody
two
say nothing,
differences
please.
here. These are two different
Bruce.
sets of people.
Oh my God, Bruce, listen. In Genesis 1:28, who are the only people that is mentioned in this chapter?
The ones he created.
Well, who did he create in this chapter? Not in
I don't
no
know
other
their
book of the
names.
Bible. In this chapter,
He didn't name them in the entire chapter. Adam's name is not in the book.
But Bruce, let me ask you this, Bruce: Why is it wrong?
In Genesis chapter 1, Genesis
Why?
chapter 2 is the creation
Why didn't he
story,
go ahead and name them?
and we know.
Why did he wait to tell the story of how he did them and wait to name them then
Bruce,
and then
Bruce
say
is called it.
it didn't tell them to be fruitful and multiply?
It's hard to
two
let God do what
sets
it's
of
hard
different
to.
beings.
It's hard
These
to
are
let
two
God do
sets
his
of different
emotions
beings.
involved. So listen.
This is why the Bible version of Genesis is untenable, right there.
Bruce,
Boom, done.
Bruce,
where does it speak of the Garden of Eden? Well, what chapter is that?
Okay, so look, Bruce. First and foremost, in Genesis 1:28. Okay, we know that in Genesis chapter 1. First of all, do you agree, Bruce, that in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 is talking about the creation story? Yes or no?
No, it reviews the creation story.
Genesis
what
chapter 2
already happened.
Genesis chapter 2 is a more specific.
Genesis 2 is a review of like an overall
Genesis
review
chapter 2 is a more
concept of
specific.
what happened in
It's
Genesis
being
1.
more specific about what happened in Genesis chapter 1.
And
That's
also,
what we
it's
see in
referring
Genesis
to there wasn't a man to
Bruce.
till the ground. But wait a
Bruce.
minute. It said he just created a bunch of people. What are you talking about?
Bruce.
So he created someone
Bruce.
else.
Bruce, you're arguing from an evolutionary standpoint. We're trying to do a Bible study, okay? Who are
No,
the
I'm arguing
only
about what the
people that
Bible
think-
says, man.
Who are the only people mentioned in Genesis chapter 1 and 2?
I don't know their names. They weren't
Adam
given
and
names.
Eve are the only people that is mentioned in Genesis chapter
Then why
1
did
and
he tell them in Genesis 1 to be fruitful and multiply, but they didn't in Genesis 2, and God ended up putting
ask you a
sorrow
question.
on the woman?
Let me
You
ask you
already
a
answered that
question,
question.
You know, just
Admiral,
y'all are
let me ask you a
ridiculous for not
question.
seeing what I'm
During
saying
the
about
flood,
this.
Admiral, hold on a minute. Admiral, during the flood.
I
why did
actually
God
get what
use
he's
the rain?
saying.
Okay, I'm removing anybody that interrupts me again. Just let me finish my statement, okay? Admiral, listen, okay? And during the flood, when God said that the rain was going to fall, since it never rained before that period happened, because we have no documented recorded time that happened in the scriptures before that, right? So what the heck was rain to them? What was rain to them?
What are you talking about? Rain. All life comes from the waters. The waters already existed on the planet before Adam.
By the time you
I
get
know
to
what
Genesis
it was.
7, they don't know what rain is until
I
it
know
actually
what
happens.
I know what it was.
Where did all life come from? The waters. Science says so.
Okay, so they didn't know where the rain was coming from, Bruce. Stay on
I
top.
know where the rain
They didn't
came
know where the
from.
rain was coming from. Okay, just because Genesis chapter 1 is saying that something's going to happen and they don't fully understand it, does not mean he's not talking to Adam and Eve. What are you talking about? You're making an argument for theistic evolution instead of
picking up an argument because you don't like evolution.
No,
Picking up
you're
a
not-
silly
you're
argument
not-
to deny what I'm saying, but I'm
Bruce,
actually pointing out what it says in the Bible.
Bruce, I am not doing that. What I'm doing with you right now is this, okay? I am showing you the logic that you're using with Genesis 1, okay?
No, you are
Because if you look at
assuming the
Genesis 1
logic
and
I'm
2,
using
the only
because
people-
already you, Beckel, 3 or 4 times have actually
the
misquoted
only
what I
people that are
said.
mentioned in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 is Adam and Eve. We know that Adam was
Someone
born from
doesn't
the dust
have
of the
a,
earth.
You
And
keep
we know that Adam was
presuming what I'm saying, and it's not what I'm saying.
Could I give him a scripture?
No.
I'd like to finish and explain
first-
myself thoroughly because they keep talking over me.
First,
This is what we're
First
gonna do. This is what we're gonna
Testament.
do. Bruce, you
Are you ashamed you came from a monkey? Is that it? Give me a pat you on your head.
Ooh, whoa.
Jeez, man, that's the
I ain't
problem.
going there.
No one came from monkeys.
Hey, you better watch your mouth, man.
I ain't come from no monkey.
Yes.
Whoa, bro.
Actually, we didn't come from monkeys. We came from offsprings. By the time humans came actually
Now, you
out,
don't have any scientific evidence that we came from the monkey.
That's your
See,
opinion.
hey, G-Man, see,
Satanic lie.
see, now that statement right there, right? Going
First
back to what we
Peter-
talked about,
Oh,
circumstantial. Well, hold on. Going back to the topic we were having about circumstantial versus empirical
say
evidence,
God
right?
pooped everything to existence.
Now, so what
Like
happens is,
Carl
right? We have Bruce here making a dogmatic claim that we evolved from monkeys. Right now,
Okay,
me being
poof a
generous-
lion, poof a tiger, poof a
hold
bear.
on, G-Man.
God's a parlor magician.
Hold on. See, now me being generous with
That makes
the
God a fairy
evolutionists
tale.
that claim that men come from monkeys, right? The best way I could be generous and courteous in this discussion is by giving to them that at best it's circumstantial evidence. Why? Because you will see some similarities between man and ape. You will see some similarities, but that is only circumstantial evidence at best. That's not empirical evidence that we evolved. Okay, because you have not bore witness to such an evolution taking place. You assume it based off of the evidence or the things presented to you right now, which are the similarities.
Well
Okay,
stated.
and they're very minor, by the way.
Do
The
you
minor.
not use biblical similarities to
Bruce?
teach
Earlier,
metaphors and
You was just being
allegory?
sarcastic about monkeys and all that other stuff and whatnot, dude, and going on and what you think I was going to say. I stuck with the Bible the entire time I spoke. I asked you biblical questions. I didn't bring up evolution once. You stay in the background and think about that a little bit before I bring you back on here. You're on Preaching to the Choir Ministries, all right? And when you come
Well,
on,
okay,
you gotta
there's
bring the
two.
Bible-
Okay,
hold on a minute, Vaughn. You got to bring the Bible into these conversations, dude. If you're going to be sarcastic and acting like that, you can stay in the background for a little bit, all right?
The
And
thing-
I'm not being
the
a jerk by
problem-
doing that.
the
My
problem
own
that-
audience is telling me what I need to
people
do.
have.
So I'm not gonna keep being graceful and allowing you to behave like that. What you need to do is get some Bible verses to back up your point. That's all I'm asking you to do. Anyway, go ahead, Vaughn.
The problem people have is that there was 2 humans on Earth at the same time, Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon. Neanderthal came out of the soup, but he didn't come out of the soup as a monkey. He came out of the soup as a primitive human. Okay, quit it with the we got to connect something to a monkey. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He came out of the soup as a primitive human being, not as
We
a
wasn't
monkey.
talking about evolution. We were talking about whether or not there was a pre-Adamic race.
Well, I'm getting there, okay, because you had 2 humans. You had one that come out of the soup, and then you had the other one, Cro-Magnon, which I believe was created of the gods.
So you're saying that they, Vaughn, you're saying that they both existed at the same time,
They
or
were
one
both
did
on
not?
the earth at the same time. Yes, sir.
That's your assertion. Okay, I got
No,
you.
that's
One of the things that bugs me about this whole conversation
I don't think there's any scientific evidence to that.
Neanderthal and
is that
Cro-Magnon.
people are
But
quicker
here's
to
the
believe
thing.
that people
Here's
are
the thing.
quicker to believe.
Even our boy Billions and Billions, Carl Sagan, even he admitted that Cro-Magnon had, quote, outside help. Now, he didn't elaborate on what that outside help was.
He didn't have
You and
evidence.
I know what that outside help
Let me ask
was.
you a
It was
question,
obviously
Bruce.
the gods that helped him.
Let me ask you a question,
the
Bruce.
thing
What
of
was
it
what was
is that-
special about Adam, Bruce?
Huh?
I want to see how much
Special about Adam?
you understand the scriptures. What was special about
He
Adam?
was the pick of the litter, so to speak.
He was a what? He was a what? He was a what?
Adam was the pick of the litter. He was the peak of evolution. If there would be one, that would be it. The man who could reason, the man prepped to plant the seed.
Let me ask you a question, Bruce. And this is a theological question, Bruce, because I was being serious when I asked you that. Can you tell me what a child of God is?
Any living human being on this planet.
Any living human being? What's the difference?
No,
between-
see, Beckel, that doesn't include that. You don't get to exclude people based on your cult.
Bruce, let me ask you a question.
Nope,
Bruce.
that's wrong. The Bible doesn't define it as that. Sorry.
Bruce, Beckel, hold on one second. Beckel,
Psalm 82:6.
Bruce,
I have said
Bruce,
here.
Bruce, you're talking to me, Bruce. You're not talking to Beckel. You're talking to me. Okay. What is the difference between the angels and humans? What are the difference between angels and Adam? What are the difference?
Before I answer that, I'm going to go back to
Pre-fall or
statistics.
post-fall?
Angels
I
aren't
said,
human.
I want to know.
God's and all of you are sons of the Most High. So Beckel, you're a liar.
Oh my God, Bruce.
Let me
what
at
is
him,
the
Gina.
difference, Bruce, between the angels, human beings today, and Adam? What are the differences there, Bruce?
Angels are like God in a non-physical spirit form, and beings are physical.
Now, what about Adam?
Adam is a human being is physical.
Okay, Vaco, can you do me a favor and do a screen share for me, Vaco?
Yep, you got it. And after that, I definitely want to respond to something that he said. But go ahead.
Yeah, Vaco, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Give me the verse where God made Adam out of the dust of the ground.
Yeah, I think that's
2:7.
I want to show people something here real quick that a lot of people don't really pay attention to regarding to the book of Genesis here real quick to show you the uniqueness of Adam, right? Okay, so read that back for me, please, man.
Yeah, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Yeah.
Okay, so
Wow.
the difference. Okay, so first of all, Adam was a direct creation of God. Adam started off as being dust. God formed his body out of the dust of the ground, and he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, according to the scriptures. Right back on, hold me accountable here, according to the scriptures, and he became a living soul. Right?
Yep.
He was made in the image of God. Right? Am I wrong about that?
He's made in the image of God. Right.
Right.
The
So Adam was a direct creation of God, and the angels are a direct creation of God. So that Adam and the angels have that in common. They're both direct creations. What I recommend some people do in your own personal Bible studies, go look at the Hebrew word for Adam and go look at the definition for it.
None of this proves.
Well,
that
isn't
Adam-
everything a direct creation of
Us
God?
human beings, hold on, I'm not done. I'm in the middle of what I'm saying, Bruce. Okay? We human beings today are the result of a direct creation of God. I'm not a direct creation of God in the sense of being a human being.
Yeah, the cavemen
Okay.
were direct creations of God too. What's the point?
Bruce, dude, my goodness.
Patience,
Okay?
Bruce.
The born again experience is the work of a direct creation of God. I'm wrong about that. I'm sure somebody's going to correct me about it. All right. But here's the thing. You're saying that there was a pre-Adamic race. That means we got an example in scripture with God directly creating them. You're saying that these people were inferior to Adam because these people was the result of evolution. And let me remind you of something. It started off with a single cell organism becoming a multi-cell organism, and it took billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of years.
Here comes the death point three arguments.
Without any evidence.
So here's the thing now. All right. Your argument is not only biblical, it is strictly riddled in opinion. That's it. You have zero Hebrew
It's
scripture,
definitely by
Greek
rationality
scripture,
and reasoning.
English scripture.
Because when you put it all together and you read what it says, does it make
I'm
sense
not being
to say
emotional
people
about
in
it.
Genesis
I'm just keeping it
1:27
real. Adam was
were
a direct
Adam and
creation of God. Okay, the angels were a
There's
direct
too many
creation of God.
clues in Genesis
We are
2.
the result of the reproductive system. Go ahead, Vaco. I know you want to say something because you're looking at the definition here. Yeah, Vaco.
But also what Veckel said, he said that we're not children of God. King David said himself. Psalms
And like I said,
82:6.
anybody watching this,
you are gods and all of you are children of the Most High.
Yeah, you're taking that verse out of context. That verse is not
You are
saying that all
taking everything
people are
out of context to argue with
All
people.
right, I'll let you
you
finish.
and your
I'll let you finish
It's a
then.
very fascinating Bible study to do on Adam and the angels and how they came to be. Okay, a pre-Adamic race which show that there were inferior people that existed before Adam. That is ridiculous. Says
Well, I wanted to.
more than the angels. That's ridiculous.
I agree.
Well, that depends. That depends. If you're
Well, I wanted to respond.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Wait. Actually, I was in the middle of responding to Bruce.
And then I go.
All right, I'll be quick. All right. First of all, Bruce is wrong with the term "sons of God" being applied to everyone. No, that's not true. Not everyone's called the son of God. There's only 3 instances where that term "son of God" or the B'nai Elohim is used in reference. It's number one is used in reference to believers of Jesus Christ. We are the sons of God. That's number one. Number 2, the angels. They're also called the B'nai Elohim, as we can see in the Old Testament. Okay. And number 3, we have the one person called the Son of God, which is
So
the
you're saying
Christ.
King David is a liar.
So all humans are not called the sons of God.
Biblical figures a
No,
liar
all humans are made in the image of God, in the Imago Dei, but that's not the same as being the sons of God. The term sons of God is more of a titular term regarding the personal relationship that one has with the Creator.
context that we are all children of God.
If you want,
We are
I would
all
gladly debate you on this
child of
anytime
God.
you are ready. I will load your boat with all the texts that clearly demonstrate
Are you
this.
saying
Anytime
King
you're
David
ready,
is a
you let me
liar?
know. I'm ready right now.
Are
I'm
you
ready
saying
right
King
now to
David
have
is a
this
liar? Why don't
debate.
you
You
stop
want
talking
it?
over me and let me finish?
Well, let me know if you want to do this. Let me know. You know, because
I'm asking you now. Are you saying
I'm
King
ready.
David is a liar? Answer the question, Beckel. Is King David a liar? Is King David
is
lying?
not. Yes, he did lie. Yes.
Okay, you're a fool.
No, he didn't. That's why God punished him.
Yeah, he even broke
No,
the 10
God's
Commandments.
going to punish you because you're a fool.
No, God. So you saying that the Bible is lying then about the incident with
You're saying
Bathsheba,
King
David?
David lied in the Bible.
You
that
asked me the
men
question:
are
Did
all
David
gods
lie?
because we're all
Yes,
children
David
of the Most
lied.
High. See, you don't want to tackle that part.
Then challenge me to a debate on it then.
At the same time.
No, I'm not creating content for you.
Why would you?
Well, let's do it on your channel then. It's on your. It's your content.
The problem is you're calling a biblical figure a liar because you
He
personally
is a
disagree
liar.
with him.
He
You don't have any
lied.
proof that he did lie.
Yes, he did. Let's do a quick Bible study. You ready?
Prove it.
You ready?
You made
Okay.
the assertion that
Open
he
up-
lied.
open up
The
your
burden
Bibles.
of proof is on you.
No, I'm doing it. I'm making a
ahead.
positive claim. I'm making a positive claim, everyone. And guess
King
what?
David is a
I'm
liar,
more
my
than
back.
ready.
Go ahead.
I'm making a positive claim, everyone. And guess what? I'm not only ready to do it, but I am willing to do it. Anybody ready? Everybody's
You're
ready?
a cult.
You ready? You ready, Bruce? You don't know who you're talking to, bro.
On that verse,
Okay,
tell me,
you ready?
prove to
You
me
ready?
on that verse.
Okay, hold on, G-Man. Hold on, I'm gonna ask you in a few minutes to screen share.
Prove to me that verse is a lie.
This dude thinks that I'm lying. He thinks that I'm lying about the account with David and
No,
Bathsheba.
I'm accusing you of calling David a liar.
No. Well, you can go ahead and do that, but it's a fact.
Prove it.
It's a
just
fact.
rattling off yabbity
Okay,
yabbity
you
yabbity
ready?
yabbity.
Right? You ready? You ready?
Do you guys want me to do stricter moderation in the chat? Because I will. Y'all want to see stricter moderation?
The outside chat needs some help because they're out there talking about male genitalia.
He's saying a lot of unbiblical things, and then when somebody challenges him on it, he gets
They're out
upset.
there talking about male genitalia in the outside chat.
You're the one making the positive claim that David was a liar.
Why not?
You're the one making a positive claim that Psalm 82:6
I'm making a
is a
positive
lie.
claim. Yes.
I think Bruce is
Yes.
saying that Bruce
I'm making a positive claim, and I'm.
The reason why people will say that we're all the
You need to go to bed.
children of God in that
You need to
sense
go to bed.
is because
I
they
can
are
see
trying
10
to
of
be
them that are my
universals.
personal
Vaughn,
haters.
nobody
in the outside
cares,
chat.
Vaughn. Stop reading it.
I
Stop
don't see
reading it.
anybody talking about testicles.
Nobody cares.
Seriously, nobody
Okay?
cares, Juan.
So I got moderators out there. So look, the reason why a lot of people out there believe that we're all the children of God is because they got this universalist thing going on where they want to believe that we're all ultimately good people and we're ultimately going to end up in heaven. I think that's where a lot of this comes from. Okay, the Bible is clear about the children of God and the children of the devil. For crying out loud, Jesus himself told the Jews of his day, the ones that wanted to kill him anyway, that their father was Satan and they wanted to do his will. It's right there in the Bible. Stop taking everything so personal, Bruce, and back up what you got to say with scripture, dude. Come on.
No, that's not what's going on, man. It's just that when he disagrees with something and somebody points it out in the Bible, he calls that person in the Bible a liar. That's
David is a liar.
I'm done with this insane discussion.
Yep.
You two are
David also is the murderer too. Yep. David was the murderer and a liar. Yeah.
Yeah. Even
You
his
don't like
son,
that? You don't like that I said that?
King Solomon.
David
He won't debate me on the topic though.
Because
he knows I'm right.
Somebody so they can get Bathsheba, and he lied a couple of times. Yes, you're right about that.
He did. Why do you think that he put Bathsheba's husband in the heat of the battle? Because he was trying to hide the fact that he got Bathsheba pregnant.
Right.
We know that.
Oh, damn.
I know he knows that.
Anyway, Sabella's trying to speak. What happened?
Specific verse. He wanted you
I know
to
he-
say that specific verse, not in general, that he was a liar.
I look. I know Bruce knows this. I think he just doesn't like the idea that somebody is coming at him in contrast to what he believes. So he gets triggered, just like most of us do, whenever somebody says no, that's not true, or in response to what we say. But I'm trying to tell you.
I know.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, we'll move on. Go ahead.
Let's come into the arena. Vaughn, let me come here, Vaughn. Ignore the chat. You already know when you come in here, they're going to say negative things about you. You were here.
Vaughn, come on.
We're talking about
Bruce, we're talking
angels
about the
not
Bruce I
being.
know. Is that the Bruce I know from years ago, or is that?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Well,
He's old school. Yeah, just like the rest of us. Yeah.
His voice has changed.
I do. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that, Vaughn. His voice does sound a
seems
little.
to have changed a little bit.
He sounds younger, actually.
Yeah, actually, he does. I'm sure that's the same guy. Has he ever been on cam?
I can assure you,
not
Vaughn,
since he's
that is
been.
the same person.
It might not be the same guy. It might be a different
I can
Bruce.
assure you, Vaughn,
Slash
that
might
is
want to
the
say
same
something
person.
next. Okay.
Might be a different Bruce. I don't know. He didn't sound like the Bruce I remember. That's the thing. That's what I'm
Sounding
saying.
like the guy who maybe aged a few years.
Actually, he sounded a little bit younger than the Bruce I remember.
Yeah, he sounds a little
Sounds
younger.
a few
Yeah.
years younger than the Bruce I
Well,
remember.
apparently, being married to me is going to make you younger and not older. So there.
You see.
I don't hate Bruce, man. I just
that
disagree with a lot of
argumentation that Bruce was using.
I don't agree with everything he says
The
either.
problem with
Beckles.
the
That's
the
why I
problem with the
started
argument that
praising.
Bruce was using when he was in his room is that he was arguing from a theistic evolutionary perspective instead of a biblical perspective. Because if he argued from a biblical perspective, he would have a lot of verses and at least some reasonable scripture to be able to make the claim. I'm aware of things like the gap theory and things like that that other denominations don't necessarily agree with. You know what I mean? But at least argue that way. Don't argue a verse that you're totally taking out of context and then resort to ad homs. Ad homs don't prove nothing for nobody.
Well
Nobody's
stated.
winning no debate by calling people names.
Well stated. Also, I wonder if he even knows that he's believing what the Jesuits have been teaching for years. It's anti-biblical. It's what was known as learning against learning.
Yeah, but now you guys are believing what the Catholics told you. So I mean,
Sabella, do me a favor. Clean up the chat if they're going to be talking like that, Sabella. If you don't mind.
you guys are believing what the Catholics told you. So
it's-
what's the difference?
It's God's word versus Rome's word.
Well, now wait a minute. The original story from ancient Sumer is nothing like the one in the Bible at all. Not even close. Not even close. There wasn't just two people in the original garden. Not according to the ancient Sumer story. According to the ancient Sumer, there was thousands of us. We were digging for gold in the ground.
So
This
What's
helps to
Sumer? What's
explain
that?
why this helps to explain why Lot was able to go get a wife. Lot, you ain't got no explanation for Lot getting a wife if you only got.
You mean Cain? You mean Cain?
Vaughn, how many
He
people
married Cain? What? He married Cain?
No. You said Lot. There was no Lot before
sorry,
Cain.
now,
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Lubis, I can show you.
But yeah, I mean,
you said there was no proof
see
for
that,
it.
you know, like I said, the original story in
Atheists claiming to be
Sumer,
gods.
there's
I have
thousands
proof
of
that,
us,
buddy.
okay?
Okay, but
and
in
we're
Vaughn,
digging for gold.
what was the
And there
first?
was no, and by the way, there was no falling of grace. See, so we didn't really have original sin, which is,
Well,
which
seems
is
like a
very
lie.
important. That's a very important
According to who?
distinction.
According
Because
to
see,
who?
if we don't have original sin, then we have
According
nothing
to
really to worry
who?
about. You know,
According to who?
which is very refreshing.
According to who?
Yeah.
The original story of the Garden of Eden, G-Man, was written in ancient Sumer. They're on big cylinder tablets that you can actually go to the museum and read for yourself. They're there.
The ancient Sumer.
And you think that's true?
It's
Let me
Genesis.
ask you something,
Genesis.
Vaughn. Are
from,
you
like I
aware,
said,
Vaughn?
the thing about the story from Sumer is that one, it predates the biblical Genesis account.
Yeah, that don't mean
Number
nothing.
two-
That just proves the
Number
Bible.
two, it's all literally
Vaughn,
carved
are you
in
aware,
stone.
Vaughn, of Genesis
It's literally
chapter 6 and
carved in
Genesis
stone.
chapter
There's
7?
no getting around it. It's
No,
there. You
actually,
can
there
go-
is, Vaughn. Vaughn,
Huh?
actually, there is, and I'm gonna grant you all of that. I'm gonna grant you all of that.
Because it's
Are you
true. I mean,
aware-
I can go to a museum
Vaughn,
right now and see
Vaughn,
it, G-Man. I mean,
Vaughn,
it's
Vaughn,
not like I'm
Genesis-
making this
so-
up.
If it's in the
Vaughn.
museum, it's true.
Vaughn, I believe everything that you're saying, Vaughn. In Genesis, what is that? Genesis 11, Beckel, regarding the Tower of Babel, Beckel? Genesis 11, right? Right? God confounded their languages, Vaughn, and then they took all of their stories with them to different parts of the world. You ain't saying nothing. Those
Yeah, and
same
Vaughn-
people also got different flood stories. They got different creation stories. They got a bunch of different everything. You want to know why? Because God confounded the languages and they were scattered abroad. You ain't
But
saying
that took place before that
Vaughn's
stuff.
argument. No, Vaughn's argument is that there are documents that are supposedly older than the book of
They
Genesis.
are older.
They are
You know what I
older.
mean?
They,
And they have a
they've been
different
carbon dated and all
explanation
that
of the
good
flood
jazz.
story. What a lot of people tend to forget is that when God confounded those languages and those people scattered abroad, they took their flood stories, their creation stories with them.
But,
Yeah. So
but-
Vaughn, do you
but
think there's a
that
first
took
male or a
place
female?
before that happened.
No, Lubis. Listen to me.
Really?
Lubis.
Am I wrong?
Those people are taking the creation story and changing it up. See, what I find more
agree.
interesting about that, Bond, is this. They're not denying the creation story. They just changed it up. That's why I said
Right,
it doesn't
but they
matter what you say.
predate the story that's
because
in the Bible, so you got to go with them, G-Man.
No, Vaughn,
Yes,
no.
it does.
No,
It-
you
the-
don't, Vaughn.
The historians
They took
don't
the
lie,
stories
bro.
with
They
them to
said it.
different parts of
They've
the
dated
world.
it. It predates.
Vaughn, what
the
happened in
Bible
Genesis
story.
11, Vaughn? What happened in Genesis 11, Vaughn?
Huh?
What happened in Genesis 11?
I don't know.
In Genesis 11, that was Tower of Babel. What happened at Tower of Babel?
Oh, Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel was destroyed, and they confused their
No.
languages.
I actually was destroyed. I said, what happened at the Tower of Babel?
Well, they confused their languages, but
They didn't confuse their languages. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that, first of all, God told them to be fruitful and to multiply, but they chose to disobey. Nimrod
wait.
had them build a tower that was going to reach God.
G-Man. Hold on, G-Man. They did not. God did not tell them to be fruitful and multiply at the Tower of Babel. That's not what
Vaughn,
he
the
didn't
only way
say
you're
at
ever going
the
to
Tower
learn,
of
Vaughn,
Babel.
if you actually let me say something, dude, and then when I'm done, then correct me. How about that? The Bible says that God told that God told man to be fruitful and to multiply. Now, for you to be an ex-Christian and not know this,
I do know that.
Now, check this out now, okay? The Bible says that mankind was supposed to be fruitful and multiply. They didn't do that. They was being rebellious against God, and they wanted to stay in one region of the world, and they was going to build a tower that was going to reach heaven. Okay, and then by doing that, God confounded their languages, and they got scattered abroad. Now, these people heard the creation story. These people heard the flood story, and they took these stories to different parts of the world. That's why you making that argument don't disprove nothing. As a matter of fact, it actually proves the Bible is true.
So the Tower of Babel took place after the flood?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
The Lubis,
Well-
I'll put a Bible timeline chart in the private chat for you, so you can use for
Well,
reference.
the thing about the story from ancient Sumer, though, is that one, it predates the biblical story, and second of all, is that it's completely different from the biblical story, and it allows for the fact that these men were able to find wives, they were able to have sisters and brothers. Where did all the sisters and brothers and wives come from if there was only two people in the garden? Come on, guys, come on! This is not hard to figure out.
That's so easy the answer, man.
Couldn't have been. Dude,
Wait a minute, Vaughn. I'll answer your question,
No,
Vaughn.
no, you're
Vaughn,
talking about
Vaughn,
incest.
Vaughn,
I'm
how do you
sorry,
get-
but you're
Vaughn,
talking about
Vaughn,
incest here.
Vaughn, how do you get 8 billion people from a single cell organism that started off in the primordial
Well,
soup?
that would be abiogenesis, but I mean, you know.
Vaughn,
what
you
are
don't
they
even
cloning
got a
each
creation
other?
story,
What's
Vaughn, 'cause
going on, bro?
You don't believe in evolution, but yet it's impossible for people to have this whatever you want to call it, relational relations.
How two
Dude,
animals
if there's only
can be
two
put in this
people on the
environment.
planet,
And then we have this wacky assertion that in every instance where a brother or sister or a cousin has sexual relations with each other, that automatically the child is going to be born with some sort of physical deficiency.
It didn't come through.
It may not happen with them, but if they continue, guaranteed.
What?
I believe that. I believe that. I mean, look at your boy Darwin. I mean, didn't Darwin have interrelations with one of his cousins?
His first cousin, he had 10 children.
And all of their kids come out with some sort of deficiency.
Yeah, but
How are people really asking the question?
Kept hooking up together.
Two human beings.
Well, hold on, sorry, I'm putting
Then those kids started hooking up together, and those kids. Yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of weirdos.
Cellular degradation. Wow, yes, you would.
Hold on a minute.
That's been
Adam and Eve-
proven, guys.
Adam
It's
lived
been
over,
proven.
according to the scriptures, Adam lived over 900 years. Adam was very special because he was a direct creation of God. And Eve lived a very long time too. So that's number one.
No, you're not
and number
shadow
two,
man.
Vaughn,
You just have certain words blocked.
yeah, and Vaughn, there's something else you're not taking into consideration. You're telling me you got a problem with two people populating the earth, but then you don't got a problem with maybe two deer getting together and them having like 4 or 5 babies, and if they survive and then they reproduce with their own family members, which we see going on in nature all the time. That's
No,
a
you
dumb
don't.
argumentation,
No.
Vaughn. That's dumb.
No, you don't see that in nature.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
not sure
No,
about that.
by
I'd
nature,
have to look that
animals
one up, 'cause
instinctively
I'm not
know
sure about
not to have sex with each other. They know that.
Yeah, you need to get out more, Lubis.
I'm
Wait,
not
what did
sure
you just
about
say?
that. I'm not sure about that one, G man. I'm
Yes,
not
that's
sure
right.
about that.
He heard my cry. Adam had many sons and daughters, and a lot of times when people are arguing
Thank
against the scriptures, they got to go outside the scriptures to make their points. They can't use the scriptures
Now, G-Man.
to disprove it. They can't do it.
Adam had many sons and daughters. Okay,
Now,
so we're
G-Man.
still talking about incest. Well, thank
Yeah,
you. You
incest
just
wasn't
proved
a
my
Okay,
point.
well, what's wrong with that? Wait, Vaughn. First of all, what's wrong with that? First of all, let's break this down.
Okay.
First of all, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? is
I
that
prior
you
to no, hold on. Under those conditions back then, okay,
No,
what would
that
be
doesn't.
wrong
No,
with it?
that don't work.
Yes, it does.
The reason you gave earlier is bogus, dude. 'Cause
Prove
that's
it.
not how it works.
Prove it. Prove it.
No, it isn't.
Veckel.
Biology,
It's
bro.
been Veckel.
Prove it.
Veckel.
Again, see, you know why you can't prove it? Not wait.
Veckel.
Wait.
It has been proven scientifically that if you continue doing it over and over again, you will eventually have cellular degradation. That has been
Again,
proven
I'm gonna say
in the
this.
lab,
I'm gonna say this
one
again.
paper, peer-reviewed,
I'm gonna say
over and
this.
over and over again. There is no
I'm gonna
denying.
that is irrelevant. I'm gonna say this again. Back then, under those conditions, you cannot prove to me that there would have been any one of these genetic defects that we see most likely happening today. Especially since we even go back to Charles Darwin, when he himself had 10 kids with a family member, some of which came out deficient, and some of which came out normal. Right? So wait a minute.
I understand.
Some of them came up screwed up.
Wait a minute.
Yes, some of them, but I said he had 10 kids. I said he had 10 kids, didn't I?
God.
I understand your
so look,
hesitancy, Veckel.
So look, Vaughn, this is the flaw in your argument, dude. Number one, you're talking about people that's the result of the reproductive system. You're not talking about Adam, and you're not talking about the first woman.
But G-Man, that you're missing my point. My point is that if you go back to the original story where there are thousands of us digging for gold in the ground, you don't have to worry about all that.
That's not in the original story. You don't have any evidence of that being an original story. Was that a different version of the Bible?
Bond.
G-Man, do you see the error that this dude is making? This is terrible.
What
No,
is the
it's not
claim of
terrible.
scripture,
That was
Bond?
the original story from ancient.
The original story from what? The original Bible? Was the original text? Was the original?
All right.
Okay, Veckel, can you prove that?
Vaughn, I'm sorry. 1 second, Lubis. Hold on a minute. First of all, if you're going to try to discredit the Bible in Adam and Eve not being able to do these things. Let's talk about Adam and Eve. We ain't talking about Richard Dawkins. We ain't talking about people who's a result of the reproduction system. We're talking about people who are the direct result. Who are the direct result of God. Adam was made out of the dust of the earth. God breathed the breath of life in him, and he became a living soul. Adam was put to sleep. God took a bone from his side, according to the scriptures, and Adam said, "Bone of my bone, but flesh of my flesh. You're going to be a woman." So these are the two people we're dealing with. Now, Vaughn is saying that there's going to be a genetic defect.
And does everyone know that the human rib can regenerate?
Okay, so Vaughn, in order for there to be a human defect, right, with them having their children, explain how that happens with the first man and the first woman, and stop saying in the Bible that it is wrong. There was no law in the scripture that said it was wrong at that time. You're proving how uninformed you are, dude. Like, honestly.
Dude, I'm not uninformed. You're going by the Bible, and I'm trying to tell you that there's a better story out there than the Bible story, that it's more accurate, it makes more sense, and it's considerably more logical. And anybody with a brain would know, hey, if there's thousands of us, then that would explain why Caleb's able to find a wife.
He's not getting it. He's not getting it. Vaughn's not getting it. Neither is Lubis. Lubis not getting it either.
You're making an ass of yourself, bro.
So Vaughn,
I'm prepared to talk about it if I just get an opportunity.
Lubis, who, me?
No, Veckel.
In this kind of room.
I'll debunk both of you in just a minute.
I didn't hear Beckel.
Vaughn, how many were created at the very first instant in the Sumerian story?
In the Sumerian story, 20? There were thousands of us digging for gold.
Okay, wait, we get that.
Is that Bible?
Let's talk about the creation of them.
The gold for the atmosphere of their planet.
No, we're not talking about the.
Where do you get that from? Where did you read that?
That's what I want to know. Well, how does it? And why do you get to arbitrarily pick that this is more accurate than the Bible? How do you know?
I can go to a museum right now and see copies of the tablets right
now. Show me. Where are
the Where's show it?
Tablets. They're huge, round tablets, about way big. They've got the original Bible, the original story of the Book of Genesis.
Where is it?
Tablets. It is not just a man and a woman. There were thousands of us.
How do you know that? Why do you get to pick and choose it with that? That's true, and just reject the Bible. It just seemed like you just got to pick and choose.
It makes more sense than the Bible version.
I see that because it makes more sense. That sounds
more sense.
It sounds awfully arbitrary.
Oh my gosh, we got to have incest. We got to have incest. We got to have incest. When the original story, you don't need no incest.
No. See, G-Man, you see what he's doing? What he's doing is he's saying that there's more people, there are multiple people created at the same time instead of God just starting with man and woman and then them multiplying and replenishing the earth, as it clearly demonstrates in Genesis. Okay, so he has to, and the reason why he rejects that because he's speaking from his opinion that it makes more sense, and that's not an argument. That's not an argument. It's just not an argument. I'm sorry.
Get a wife. There was no wife.
It's just not an argument. So because you don't like the concept that God allowed, he did allow these interrelational relationships in order for the world to be populated. You therefore say, well, that can't be true.
Okay, so we
Vaughn, you're the expert. How many were created?
Because everybody keeps interrupting each other.
Okay, sorry. I have a quick question for Vaughn, since he claims to be, seems to be an expert in this. How many were created in the beginning in Sumeria in this story?
I don't remember if they gave an exact number, but there was a bunch of us.
So it's very vague? Sounds like it's very vague.
Thousands. We were digging.
He doesn't know.
Because I could look it up. I mean, holy shit, I could go look it up if you want. Do you want me to do that? I can go look it up.
Yeah,
well,
you know,
you look it up while I finish what I was going to say in response to.
Are you kidding me? Really?
You go look it up real quick and
why don't you look
and then and G-Man let him screen share it if you can.
Come on, Beckel, you can't remember something from 50 years ago.
No, I'm not saying for you to remember. I'm saying Vaughn, you're obviously on the internet, right? So you obviously have access right now to Google. So stop it.
Beckel.
I mean, everybody here is giving you an opportunity to go search the information right now.
Google and you put the Sumerian.
No, you do it. You made the claim. Don't ask me. You made the claim. You do it.
Your microphone is very loud. Go look it up.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, everyone.
And moderator, gabble. Everybody's over talking each other, and there are people here that want to know what the heck is going on here. So I know
what's going on.
Can I get an opportunity to respond again with this claim about where did Cain get his wife?
Joke.
Can I
we need one person at a time. I'm going to get moderation now.
But see, that's the problem. See,
it's a whole lot more logical and ethical.
Oh, okay, Vaughn, you said your piece. Can I respond because both you and Lubis are saying some crazy stuff against the Bible, and I'd like to respond to both of them.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I want to sincerely apologize to everyone for yelling in the mic. I think I got it at loud setting. I'll turn it down in just a sec. So I do apologize. First of all, again, how many times have we heard this argument mostly from atheists? Where did Cain get his wife from? Again, if we have in scripture, we're only sticking by what we see in scripture. Okay, we could talk about scientific evidence later, but we're talking about what we see in scripture for right now. We still have a logical means to explain where he got his wife, because the text does not give us all the details about who was born after Seth. Okay, who was born after Cain and Abel, all this other stuff, right? So we can assert that since we see in Genesis 1:28 that God commanded Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, okay? It only therefore stands to reason that since these are the progenitors of all humankind, okay, therefore the only way that you're going to have this world multiply in humans is by this inbreeding or whatever you want to call it. Okay. So brother and sister probably made it with each other, and brother and cousin, so on and so forth. Then therefore, and they spread out and so on and so forth. So now jumping to Cain, said that he found a wife. Well, it doesn't give us detail, right? All we know is that based off of what we see up until Leviticus 18, that God absolutely had no problem with what we call incestual relationships, because we see Abraham marrying his half sister. We see other people, other patriarchs marrying close relatives and so on and so forth. It wasn't until Leviticus 18 that he condemned that. So any Christian who studied the scripture, we have an answer for it. Whether you can disregard it, reject it, that's fine. But you can't say, well, that's not true because it doesn't make sense. That's not an argument. That's just you not liking it.
Well,
and I'll rest my case.
All right, so Vaughn's gonna go. Beck will mute. Don't interrupt at all, no matter what he says, even if it's blasphemous. Just let him say what he's gonna say. Vaughn, I'm gonna unmute you. Now, Vaughn,
right.
make it clear to everybody where you're coming from. Nobody's gonna interrupt you. If they do, I will kick him. Go ahead.
All right, throw me up on the screen. Throw me up on the screen.
All right, hold on.
All right, what is the Sumerian story? Interestingly, the translated Sumerian story is actually the oldest account of many ancient events that are most commonly thought of as having originated from the Bible's Genesis. The Great Flood, the building of an ark that housed the seeds of mankind are both mentioned in Eridu Genesis. Okay, the story from ancient Sumer predates the Bible version. I'm sorry, but it does. You can get mad at me. You can jump up and down. You can hold your breath until you turn blue. It's still older than the Genesis account in the Bible. Now, the story goes that there were a whole bunch of us. There wasn't just one or two. There was a bunch of us, and we were digging for gold because the Anunnaki wanted the gold to repair the atmosphere of their planet, or something similar to that. Okay, Eridu Genesis, a Sumerian text dealing with the subject matter best known from the first chapters of the Bible. The Eridu Genesis is written on a Sumerian cuneiform tablet. Actually, I thought it was the cylinders, but this says tablet, of which about 2/3 are now lost. The missing parts, however, can be reconstructed from texts like the Sumerian King List and Bellerosus, an Offer of Eternal Life to Zedura. Okay, the original account, though, like I said, basically says that there was a whole bunch of us, and we were digging for gold.
Please, can I respond?
And it makes absolute perfect sense. This explains why people were able to take wives. This explains why they had huge families. It explains a whole host of things that doesn't make sense if you use the Bible version, because the Bible version left a whole bunch of information out. And unlike the Bible version, there is no snake. There is no falling away of the faith. These people didn't lose their faith in God at all. and you know, there was no snake, there was no falling away, there was no losing of our righteousness with the gods, you know, gods plural in their case, and so there was nothing wrong with that. Okay, but it does predate the Bible. I'm sorry, but it does. And
Okay,
G-Man, please, I beg you. Can I respond to that, please? I'm begging you, G-Man. Let me respond when he's done.
Okay,
Please.
Back. Hold on 1 second. Sabella, go ahead, Sabella. 1 second. Go ahead, Sabella.
Why would God need gold?
What?
What'd she say?
Why would God need gold?
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, and G-Man, there was major problems with what Vaughn just stated here. First of all, okay, there are sources that say the Sumerian story is older than the flood story. Many problems with this statement. First of all, this is going back to this parallelism argument that we hear oftentimes atheists bring up. Oh, Osiris existed before Christ, therefore blah 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 blah. Look, it doesn't matter if it's older. Okay, it's already been stated to you just a few minutes ago that there are well over 300 accounts of the flood story. Now, yes, there are some 20% variations between the different stories, but they're all saying the same exact thing, that there was one boat, there was a ginormous flood that encompassed the earth, and there was only a few people on the boat. Okay, that's number one. So, of course, if the Bible is, just because a story that's similar to the flood came out before the Bible, that doesn't mean that what's in the Bible is false. Okay, it doesn't have to be. It's just several accounts, several different people talking about the same worldwide account. There's not a problem with that. Secondly, I haven't seen anything, and maybe I missed it, but you haven't pointed out. The argument was about whether or not there was a pre-Adamic race. The Sumerian story is not about a pre-Adamic race of people that existed before Adam and Eve. Okay, it's talking about exactly what we see in the story with the flood. During the time of the flood, there was already population. There was already populated Earth. People were already on Earth before the flood.
Right. But that was Bruce's argument, not my argument.
But you brought up the Sumerian story to say that because it was older than the Bible, therefore this proves that there was a pre-Adamic race.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was you were saying that there was a problem because there was only two people at the time, and that my point is the Sumerian story says there were hundreds of us, if not thousands of us.
Okay, you're not listening though. But what happens with the flood? Wait a minute. Then this tells me, Vaughn, that you were not really paying attention to what was being argued then, because what it sounds like to me, what you're saying, it sounds like you're arguing as if the Bible asserts that the flood took like the next week after Adam and Eve were created. And we all know that that's not the case. There's a time span there.
Twisting what I said. I never said
okay, but see, so then you spoke out of term then by bringing up this issue about the Sumerian text then. Yes, you did. Because the argument was not about the flood. It was about how many people were on the earth, during the time of Cain marrying his wife.
I've been talking about the flood.
Okay. But why did you bring up the Sumerian text? And then you said a whole bunch of people on the planet before Adam and Eve. The topic was about Adam and Eve.
It makes more sense, more logical, more ethical, more moral.
See, there you go. Now you're right back to defending the position that you take, but you can't. You're switching it. I'm so glad this is being recorded.
That's what I'm doing.
The story that you're bringing up is about the flood. It's not about creation. That's what I'm trying to point out to you, Vaughn.
Incest. You don't need all these conflicts.
Vaughn, I don't care about common sense. I'm talking about what the text says, okay?
We didn't fall from
grace. The text says that there's no such thing as a pre-Adamic race. You then jump in and say, well, that's not true. Why? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Man, get out of here with that mess. So wait a minute. All right. So guess what, Vaughn? Your gods are false. You know why? Because they don't make sense to me.
Becco, he said we didn't fall from grace.
Then we'll find out.
Let me turn down my mic. Sorry about that.
Unmute, Blue. We didn't fall from grace, Vaughn. Hey, Blue, unmute.
According to
wait. Story. Wait a minute, Vaughn. Hold on a minute, and do not mute your microphone. Hey, Blue, you there, Blue?
Yes.
You're gonna love this. Hey, Vaughn, we didn't fall from grace. Tell me 10 good things about Blue.
Tell you 10 good things about Blue.
Yeah. We didn't fall from grace.
What's that got to do with anything?
No. You're saying that there's no original sin, and we didn't fall from grace. Tell me
doesn't mean you
10
can't sin
wait a minute.
later.
I got at least 10 of your haters and naysayers in my chat.
Crying out loud,
Blue's
G-Man.
one of them. Give me
For
10.
crying out loud,
G-Man.
G-Man, just because we didn't have original sin doesn't mean you can't sin later.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, Vaughn.
You're pulling out.
Hold on a minute, Vaughn. Hold
This
on.
is a
You said
this
there's
is a
no original
dumpster
sin,
fire,
and
man.
We ain't fall from grace. I want 10 good things about Blue, and I want people to get their DVRs ready for this one. So Vaughn, give me 10 good things about Blue. Unmute.
Produce.
I can't name 10 good things about myself.
Give me 10 good things. Okay, give me 5 good things about Blue.
He's a human being.
You know what? To be fair, Blue is right about that.
He's young. I mean, I guess there's a couple more, but that
Blue's a good guy, ain't he?
Things outweigh his good
Blue's a
things.
good guy, ain't he, Vaughn?
He knows that Jefferson owned slaves.
You're trying to say that you can't never be evil, which is not what I said at all. I never said that.
How come I'm not in jail?
You're not in jail. He's not a lawyer to throw you in there yet.
Well, when's that going to happen, young man?
It's not going to happen. I got your own comments where you threaten my life.
When is that going to happen?
I got your own video saying you want to slit my.
Wait a minute.
When is that going to happen?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Vaughn, we didn't fall from grace. This is a good guy you're talking about.
Listen, I would like to read to Little Herb. Excuse me, G-Man.
So I can't.
I would like to read to Little Herb.
His good name, Vaughn, because you said that we didn't fall from grace.
No, I don't. Show me. Show me that
Why is he
video.
even here? He's a domestic terrorist.
Show me the
he
video.
isn't. Hold on a minute. No, he isn't. Blue is a good guy. Because according to you, Vaughn,
G-Man, come on, bro.
There is no sin.
That's not what Vaughn was saying.
Hold on a minute. Lubis, stay out of this, dude. Hold on. So, Vaughn, you said there's no original sin, and we didn't fall from grace.
Black people talk to me like that.
You can't name 5 good things about Blue.
If
You're
you're
haters and
saying that
naysayers.
people can't ever go bad or ever be mean, then you're the one with the problem, not me.
I'm not the one with the problem. I'm saying that your logic
No,
is
you have
terrible,
a problem
dude.
because
I'm
you're
saying
sitting
that your
there saying
logic
that
is
people
terrible.
can't be mean and can't be
You
evil.
don't even know what
can't do
original
wrong,
sin is.
Which is
What's original
That's not what he said.
What's
That's not
original
what he
sin?
said.
That is what you just said. You
What
just
is
asked me
original
to
sin,
provide-
Vaughn?
give 5 good things about Blue. I can't. He's a domestic.
Vaughn.
That is very mean
Vaughn, listen
to
to me,
always
Vaughn.
call him
Listen to me,
that.
Vaughn. What is original sin, Vaughn?
In the Sumerian story, there.
I have a Bible. Tell me what the original sin is, dude. You arguing against the Bible?
The Bible is irrelevant because I'm not talking about the Bible.
Well, then Beckel wins then, because Beckel's talking about the Bible and you're not.
Exactly. I'm not talking about the Bible.
You hear that,
I'm
Beckel?
giving you
all
a
hell
story
Beckel,
that
because
predates
Beckel
the
won.
Bible,
Because Beckel
and
talking about
you
the
don't
Bible
want to
and you're
hear
not.
it. That's all this is about.
Vaughn, why
you
don't
don't
you
want
just
to
put
hear the truth.
Yeah, you
Vaughn,
guys
why don't you
get
put
it,
on
don't
the
you?
side?
I'm glad you said Blue's a
Jack
good person.
Nicholson said
Blue's
it
a good
best.
person.
You
Aiden's a
can't
good
handle
person.
the truth.
Great
Vaughn,
Alien
are
is a
you
good person.
projecting?
You
All your
can't
haters and
handle the
naysayers
truth.
are good people, man.
All I'm trying to say is that what Vaughn bringing up the Sumerian text is not relevant to the issue that Bruce and I were talking about. We were talking about whether or not there were people on the planet before Adam and Eve, right? And then the issue of where did Cain get his wife come from? Where did Cain get his wife from? Exactly. Okay, and we started talking about how prior to Leviticus 18, there was not a problem. God did not condemn the act of what we call incestual relationships up until Leviticus 18, which was hundreds of years later. Now, Vaughn then steps in and says, that's not true. Why? Because we have accounts of people on the planet way before then, and there were multiple people there. I says, where's the evidence of that? And then he brings up the Sumerian text. See, here's the problem with the Sumerian text, though. There's some problem with the Sumerian text. Hold on, let me. I'm almost done. The problem with the Sumerian text, it doesn't talk about the creation account. It talks only about a flood account. Well, where is it then? You didn't show it to us.
Eridu,
look it up.
Or however you say it, ERIDU.
The Sumerian text that you brought up talks about the flood.
Yes.
A story, a version of the flood.
No. You're confusing the Epic of Gilgamesh with the Eridu Genesis. You're confusing the two.
I just looked it up right now about the Sumerian text.
The Epic of Gilgamesh is about the flood, and Eridu Genesis is about Genesis. Quit conflating the two. Quit doing that.
I'll look it up.
That's wrong. Quit it. Okay. Now, both of these stories, the flood and the Genesis story, predate the Bible versions.
All right, I'm gonna look
it up. A whole
up.
lot more sense because there's a lot more people involved. There's a lot more going on.
But that doesn't mean that it's true.
It's a lot fuller. It's a lot more complete.
In the Tower of Babel.
So that doesn't mean that it's true, though, Vaughn. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Vaughn. Just because it makes sense to you, that doesn't mean that it's true.
We're making it up. It's not like we're pulling it out of the air.
It doesn't mean that it's true just because it makes sense to you. Bars.
Thousands of years before
Same
the
goes
Bible
to you.
even was
That-
thought about.
Vaughn, would you bet your life on that?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Wow.
Yes, I
Don't
would.
worry,
is
one of
not
his
that
nameless gods will
important.
protect.
If you guys are
But you see the fallacy that he's creating, right? He's saying he's objecting to it, and he has the right to object, to disagree. But he's saying dogmatically that it's false. What I'm saying is false because it doesn't make sense to him. That's fallacious. It doesn't make any sense.
Story. When you go read the original story, none of this crap makes sense. We're going
And
to have
even-
an incest between two people.
Okay, can you give it? So wait a minute. So you brought up the text, Vaughn. You brought it. So Vaughn, you brought up the text. Can you give us a specific detail and in specific context what the text says about the creation of mankind? Yes or no?
That's what I'm bringing.
Can you give us specific context of what the text says regarding the creation of man? Yes or no?
I have to tell.
Can you give us specific context of what the creation of man says in the Sumerian text there? Yes or no? He's still talking. He's the one that brought it up, but he won't refute. He won't. Can you bring up specific context on the creation of man regarding that text that you brought up? Yes or no?
Well, you're just sitting there talking over top of me.
No, we're waiting for you. You brought it up before. You made a positive claim, so show it again. Show us on the screen.
That's all.
Show us on the screen that gives the account of creation of man. Okay.
There is actual documented.
He's still talking. He doesn't want to show us any evidence that the Sumerian text gives an account of the creation of mankind. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for the flood. You said that I was wrong for bringing up the issue of the flood. So now we're looking for the text that gives us creation of man. The Bible gives us the creation of mankind. Now, why can't you present us the text that you were presenting before, and specifically regards to creation of mankind? That's what we're looking for.
Doesn't mean it's true, Veckel.
Okay, so we're looking for the text that says that gives an account for the creation of mankind. Can you show it to us again? You didn't show it to us before. You showed us what they actually are, but you didn't give us any specific text regarding the creation of man.
Very vague.
I gave you.
Just because it's in the Bible doesn't make it true, Veckel.
No, he tested to see if it's logical and has.
Yeah, see, you see how
No. What I'm saying, no, Lubis, no. Better yet, what you should say, this is better. Lubis, this is better. Just because you don't believe it, that doesn't mean that it's true or doesn't mean that it's false.
Lubis, what do you teach, Lubis? What do you teach?
I don't teach anything.
Well, you're a teacher, aren't you?
No, I'm a handyman at a school.
Well, you're a handyman. Okay, I thought you was a teacher. Okay.
Handyman.
So listen, since biology books tells us that we share a common ancestor with apes, I guess that ain't true too, right? Just because it's there don't mean it's true.
Well, no,
right?
like I stated.
I guess.
But there is something I want to ask. You might as well drop your evolutionary beliefs.
Like I stated to
Bruce, I want to see the creation account of the Sumerian text. That's what I want to see. That's all I care about.
Stated to Bruce.
I wanted to ask Becca
something.
something.
Man that came out of the soup, but he came out as a primitive man, not as an ape or a monkey or a pig.
I'll look it up myself since you're not going
to do it.
Or a cat. Here's the thing. Vaughn's arguing for the audience out there at large. Vaughn is arguing that his Samaritan,
common ancestor. It is completely irrelevant and completely.
Vaughn is arguing that his Samaritan text is older than the Bible, so the story that we're getting out of the Sumerian text is actually more reliable
accurate.
Than
yes,
that.
Absolutely.
Ron,
it's older.
Shh. Okay, look. Okay,
the oldest.
Vaughn is saying that the Sumerian text that he's looking at, because it's older, that makes what he's saying about the creation story actually true.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Vaughn. The Samaritan text, who wrote it?
The Sumerians, obviously.
Who are the Sumerians?
The Sumerians were an ancient pre-biblical race that lived for thousands and thousands of years on this planet.
Were they Hebrews?
No, they're not Hebrews.
Didn't even exist.
Were they followers of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
They don't need to be Hebrew, G-Man.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking you this,
exist.
the creation claim that we have The creation claim that we have is a
Hebrew
creation
didn't
claim
even
of the people who
exist
are
at the
following
time
after
that
Yahweh.
these were written.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. The creation. This is the problem with your argument, Vaughn, and why I think it's stupid. Okay, because on the one hand, Veckel's arguing me and Veckel and other people are arguing for the story of the the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Yahweh. Right? You're arguing for a creation story that was done by the Sumerians, and you're trying to integrate that with the Bible because you're saying that it's impossible for Adam and Eve to do this, but the Sumerian story is correct. And I've been listening to you, Vaughn, at the top of your lungs, yelling at Veckel about this. And I've been listening to
I had to yell because Veckel wouldn't stop talking over me.
Wait a minute, Vaughn. I actually have a point with this. Okay. Let's actually get back to the Bible here now. Okay. You said that it was impossible for Adam and Eve to be able to procreate and to populate the earth, right? You said that was impossible because of birth defects, right? Then you brought up the Sumerian text, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Abrahamic faith. So let's get back to the Abrahamic faith now. Why would Adam's kids, if they had sex with each other in the beginning, and it was not wrong according to the scriptures in the book of Genesis, why would they have birth defects? And please do not bring up the Sumerian text since they're not referring to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
What?
That's like
all we can do is just deny it. That's it.
Issues. That's like him bringing up the NFL for NBA issues. You ain't talking about a story that had to do with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Vaughn. You're talking about a totally different group of people who are worshiping a totally different God.
G-Man, he only has the power to deny it, which he has the right to do, But I mean, but when you come dogmatically,
but just to get rid of confusion, so that everybody understands what's going on, because there's a lot of people in here saying that Vaughn's right, Veckel. You need to go look at the chat. Vaughn, listen to me, Vaughn. But Vaughn, listen to me. You ain't talking about Yahweh. You can talk about your pagan gods till you're blue in the face. But now I want to talk about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay.
According to him, he made man out of the dust of the ground, breathed the breath of life in him, and he became a living soul. And he was known as Adam. Then he put this man into a deep sleep, took a bone out of his side, and then he made the woman. Right? Bone of the bone, flesh of the flesh, you're gonna call it.
That's what the Bible says.
Now you said, and other people made the claim that if their offspring had sex with each other, that they would be birth defects. How do you know that? Where is your proof for that?
Biology.
But based off of the conditions back then, how would you know that would be the case?
Vaughn, if I use biology, Vaughn, the reason why biology
I'm saying it dogmatically.
The reason why biology doesn't work with that, Lubis, is two things. And Blue, I'm not just kicking you, dude. You're done for tonight. All right, you're not getting back in. I'm being serious here. All right.
Here's the thing.
So listen here, Vaughn. All right. You said that they're going to have birth defects. Adam was special in the sense that he was a direct creation of God. I'm not getting where the birth defects are coming from. They lived to 900 years old.
G-Man.
Pure bloodline.
G-Man.
Where's the birth defects?
G-Man, the long life written in the Bible actually makes my case more solid, because the longer you drag it out, the more chance for birth defects to happen. You get that, right? You understand that, right?
Vaughn. I know you know that you've been around me long enough, Vaughn, to know the differences between eisegesis and exegesis.
Why is that so funny?
To the Bible since you got in here, dude. All right, and Becker's justified with his laughing. Okay.
Yeah, why is that funny? We have a self-healing system. I don't think it's error correcting.
I wouldn't even typically be mirthful. I wouldn't even typically be mirthful, but Veckel's pure joy. Veckel's pure joy over what just happened. It's just got me having the biggest grin on my face.
Who taught you how to debate? Who taught you how to debate?
Oh, same guy taught you.
I didn't think we were having a debate. I thought I was telling facts.
Everybody is
but apparently
dying.
I'm not telling facts because it's going
not how that works.
Right at the other, man. It's not even. Seconds in your brain.
Since you want to bring up evolution,
now, man.
Hold on a minute. Since you want to bring up evolution, let me talk to you about that real quick, okay? When they have the offspring and they have the mutations and all that stuff, we don't see none of that happening during the time of Adam and Eve. None of that. And I'm getting tired of people arguing against the Bible and going against the direct claim of Scripture. If you're not going to deal with Scripture, you got to bring the Samaritans, you got to bring the Babylonians, you got to bring in the Egyptians, and you got to bring all these other people that don't matter to the conversation at hand. You're going to look like a fool every time you do it, man. Come on, dude.
G-Man, you said out of your own mouth that this debate coliseum would not be strictly about Christianity. That all faiths would be welcome.
Are you serious?
Every debate, every conversation.
You did say that. Oh my
It's got to
God.
be based on the Bible.
G-Man.
It's got to be Christian. It's got to be this. It's got to be that. You know, and you know, make up your mind. I mean, it's
Vaughn, how about you just admit that you made a bad argument?
This dude
That
said
argument stinks.
that
So what
over
y'all talking
100,
about? Stop it.
over several
Is it going to
centuries.
be about Christianity, or is it going to be about any topic?
Wait a minute.
We can talk about other topics. I don't know.
If it's only about Christianity, bye, see ya. But if it's about any topic, then fine.
We can talk about other topics.
Well,
But
no,
don't try to
apparently I
bring it-
can't
but
because
don't
you
bring in
keep
that
taking
Samaritan
back the
mess as if
Bible.
you're talking
And
about
I'm
the God
saying
of the
I'm not
Bible.
even talking about the Bible. I'm talking about ancient Sumer.
And by
Not
the way,
about the
for those of
Bible.
you who don't know the Genesis story,
The
God
Genesis
would later
story,
on
as
say,
I've already proven with evidence,
hold on a minute,
predates the
Vaughn.
Bible.
Before we
by
even leave the book of
thousands and
Genesis, Vaughn,
thousands and
You
thousands
can't
of
prove
years.
Vaughn is wrong. You weren't there.
God would actually say that having sex with a close relative that you're not supposed to do that no more, and it's in the book of Genesis. Okay, so just stop. Okay, he does originally after a few generations say that you can't do it no more.
I don't know. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. I don't.
All
why
right,
are you justifying?
G-Man, can I please respond?
Justifying incest when you can look at the original story, which had no incest? I don't understand.
See, G-Man, right there,
Why
G-Man.
are you having a problem with something that makes sense?
All right, can I
don't get it. I don't
okay,
get it. I really don't.
All right,
What in the hell
Vaughn,
wrong
let me
with you, man?
respond. Let me
You're
respond.
sitting here
Don't
telling
do
me,
it, Beckle.
telling me to my face that I have to advocate for incest among men and
Can
women
I-
when we
It
have
still
a
happens,
story here
Vaughn.
that predates the Bible
G-Man,
version that has
that's
no
not-
incest.
Nobody here is buying that
Yes,
as a
you
legitimate
are. You
argument.
told me
Just
for an
because it
hour
makes sense
that
to
I've
you,
gotta
that doesn't mean that it's
accept incest.
true.
No, I don't, because I've got a story that predates the Bible version that has no incest.
Do either G-Man or
that's so
Beckel
what?
believe that
I'm
there
gonna
were
stick
birth
with,
defects in the
because
Bible
that
or
story
not?
is a lot
No, hold on,
Vaughn, just be-
Vaughn needs
just-
to go on another
Vaughn.
10-hour tirade. Vaughn
You,
needs to
do you
go for
realize
another
you
10
don't
hours.
realize the error in your
I
argument
don't
here?
understand that you
It is
are
humongously
advocating
fallacious.
for incest. That's what I don't understand.
You're making a dogmatic claim
I am
based
not
off an
making a dogmatic
opinion.
claim. You spent a last hour proving.
I'm gonna have to play my soundboard, man.
No.
When I've got a perfectly
Don't worry, it's not
viable story
copyrighted.
here that predates the Bible version that has no incest at all, none, zero, none.
Oh, so therefore the Bible account is false because you don't like it.
No.
Yeah,
the Bible
that's essentially what you're arguing. That's what you're doing.
You were saying that is
exactly
what you were saying. That is what you were saying. That is exactly what you were saying.
Vaughn, the Jehovah's Witnesses approached me one day while I was reading the book, right, about the Trinity, right? And they said, "Oh yeah, we know that the Trinity is false." And I asked why, and they said because it doesn't make sense. Now, is that an argument? Is that a legitimate argument?
I have nothing to do with Jehovah's Witnesses.
No, but I'm talking about the argumentation. They said that the Trinity doesn't make sense because it's not true because it doesn't make sense. So is a thing true or false because it doesn't make sense to you?
All right, let's boil it down to the basic. Let's boil it down to the basic.
After saying brothers and sisters having sex would produce no retards. I can't believe you're saying that.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. How many times do I explain it to you, Lubis?
Hold on. Let's boil it down to the basic.
Gosh,
elements, okay?
are you really that daft?
I can't believe that. I've never heard you.
I mean, this is daft, bro. I thought you said that this dude was a teacher.
Because you don't realize what you're doing.
I thought you said this dude was a teacher.
No, he's a
This is daft as heck.
He's not a teacher. Where are you guys?
Hold on a second. Well, we got two different arguments that you guys are trying to throw at me here. One guy is saying that something doesn't make sense to him, so therefore it's not true.
All right,
and the other one is saying that, oh, well, because today we see if a brother or sister has sex today, that there's 90% chance of a genetic defect. Okay, then you're trying to apply. This is called presentism, right? It's a fallacy. What you're doing is you're presenting things, you're applying things that are contemporary with us today to that which took place back then. And when I'm saying to you that back then it makes more sense because we have better conditions. And number two, the Bible in no way, shape, or form makes any claim that there were other pre-Adamic races prior to Adam and Eve existing or beside Adam and Eve existing.
You can't prove there weren't.
Yes, I can. It is an argument from silence on the part of the pre-Adamic racers to assert that the text says that there were other people on the planet before Adam and Eve. That is a fallacy.
For you, Beckel.
It is a fallacy.
Do you think
sir.
that all you learn in scriptures is making you?
It is a fallacy, sir. It is a fallacy on your part to assert that because
lie about what they said.
Because Cain had a wife, therefore that proves that there were other human beings prior to Adam and Eve. That is a fallacy.
He said,
isn't Beckel like ad hominem?
He said fallacy.
Beckel, I have a question for you, Beckel.
And speaking of fallacy,
Beckel, I have a question.
We all have an inner child. We all.
Okay.
Beckel, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so do I, bro.
Go ahead, bring it. I want the smoke. That's why we're here in this room.
Hey, hang on, Lupus. Hang on, Lupus. Beckel, is incest a sin? Yes or no?
Wait. Say it again.
Is incest a sin? Yes or no?
It is. I'm going to say this for the sixth time. I'm going to say this again. Okay. Aiden's killing me. All right, this is gonna be my sixth time saying this to you, Vaughn, and to you, Lubis. Okay, and to you too, Lubis. Okay.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
Yeah, I know, right?
You need to add another 3 O's to your name.
Well, I don't know. Aiden was talking about fallacies and stuff. So anyway, I was saying, this is gonna be my sixth time saying this to you. Leviticus 18 is the first account where God, all together now, boys and girls, condemns the act of incest. How do we know this? Because prior to that, there was no listen to me, because prior to Leviticus 18, there was no condemnation of such acts. How do we know this? Because we see Abraham marrying his half sister.
Maybe it's because Isaac marrying his cousin.
We see Jacob marrying was it Isaac? It was Isaac marrying one of his cousins.
Did you ever think that God took so long to make a law against it?
Okay,
because maybe people just weren't doing that.
Then back then, you had better environmental conditions there. And now this is me speculating, right? Because there were no cars back then. There was no smoke
speculation right there, buddy.
Okay, I'm speculating. No, I'll admit, unlike you guys, I'll admit when I'm speculating on certain things. There's certain things I can't prove. I can't prove. Okay, I can't prove that there was nuclear power plants back then during the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, can you? No, I don't think so.
We can.
Anyway.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, actually,
I can prove it. They didn't know how to read
it's something known.
Oh, shut up! No, I didn't. No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you if they did have it back then. I'm asking if they have it back then. Okay, that's my point. That's my point.
It's a non-starter. You're asking a question of how could they have something that had no knowledge of the technology.
Not a single one of you a darn word that I'm saying. This is absolutely
knowledge that Vaughn's dog came back to life.
Not one of you can repeat anything that I just said.
How many puppies are left, Vaughn? How many puppies do you have left? How many have died on you so far?
Oh, here we go.
How many puppies have died on you, Vaughn?
This is actually
don't do that.
That's
personal, man.
About a time where no
Blue,
one
come on, that's personal,
man. Yeah,
he starved his dogs to death.
No, he did not. Hey, motherfucker!
All right.
If you hadn't got the money taken from me, maybe I'd have had the money to pay.
Okay, that was wow.
How about this?
That's a low blow, man.
Out of this room that come in here and saying that I'm a piece of garbage. How about we do that? How about
that's a low blow.
Lift each other up.
I did kick him on. Vaughn, I did kick him on.
These people in the outside chat that are sitting there talking about male genitalia. That are sitting.
Why do I gotta know about that?
It's fallacious.
I'm not seeing penises or testicles.
It's fallacious.
Lubis. They said that angels had songs. What do you think they're talking about? Hello.
Oh, Vaughn, focus on the room, dude. Stop looking at the chat.
No, Vaughn, you do.
How about we kick people out of here and stop giving them a voice? How about we
Vaughn? This is the internet.
You've had more than enough voice, Vaughn. You've had more than enough voice.
I don't want to do that, Vaun, because Vaughn did not
yelling this.
Vaun, you gotta understand. Vaun, you gotta understand. This is the internet.
That's the thing. If I'd have done this stuff, you'd have banned me in 2 seconds.
G-Man, haven't you been threatened?
I'm removing you right now because you won't. Just ignore the chat, dude, and focus on.
I know, right?
Yeah. Time is precious.
G-Man.
I bet angels have magnificent dongs.
Yeah, well,
Whoa, maybe they didn't. I don't know.
You and
Hey Vaughn, you gotta ignore the chat, like G-Man and
you keep looking at the chat. Stop looking at the chat.
Actually,
yeah, you're being distracted, man, and you let it. See, Vaughn, the reason why they keep coming after you is because they see how easily triggered you are by the statements. You got to stop it, man.
Listen to that
No,
cold
stop speaking
voice.
truth. Stop speaking truth. God damn it, you got to stop that. No, I'm mad right now, all right? God damn it, stop it. All right? You better stop that right now, Vaughn, all right? I'll tell you.
You got to go, Aiden.
Hey, he sounded just like Vaughn for a minute.
Get away with it. Vaughn, if you cuss again, you'll be gone next. No,
that's why they're doing
cussing
it.
on my
channel. They know they get away with it. That's why
he sounded just like children. He sounded like a teenager.
And Vaughn, every time you come on here, Vaughn, you're going to remind us about what they did to you and everything and whatnot. This is the answer. If you choose not to listen, then you know what they're doing is going to keep happning.
G-Man, let me ask you a simple question, G-Man.
I have a question for the Lubis.
And you should
G-Man, let me ask you a simple question, G-Man. Since you've been using the internet, haven't you had your life threatened? You lost your job because of
they're always riding me. So Vaughn,
there you go.
What happened to me?
One of the people that ride me.
My point.
They're always riding me. So
it's the internet, man. You're always going to bump into some people who's going to say some stupid stuff about you, man.
Fired from your job. They literally threaten your life.
Yeah, but the difference between you and G-Man is that G-Man is not constantly whining about these things.
Come back. Why? Why do you do that?
Vaughn,
almost every experience I've had on the internet has been pleasant.
Don't feed the trolls.
Let's talk about
all you gotta do.
Feed the trolls.
Let's talk about the death penalty. Should the death penalty be a thing?
Real quick. Can I just mention that they have not mentioned male genitalia in regards to angelic creatures in over an hour, Vaughn? It's been over an hour since that was said, and you're still complaining about it.
Yeah, somebody had said
those angels better be circumcised.
Why don't you just admit, Vaughn, that you got a problem?
You know why I'm complaining about it?
Wait a minute, Vaughn. I'm trying to help you, Vaughn. You have an addiction. You have a live chat addiction. You love the live chat. You can't live without the live chat. That is your woman. You would reproduce with the live chat if you possibly could.
Be fruitful and multiply.
I had done if I had said half of what these clowns have said,
you would still be in the chat. You would still be in the chat. You would still be in the chat, and you know it.
No, I wouldn't. Come on now, quit that.
Yes, you
no, I wouldn't.
I got Hebrew Israelites watching. I got Christians watching. I got atheists watching. Okay, and I got people.
And none of them make you a better person.
It don't make a difference, man. You're a eclectic pagan, and I haven't even kicked you out the room permanently yet. So chill, relax.
Well, that's because you said debate Coliseum is supposed to be about anything.
That's right. So pick a different topic.
Just don't feed the trolls, man.
Yes or no?
If you're gonna feed the trolls, then play the game, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the death penalty.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Hey, this is that's the internet, man. Listen, if you don't, you got to play the game. Play the game or get out.
Okay.
Play the game or get off.
Oh my goodness gracious, you're worse than Shanny. Oh my God, it took all
my.
Damn. Dude, I don't want to hear that debate.
That's a game.
Something.
Wait, that's a game. That's just a game.
No, Vaughn. What I mean by that, Vaughn. Hold on. Let me explain. What I mean by that is, listen. You don't have to like what people are going to say about you, but if you're going to get on the internet, you're going to have to deal with people who are going to either disagree with you or they're going to troll you. That's just a fact.
This is what I meant by Terry Cloth.
Doesn't matter how nice you are to people. Some of the nicest people get trolled.
That's exactly my point, though, Veckel. The YouTube gave us a ban button for a reason. So,
okay, Vaughn. Okay.
Sissies.
Okay. So let me just temporarily remove everybody and just say this here. Okay. This is the debate arena. Okay. The debate arena. We are here to talk about topics. If you can't stop looking at the live chat, I cannot help you. Okay. You can talk to the people that are in the room. You can choose who you want to talk to in the room. Okay. If you are Terry Cloth, please don't come in here. If you got thick skin, then your experience here will be a great one. All right. Please, Vaughn, for the love of God, I am trying my hardest. All right. If you want to stay in the room, find a topic. If you don't want to talk about Christianity, fine. Bring up a topic.
Thank you, G-Man.
Lou has a topic.
I really wanted to ask Beckel something.
Aiden was hoping to come back in here, G-Man.
Yeah. Lou just wanted to ask me a question a while back.
Happening, so And I'm serious, Blue. I'm gonna stop letting you come in here, man, if you can't bring up a topic, because you haven't debated nothing since you've been coming in here, dude. Like, honestly.
No, you know, G-Man, that I've been waiting to say, and I'd like to be uninterrupted here, that Jefferson did own slaves. He really did. He did not free them.
Oh, thank you for telling me that Jefferson.
Thank you for coming. It is a legitimate topic, though.
Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act and sent a bunch of Indians down a trail of tears.
I kind of wanted that. I guess everybody's losing momentum for what we're talking about. So
I have a suggestion for a topic. What about, since the battle we're in, why don't we talk about the battle? If people believe there's a battle or if there's no battle?
What battle?
What
battle?
battle?
What
A
battle?
spiritual
There's
battle
thousands
for
of battles.
truth
What
and for
battle?
life.
What?
A spiritual battle for truth and for life.
Oh, you mean overall?
Depends on how you look at it.
Well,
no, wait, hold
the
on,
Bible
folks.
says
No,
we were created, and then there's
okay,
also
John,
the devil, and the devil wants to keep us in bondage.
Okay, John.
Yeah, thank you,
there's
Bon.
like thousands and thousands of spiritual battles. Which one are you referring to?
The ultimate one for your life and your soul.
You mean an end time scenario?
No. How do no? There's a lot of people
okay,
that
you
are.
mean
Hold on,
something
hon.
that's going on
There's a
now.
lot of people making plans for tomorrow that will never see it.
Okay, all right. Well,
Revolver wants to know: is there a multiverse? That's a good question.
yes, there is a multiverse. As far
Okay,
as I
so
know.
Vaughn, build an argument why there's a multiverse. Let's do
Okay,
that.
the reason I know there's a multiverse is because we've had people that have substantiated it through science. Plus, we've got
Name
the
one.
military that the military has discussed it ad
Name
nauseum.
one.
Well,
Oh
name
my
one.
God,
How about
let
the
the
U.S.
man
Army?
make the
How about the U.S. Army? That sounds like a pretty credible
Oh,
source.
that's a
wouldn't
lot
you
of
say?
people. Name one.
I think the U.S. Army is a pretty credible source, and they say, yeah, the multiverse is real. Sorry, but they
Okay,
do.
so
Anyway,
Vaughn, why is there a multiverse,
moving on. Let's talk
Yeah.
about the spiritual battle. Okay, because
Yes.
I do.
The spiritual
as
battle for truth.
somebody that is a spiritual person, yeah, I will talk about that because there is a spiritual battle.
Thank you.
Christianity actually downplays it a little bit because it's a lot
no
more
way.
complex than what Christianity would have you believe.
Christianity gives you the
Christianity,
protection.
all Christianity does is it says angels and demons, and then it's it's specifically related to the Bible. Okay, there's a lot more going on than just the Bible, guys. I'm sorry.
And
to
it
do
specifically gives us the full armor that will.
If you are a Christian, if you're a
TBE,
Christian,
what's his argument for a multiverse?
if you are a Christian,
I'm going to start holding
and you
people accountable.
believe that,
Hold on a
and
minute,
you
Vaughn.
believe that
Vaughn,
you have
Vaughn, hold on a
the
minute,
full armor
Vaughn.
of God,
TBE.
I don't know. Maybe it would protect you.
Vaughn, 1 second. TBE, what's his argument for a multiverse?
Well, actually, I don't believe in the multiverse. I think it just
Okay, that's great. But what is his argument for the multiverse?
That the government says it's true.
No, he didn't say that. Let him finish making his argument and then disagree with him, please.
Okay.
What is a multiverse? Because you're making us look bad, dude, when you do that.
What?
People
What am I
sound
doing?
weak when you interrupt them before they even make their argument. Go ahead,
What am I
Vaughn.
doing?
Why is there multiverse?
Is G-Man moderating?
What am I doing?
No, you did nothing wrong, Vaughn. You didn't.
I didn't think I did.
Vaughn. I want to
No,
know.
G-Man was defending you. So go ahead and explain your point again. What was the question, G-Man?
Well, yeah, what was the
How do you know that there's a
Multiverse,
multiverse, Vaughn?
Oh, he wants to know, how do you know that there's a multiverse?
Well, like I said, the government, the U.S. Army in specific, has been discussing this. The U.S. Army, the CIA, did a joint task force on this very topic, and they have found, with scientific evidence, peer-reviewed, white paper, the whole 9 yards, that there is indeed realms that exist outside of the realm that we live in, normal time and space. They have confirmed this with science, with scientific evidence that these exist. I brought this story up 1,000 times. I'll bring it up 1,001 times because apparently y'all don't remember it. But there was a scientific experiment done where they had a very long glass tube, and they ran a proton through the glass tube at a tremendous speed. When the proton got to about midway of the tube, it vanished. And they're like, well, where the heck did it go? And then they got to about 3/4 of the way, and it reappeared again and went on down the tube. Okay, where did it go? Well, it had to go somewhere. So where did it go?
Well, it had to go somewhere outside of the realm of time and space. And that's what led the military and the government to start investigating these other realms and possibilities. Not only that, but we have Geordie Rose, who's the CEO and head of D-Wave Computing, who has unequivocally stated, yes, there are realms outside of our own that exist. And in fact, Geordie Rose says in the video, he wants to exploit those other realms and draw the energy out of them. And I'm like, yeah, that don't sound like a good idea, but that's what he wants to do. Okay.
Right.
And so, yes, there's tons of scientific data out there for the existence of the multiverse. Yeah, there is.
All right. So TBE, what do you think about that, TBE?
Yeah, I get his explanation. I still think it's a little vague because I don't see any of the documents, but that's okay. That's a good start. He's pointing us in a direction that's offers possibilities. I will have to look into it, but I doubt it.
Let me ask you a question, though, Vaughn and TBE, regarding this. Is your definition for a multiverse outside of time and space? Is that your definition for it?
Yes.
What about you, TBE?
I guess it would, yeah. Maybe
I would agree with Vaughn, and the reason why
Wouldn't some people call it the warp? Or
wait, hold on. The reason why I would agree with Vaughn because God lives outside of time and space, so we can't argue against about time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Outside of time and space, if that's how you're defining the multiverse.
Yes. What'd you say, Lupus?
I don't think that's a multiverse. I think it's just one universe beyond another universe.
What'd you say, Lupus?
So I think some people refer to it as warp or like an immaterium or something like that.
All right. Well, okay. Well, let's that kind of ties into it, kind of. Okay, you have this man named Alcubierre. All right, and Alcubierre is a scientist, white paper peer review scientist, and he came up with warp theory, the real one. No joke. He actually came up with warp theory. And basically what it is that if you encapsulate something into a gravity well, into a bubble, it can travel, it can totally defeat Einstein's limitations on the speed of light and all of that jazz. But it has to be inside this bubble, this gravity well, this bubble. But by doing so, see, you can exceed the speed of light and actually travel at warp speed. Warp 1, warp 2, warp 3, warp 4, etc. Okay. But yeah, Alcubierre's warp speed is a real thing. You can look it up. It's white paper peer review. It's a real deal. I don't know whatever happened to him. He's probably dead because anybody that comes up with something like that usually ends up dead. But if he's by chance still alive, praise be the gods for it. But yeah, it's a real thing. Alcubierre's warp theory. You can look it up.
No
it's a real deal. It's fascinating.
I heard they have hold on, wait. I just something to comment on what Vaughn just said. I'm familiar with what he's referring to here. The Alcubierre warp drive that was theorized by Alcubierre. Yeah. The science of it is absolutely rock solid if we had a way of isolating a piece of space from all of the other space around it. But there's no science, there's no physics that we currently have at our disposal in order to isolate that piece of space. Because you're right, if you have a piece of space that is somehow isolated from all the other space around it, it's not subject to the laws of space-time.
If it's in a gravity well, it's going to be isolated. That's the whole point. If it's in a gravity well, it would be isolated.
Actually, CERN has a method of doing this with their particle collider because what they do is they get unfettered energy and they contain it.
Yeah.
So they can contain an area of space even if it's non-physical energy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, CERN.
But as far as the government and the army, there is now one credible source. All that information and stuff like that came from these third-party goofs on the web that go around and they put all these videos together, and they usually got somebody doing some kind of sign language or something in front of it that doesn't even interpret what's being said. And they get Gaia videos and stuff. Don't watch Gaia. That is just goofy, woke pseudoscience.
Hang on. Good night, everyone.
Well, if you're going to be going into the warp, I know this stuff is still like theoretical or whatever, but you'd have to have a Geller field and navigators. I might be quoting Warhammer books.
Or heaven, some people think that's part of the multiverse theory. Heaven's not physical. neither is God. Just that God is spirit. Spirit is a non.
The Emperor protects. Okay.
So, if you want to say heaven is an alternate reality, yeah, you could say that. But as far as an alternate universe, it's not physical, so it can't be a universe.
All right. Bruce, what would you consider a credible source?
It's outside of time and space.
All right, Bruce, what would you consider a credible source, bro?
Credible source would be an actual someone who's actually run a test and can actually
throw me up, G-Man. Throw me up.
All right, give me a sec. Hold on.
I mean, I want to see this tested. I want to see actual results. Oh, New York Post.
Let me zoom it in here because we can't see it from that far away.
You don't know how much I disbelieve the New York Post.
NASA scientists detect evidence of parallel universe where time runs backward.
And how do they prove it?
In a scenario straight out of the Twilight Zone, a group of NASA scientists working on an experiment in Antarctica have detected evidence of a parallel universe where the rules of physics are the opposite of our own, according to a report.
An experiment in a place where nobody can go unless they have special permission and a lot of money.
Well, dude, are you going to be able to walk into Fermi Labs whenever you want to?
It's the New York Post. Come on.
I don't care. I don't
Why
care
don't
if
you just
it's
throw me a CNN
if it's the New York toilet. They're talking about NASA here.
NASA says this. NASA says that.
Bruce,
NASA says this. You know what?
Vaughn
Nobody
make his
knows.
argument, though, so
The government has.
No, Bruce,
lied
I
to
agree
people
with you.
for
I don't
decades.
trust the New York Post either, but at the same time, it is kind of a bad thing to say that, to discredit it just because of the source.
Look what they did, man.
But it says
they conveyed a lie by Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
I
don't trust it. I don't trust it either, man. I'm very skeptical of it too.
Well,
trust me.
Well, can we hear the argument first before anybody shoot it down? Like, let's hear it.
Low energy subatomic neutrinos with a mass close to zero can pass completely through the Earth, but higher energy objects are stopped by the solid matter of our planet, according to the report. And I keep getting these huge videos for some crazy reason. That means high energy particles can only be detected coming down from space, but the teams and Anita detected heavier particles, so-called tau neutrinos, which come up out of the Earth. The finding implies that these particles are actually traveling backwards in time, suggesting evidence of a parallel universe. God, what's with all the videos? According to the Daily Star.
Yeah, but they're not explaining how. They're just
Principal
saying.
Anita investigator Peter Gorham, an experimental article physicist at the University of Hawaii, suggested that the only way the tau neutrino could behave that way is if it is changed into a different type of particle before passing through the Earth and then back again. Gorham, lead author on a Cornell University paper describing the odd phenomenon, white paper peer-reviewed, describing the odd phenomenon, noted that he and his fellow researchers had seen several of these impossible events, which some were skeptical about. Not everyone was comfortable with the hypothesis, he told the New Scientist. The simplest explanation, these videos are driving me crazy. The simplest explanation for the phenomenon is that at the moment of the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, two universes were formed. Ours and one that, from our perspective, is running in reverse with time going backward. Of course, there are any inhabitants of a possible parallel universe, they'd consider us the backward ones. We're left in the most exciting or most boring or possibilities, said Ibrahim Safa, who also worked on the experiment. Okay, so this was an experiment done out in Antarctica. You can poo-poo the source, but I mean, there's also 3 other sources listed as well. The point is that, there is people talking seriously about this.
The media says, period.
Well, I don't much care for mainstream media either, but I mean, there's serious discussion going on. Like I said, Jordy Rose of D-Wave Computing, look him up. He absolutely states what's the word I'm looking for? I forgot the word I was looking for. Anyway, he states categorically, that's the word I was looking for, that these parallel universes exist and that they're going to exploit them. He absolutely believes that.
Do you believe it, Vaughn?
For God's sake.
Google it.
Are you sure that's not the plot lieutenant?
What's that?
Donna Murphy.
Not Geordie LaForge, Geordie Rose.
Thanks, Donna.
It's not Geordie LaForge, it's Geordie Rose.
It's a Red
And besides,
Dwarf
it's spelled different
episode.
anyway. Spelled differently anyway.
Sabella, give Lowe's Cow Productions my Skype.
I did.
All right.
Thanks for sharing that, Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, notice.
All right. Does
that
anybody have an argument against it now? All I heard was I don't trust it.
reviewed. You can't argue against it.
Yeah.
It's documented.
There's no term multiverse in the Bible.
Oh my God.
So universe is given. So there are a group of people, I believe it's the Jesuits, who want to teach learning against learning. So what they do is they invert what the Bible says.
Really?
The Bible.
Did you know the Jesuits taught the Chinese the Earth was spherical and not flat like the Chinese believed in the 17th century?
The Jesuits are evil. You're not going to defend them.
Right, sure.
That's not a great point
Just
there.
like you said, the Knights Templar are evil.
Bruce, don't even try it.
Lie.
I think you should watch Helios Sorcery. It's available on YouTube. You'll catch up on
well,
what's up.
that's my big contention with the ball. I mean, anybody that believes the ball's legit is basically giving homage to a Greek god named Helios.
And
Isn't
to
that
Rome and the
blasphemy?
Vatican.
Isn't that blasphemy? Isn't that
What does
blasphemy
Helios
when you
mean?
acknowledge another deity? I think
What
it's
does Helios
blasphemy.
mean?
Helios is a Greek god. That's what the ball's named after.
What
Hello?
does Helios mean?
Yes, it's called the Helios. It's called the Helios theory.
What
For
does
God's
Helios
sake.
That's
mean?
a Hermetic spherical Earth belief. And
I
the
thought it was
Jews
Earth
debated.
No,
No,
the
ancient
ball-
Hebrew
the ball is
cosmology.
called
It's
the
very
Planet Earth is not called Helios, Vaughn.
Yes, actually it is.
No, it
It's
is not.
Hermetic.
It's
Oh
called
my
Earth.
God, do I have to Google that too? I guess I do. Hold on.
Wasn't it originally called Terra? Oh no, wait, that's Warhammer
Well,
again. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. The ground,
Star
okay,
Trek,
hold on.
the Earth is
The
Terra.
ground we walk on is called Terra. The Earth is actually called Gaia, but the ground we walk on is called Terra.
Helios.
Fiction.
What about the
means
mechanics?
Ball, the concept of the ball in the solar system is
Helios
called the
means
Helios theory for a reason because it is named after a Greek god named Helios.
Helios
That's what
Every
the
time
writer
you
said it
acknowledge
does.
that ball is real, you are giving homage to a Greek god, which is
You should be
blasphemy
happy, aren't you, a
according to the
pagan?
Bible.
You should
And
be
the
happy.
Jesuits.
You should be happy, aren't you, a pagan? You should be happy, aren't you, a
Right,
pagan?
Vaughn would make a great Mormon since he loves science fiction so much.
Hold on. I don't subscribe to Helios either because it'd be blasphemy in my religion too. I'm not going to put Helios above my gods. Screw that. No, I'm not.
Helios
Are you
is the
crazy?
Greek god of the
Vaughn,
sun.
I think you know
You
what
guys,
a
you
pagan
guys
is.
want to commit
Vaughn,
blasphemy?
you don't know what a pagan
knock
is,
yourself
dude.
out, but I'm not going to do it because I
Having
know,
a
I'm on the
thought
side of my
No,
great
you're not a
Buddha.
pagan.
perception
Vaughn.
of
Stop.
something doesn't mean you're blaspheming.
I'm taking away your pagan card. You're not a pagan, dude.
Oh, damn.
Dude, if you put one god above another and your book, your holy book says don't do it, yeah, that's blasphemy.
It's Earth.
Vaughn,
It's
didn't you
called
do
Earth.
that? Because
called
Vaughn, when
Earth.
I heard you say God instead of gods, when something popped up, instead of saying gods, you said God.
Because y'all are Christian, remember?
Helios
Okay.
is the Greek god of the sun.
I just thought
Vaughn,
maybe it was
not
like
the earth.
subconscious.
White women are my god.
Okay, let's try this again. The whole point
Thank
of the
you,
ball.
Lubis.
The whole point
Commandments-
of the ball.
Commandment 7,
The whole
Lubis.
point of the ball, if I could get it out, the whole point of the ball theory is that it rotates around the what? What does it rotate around, class? It rotates
The moon.
around the sun. And who are we calling that sun? What name is given to that sun? Oh, Helios, a Greek god. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm done.
Well,
They thought the earth
Sorry?
it
my
rotated
God is
around
better
the
than
earth.
your God because my God doesn't give a crap about you arguing about God.
Well, then you don't have a God that cares, then, do you?
No, I do have a God that cares.
No, you
It's
do
just
not.
you are
If
like
your
the
God-
people
Your God says,
in
hold
the
on,
New Testament
hold on,
that
hold on.
were
If you
getting
said
men with
your
long
God,
hair
hold
and
on.
created division in the church because you wanted to argue with everybody about everything.
Hold on. If you have a God that doesn't put him and his people first, then you got a real problem because I would never serve a God like that. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I'm
Well,
sorry.
you serve a whole bunch of unnamed ones like that. I think.
I serve the
You
true
do
God of
absolutely nothing for him.
Who's your ultimate God, Vaughn?
I serve the true
God of
God
mankind.
creation.
So
That's
Vaughn,
who
if
I
there's so
serve.
many gods, what's your ultimate God? Are they all even?
Well, I'm not a troll. I don't meddle in people's affairs or God's affairs. That's not my place.
No,
Okay,
what about
it's
your
not my
gods that
place
you
to tell the
believe in?
gods of creation what to do.
Oh, David.
I got a funny feeling that if you're running around telling God what to do, you ain't gonna be around much longer. So I don't do that. Sorry.
His God is Rod
Anyway,
Serling and
don't
Stan
jump there
Lee.
real quick, D-man, because we got to end this here real quick.
I worship Cheddar Tang, the god of cheese.
Yeah, the cheddar. Yeah, okay.
All right. So as far as the multiverse goes, I think it's safe to say that that Vaughn, you believe in the multiverse because of a news article?
I believe in the multiverse because
is Vaughn making up rules again?
I'm believing the multiverse.
It's not about Vaughn. We're talking about the multiverse.
I believe in the multiverse because of scientific studies. I believe in the multiverse because of scientific studies that have been done that pretty much convince me that.
What's the definition of the multiverse?
A multiverse is parallel universes that are
more than one universe.
Parallel.
Is that outside of time and space, or is that within time and space?
It would be outside of time and space because there.
Then how is it multiple universes then?
Because there's more than one, G-man.
No. I think you misunderstand. When they make movies about these multiverses, time still exists. Time is still a thing. When we talk about outside of time and space, we're not talking about some other universe that doesn't have that goes by the laws of time.
All right, G-man.
Yeah.
All right, G-man, and okay, the realm we exist in. Okay. Is one realm of time,
right,
and 3 realms of space,
right.
Okay, this is why it's called 3D.
In the second verse, obviously, we're in this universe. The universe that's behind this everybody in the neighborhood. The universe that's behind this one, Vaughn. Is it under the laws of science?
Okay. Every realm has unique time and space, unique to its own. Okay.
Vaughn, if that's true, then Vaughn, it is not behind time and space. Since God lives in that realm and there is no time or space in that particular realm, then it can't be the multiverse.
Okay, once again, we're conflating.
more than one?
Once again, we're trying to
be
mix
the multiverse. That's not a
metaphors.
good
Once
definition
again,
for it.
we're trying to blend different things together, and we should not be doing this. Okay.
No, I'm not doing
I have a question for Vaughn.
The realms, the same concept of time is going to exist in your multiverse theory.
The realms where God or gods, in my case, would exist are outside of time and space, no matter what reality.
So you're telling me that there's a universe out there that does not have now a universe is a collection of galaxies, right? Let's make sure we got our definitions here.
I don't believe in the ball theory, but
so what's the definition of universe then, Beckel? Not Beckel, Vaughn.
Listen, is there an area outside of time and space where God or gods?
Yeah, but it's not called a universe, though.
No, because
it's not called a universe.
A non-physical, there is no non-physical area of space. Space itself is energy. In order for there to be a physical area of space, energy had to have occupied that area, or actually created an area to occupy. See, when space expanded, before that there was nothing physical.
Okay. So Vaughn, if you're defining the multiverse as being a place that does not abide by the laws of nature, you know what I mean, where we can measure time and all of that, right? Then you're talking about a place where God lives. That's not the universe.
I'm not talking about the area where God or gods reside. That's not what I'm talking about. Parallel universes are exactly like ours, G-man. The only difference
where we're under scientific laws.
They're yes, but they're different.
God is not confined to those things, so he can't be.
Okay.
Why are we talking about God?
Yeah,
because he's defining the multiverse as being a place that is outside of time and space, right? My argument
outside of
this time and space.
This one. Oh my God.
My argument is that if you have another universe that's outside that's outside of ours, right? And then it's under and then you're going by the same scientific laws that we're going by now, then that realm, whether it's in another universe or whatever, would be under, would be measured by time and space or whatever, right? But where God dwells in the place where there is no time and space. So what I'm trying to find out from Vaughn is that does he have a consistent definition for his multiverse? Because it doesn't sound like he has it. It doesn't make any sense.
The multiverse has nothing to do with the realm where God exists. Nothing. Zero. Not a G-Man, please. Why do you keep trying to meld the two together? They have nothing to do with each other. Nothing. Yeah. Zero. Not
What's
a
the
zip.
Definition then?
Nothing.
What's the definition?
I told you the multiverse is a series of parallel universes that are similar to our own.
Do you know how they got that?
From the realm outside of space and time where God exists.
Sure, but yeah.
They're two
well,
different
first
things.
off, how they got the multiverse theory was assuming that heaven is an alternate universe.
Well, I don't necessarily ascribe to that. I can see where maybe somebody might want to say that, but that's not my understanding. Okay.
With the multiverse,
like you're
take a
talking
different
about
space.
the Marvel universe. Is that what you're talking about? Cinematic universe.
All the multiverse is realities like our own.
Well, you know the movies are not documentaries.
That's
you know
it.
that.
In the same space? In the same space or different space?
Well, we kind of do already have alternate realities here. I mean, think about Shanny.
You broke Vaughn. Why'd you do that? You broke
a different multiverse may follow different laws than this.
Exactly. Thank you.
But are they
They may not follow the same
space?
laws.
Each alternate reality
location?
is slightly different from our own.
Is it in the same location or just different locations? Like one over here, one over there?
Question, and the answer is I do not know. Because
how many Von Heltons are out there?
Some people have
according to your multiverse theory. How many Von Heltons?
There's
Is
more
there
than
a
one.
Christian Von Helton out there somewhere?
Some people have theorized that the multiverse.
I'm guessing G-Man doesn't believe it.
I don't.
G-Man doesn't believe in
but I know enough about it to
But
believe that if
here's
a
the
person
thing,
believes in the
okay?
multiverse, they believe that there's multiple copies of themselves in different.
Not necessarily.
timelines. So there might be an atheist Vaughn. There might be a
It's a
Christian
theory of
Vaughn.
physics.
There might be a.
there might be a
giant
Vaughn that's female. There might be a Vaughn
But
that's
it also
female.
could just be like total like alien species that are just
Vaughn.
It could be a
Like,
If there's a Vaughn that's female, then you can really
the
go love
multiverse
yourself.
of madness. I don't know who's ever seen it. If you've seen that before,
Yeah, the
but you'll
multiverse.
notice that
Madness,
there was a
great
Doctor
movie.
Strange in each one of these different realities.
Yes.
So
Don't y'all start talking about movies around me now. Don't get me started now. I
I
love movies.
understand there's
I was
theories.
disappointed by
That
the
doesn't make
multiverse
them
of madness
true.
because
Hey, who was the jerk who brought this subject up in the chat?
I want to say it's this
Block
guy.
him.
Anyway, all right. The point is,
outside of Vaughn, that is a productive member of society.
the point is that you brought up a good point, because there is discussion as to whether these alternate realities are literally occupying the same space as ours, or if they're in another area or what have you. The answer is I do not know. I don't think the military or the government has come down on a position on that either or. However, I could entertain the idea that this same space would have multiple Von Heltons sitting here online, each one with a different perspective on what the multiverse is. I'm willing to entertain that. Some people aren't. Some people can't even wrap their
So
mind
somewhere
around it.
out there, there's is an atheist Veckel out there?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. I just think it's different looking aliens.
No. If it follows, there would be an atheist Veckel, there would be a Lutheran Veckel, there would be a Presbyterian Veckel, there would be a pagan Veckel, there would be a Druid Veckel, there would be an Armenian Veckel, there would be all
If
kinds.
there's
of
another me, I'm checking out.
Like G-Man.
There can be only one.
There's a black Hebrews like G-Man out there somewhere.
There would be a black Hebrew Israelite Veckel.
Come on, this is science fiction, man.
There would.
Actually, you can see a version of that on my channel. Yeah.
In theory, you know. But I mean,
Why do you insist on
but
making
that is a
fantasy out
legitimate
to be
question as
real?
to whether it occupies the same space as
Back
ours.
to back with
That's
Armenian.
a good question, and people have talked about that. I don't know.
Wait a minute, there's a pagan, there's a Coptic pagan,
Actually,
Veckel out there.
this is a good idea for a
Actually,
skit.
There's a Christian one out there that
out
maybe.
there somewhere. Yes.
The multiverse
Christian
theory
bond.
sounds like a horrible idea. I mean,
Well, the
it's
thing
just,
about the
Christian
multiverse
bonds
is,
Listen, you could be a Beckel out there married to Shanny.
okay, hold on.
Or how about let's get two Christian bonds.
There would be a bond that works.
Okay, hold on. How
I'd love to see okay, go
okay,
ahead.
There'd be a
how-
shanty on a diet. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
There'd be a
Okay, hold
skinny
on.
shanty.
How the whole thing about the multiverse got
Why not
started.
like it?
See, a lot of people don't know how the whole thing with the multiverse got started. You have an astrophysicist out there by the name of Michio Kaku. And he was the one that originally started the whole hullabaloo about the multiverse. And he was the one that came up with the scientific
The
equation.
multiverse is like a bubble with many arms.
The
Oh, sorry.
multiverse does not
don't know
exist.
about
It's a comic
But anyway,
book
but
theory.
yeah, so Michio Kaku, a real astrophysicist, a real scientist, he came up with the concept of multiverse. He was the one that really put it out there. And like I said, he did all these mathematical equations and stuff, which are way above my pay grade. And
Imagine a universe
and
where there are infinite U's.
Yes. Well,
just
Carl,
because you have a college degree
I think Carl
doesn't
Sagan might
mean
have
you are
actually touched on
sane.
it. I think Carl Sagan may have actually touched on it as a matter.
Vaughn, would you like to meet your Christian you in this parallel universe?
No.
Wow.
Hey, Vaughn, if everything a scientist says was true and correct, then I guess Freud snorting coke and liking his mommy too much was correct too, right? Just
What does
because
that
people
got to
have
do with-
scientific
yeah.
degrees doesn't mean they're totally sane.
What has that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying,
Either his hold
it
on now.
sounds like
Hold
a
on.
horror show.
Okay,
A
well, hold on.
multiverse of
Hold
individuals
on.
that were exactly like you.
Hold
some
on.
worse, some better.
Hold on.
We can't even control society as
on.
it is on this one little
Okay,
planet. You're talking about other
You're
universes.
monologuing. Hold on. You're monologuing.
That's
Okay.
some white slaver stuff right there.
Let me ask you this: can you prove his mathematical equations are wrong? Can you?
It doesn't matter.
Vaughn,
It's
Vaughn,
on paper.
Vaughn,
Show
help
me
me.
the
Can you
equipment
prove
to make
his
it work.
mathematical equations are wrong? Yes or no? It's a
I can
simple
build a
question.
sandcastle. I
Can
can
you
sleep
answer
in the
it?
sandcastle. It's going to go away. The problem
you
is,
prove it, right?
No,
you're right.
you're trying to say
You're going by
you're
something
trying to
that's
say
just
that
an
because
idea
people
on
have
paper.
problems- No, you're trying to say that because people have problems in their personal life, that
Just
somehow
because the
makes all
formula
the
works on
scientific
paper
research
doesn't
they've
mean
done
human
totally
beings
of none
can
effect,
actually
which is the most
construct what's
ridiculous thing
on
I've
the
ever heard in
paper.
my life. That is the most
You know what?
ridiculous
That's why these
thing I've ever
conversations
heard in my
are
life.
derailed. Vaughn, just make your argument, please.
Somebody's
Just make your
personal
argument.
problems have nothing to do
I think
with
my
all the
second rule
research
for my
that
show
they
is
may
going
have
to be
done.
no
It has
personal
nothing to do with
Einstein had a theory for bending two points in space closer together, a wormhole theory. And you know what? Just because he had the theory, yeah, it might work. But the problem is, we don't have the technology to build such equipment to make it work.
And we never will either.
Necessarily be true.
That may be
Well, maybe we
true.
will. How do you know?
That may not
Because ain't no such thing as wormholes, and ain't no such thing as a
may not
multiverse.
necessarily be true.
But they are
And there's
possible.
no version of Vaughn running around in some other
We have a
universe.
formula.
Anyway,
a theory,
the point
and
is
a formula, a
that,
working formula
anyway,
that
the
states they
point
will
is-
work, but we
is
don't have
that,
the technology to make them work.
well,
you
like
believe
I
in a
said,
multiverse, but
you know,
not
you want to
around
I'm
argue.
still waiting for jetpacks.
Yep.
Jesus, man.
We've got jetpacks.
Where? Where can I buy one?
My God, ain't you seen the videos on YouTube? They're out there flying all over the place with them. Where you
I
been,
just seen
dude?
one yesterday.
YouTube videos, Lubis, that's where.
I
There's
just seen
videos
one
all
fly
over the
by- I
place
just
of
seen
people
one
with
fly by my
jetpacks. Where
window
you been?
yesterday.
I was going for the
Anyway,
joke.
Lubis,
I was going for the joke, bro.
earlier in the show, Lubis, you said that you never heard of an atheist claiming to be a god. That's what you said, Lubis, right?
Yeah, I don't hear atheists saying that.
Let me screen share something for you guys here real quick here. And I've been saving this for this particular moment here. All right. Lubis, now you're gonna see it. The Levian, the church, Anton LaVey.
Devil worshippers?
Anton
No,
LaVey.
not devil worshippers.
Hold on a minute, Vaughn. Hold on. Anton LaVey's Church of Satan is made up of atheists.
Yes.
Who are philosophical atheists.
True.
Who worship Satanism, not a deity
man, in
known
other
as
words.
Satan.
They don't
Anton
really
LaVey
And
was
if you
getting
actually go to
acid
this
from the
right here
same
and you
doctor
actually
that gave
read this,
it to Charles Manson.
Satanists are thus our own gods.
Right, but now Lucifer.
Yeah, those are devil
are
worshippers.
different. They really worship Lucifer.
Right.
Anton
So you
LaVey
have
Church is
LaVeyan
based in
Satanists.
Black House in San
You have
Francisco.
LaVeyan Satanists that are atheists, and then you have Luciferian that are theists. Okay, there's
Right.
two
You got
different
LaVeyan Satanists out there going around claiming that they're their own deities. Lubis.
Actually,
And they're not-
Anton LaVey cult is a plagiarism of Christianity, and it's reversing who is more righteous. It makes man more righteous than God. It steals from God the responsibility, and it actually makes man seem more righteous.
Yeah,
and didn't that whole thing start as a joke?
Hey, Doctor, do me a favor. Next
No,
time you
actually,
come
it started as a CIA operation called MK Ultra. It did. I'm not lying.
Or I think it actually
Matt
started
said
in the
Satan
Garden of
booty keep
Eden.
the link.
I think it started in the Garden of Eden when Satan told Eve about her becoming wise like God.
Lubis, did you know Anton LaVey had the same LSD doctor as Charles Manson, which is Dr. Julian West, which was an escaped Nazi that worked for the CIA poison expert Gottlieb.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and he was the one that gave Manson and also groomed Manson to get his followers to commit a murder.
Oh, okay, yeah, Manson's a nut job. Who got caught for killing someone.
Anton LaVey, Manson, Charles Manson, and Anton LaVey were good friends. He used to go to the Black Church all the time. He'd get his LSD. He'd get his grooming indoctrination techniques, everything.
That is true. They were good friends.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Alistair Crowley.
Alistair Crowley. That he's innocent.
Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, Albert Pike, and Jack Parsons are the three most evil men in America, no question about it. In fact, the media of the day called Alistair Crowley the most evil man in the world. So there you go.
He believed the lies straight from the Garden of Eden.
I thought Stalin was the most evil one in the world.
I found a really interesting way to end my shows from now on. I think when y'all hear the rock music playing from the intro, that's when you know the show is going to be over. So I'm just going to randomly just start it.
Crowley and Ed Gein go neck and neck.
And see how that works. And see how that goes.
Oh, wow.
I'm not ending it yet, though. We're going to stay on for another few
If
minutes.
you need music, I can provide it.
Thank you, G-Man, for hosting.
No. Do the human bebops. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it. Come on. I'm black. By the way, you guys ever see Lubis's rap against me? I would love to show this audience what you actually did, Lubis, because you got a person in there.
What I did was pretty damn impressive, bro.
I don't know. I'm gonna let people see this here. I want to know what my audience think I should do.
A rock and roll guy did a rap song.
Just up here, Lubis rap against G-Man. Lubis.
Are you looking for it? G-Man diss rap? Oh no, I guess
Poor Todd. He's never gonna get his responses.
Todd is the king.
Lubis, are you a musician? What do you play?
I used to play guitar back in the day. I was a musician. I used to play guitar, but that's a long time.
I did some videos with a YouTuber named I Love to Rant TV.
So
I play
for the
guitar.
audience that never seen Lubis rap before and his musical skill, I want everybody to mute here real quick. We're gonna take a look at what this guy can do here real quick. Okay?
Oh man!
All right, everybody mute. No, Lubis, you want attention, so I'm gonna give it to you. Everybody mute because I want nobody in a row.
I really could care less.
Okay, so can everybody mute, please? Everybody just mute, please. Everybody, including you, Vaughn. You don't get no special privileges. Mute, everybody. And we're gonna listen to the musical talent of the Lubis. All right. So let's go to this here real quick, okay? And Lubis, you're lucky I didn't respond to you. That's all I got to say. You're lucky I didn't respond to you. So let me go to it.
Okay, so I made a G-Man diss rap. Let me start the music. Wait a minute, I forgot. I am the music. You're black. can't read. You spell it R-E-E-D. You stupid ass. Your rapping makes me cringe. I listen to it on a binge. It's like sticking me with a syringe. All of that.
That was hilarious.
Yes, it was about G-Man. Why are you giving me quote fingers? What does this mean, G-Man?
That was hilarious.
Lubis don't know how much of a mercy kill.
That's the name of the song is You're Black.
Thanks for the smile. I'd have hurt this guy feelings.
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
I'd have hurt his feelings.
That's hilarious.
Actually, the sound effects were actually pretty good. I kind of liked
the bebop was great. The rapping sucks.
I kind of like the sound effects. The sound
Yeah,
effects are pretty cool.
great, but the rapping
I like
sucks.
the sound effects. You need to work on your rhyming, though, dude. You need to rhyme more. You know.
He says, "What?"
Yeah,
in the
that
world?
rhyming was criming.
We need to
Like
make
the effort,
we need to
though.
make some music while Vaughn is eating. You have time to when he's like slurping up his food and stuff in front of everybody.
Oh, excuse me.
Yo,
And, yeah, that
I
could
want
be
to
in
show
there
my
too.
main audience
The
this
belting,
other
the
guy by the
fighting.
name of Todd. I
Yeah.
want to show you what this guy had the nerve to say about me. He's another person lucky I didn't respond to him.
Uh-oh.
Because if I showed you this image, matter of fact,
I
let me show
posted
everybody
the
something.
link in the
That ain't the
chat.
tuba
I made a
player, is
black
it?
version of Todd.
That isn't the tuba
literally-
player, is it?
I
Yeah,
am
that's my
literally
twin
that's the guy
brother.
who played the tuba. I
We
was
look-
going to
we
go
look
so far
exactly
with
alike.
Todd.
Why,
that I
why
made a
are we
black
glorifying
version
trolls?
of Todd.
Okay, we need to stop
I made a
glorifying
black version.
trolls.
Shut up,
Hold on a minute,
Vaughn.
guys. Hold on a minute.
We need to
Hold on a
stop
minute. I
glorifying
made a black
YouTube
version of
trolls.
Todd, and yes, he's black in my
Who
video.
cares?
I made a black version of Scientist Sam, and I made a black version of. You should see what I did with them, though. I'm telling you, I was gonna hurt some feelings right here. And believe me, I would have been flagged down a whole lot faster if y'all see how mad I was when I originally heard Todd talk about some. Because what did he do? He bought my paper up and said, "I'm the fool." I said, "What?" I said, "Okay, cool."
You said you got so mad, which meant Todd did good.
No, just the part. This is the part when he called me a fool. That's it. I was gonna call him a lot
in
worse.
the side
though.
chat.
Considering he's old, gray,
Why are
and
we
finished, I
glorifying a
would've called him
YouTube
whole
troll
lot
named
worse,
Todd?
trust me.
Why do
are
we care
doing
what
that?
you think, Vaughn?
What do you mean you don't care what I think?
I
What do you mean you
Todd
don't care what
rap.
I think? Am I a human being or am I a piece of
I want
garbage?
to see Todd
No,
rap.
no, excuse you.
No
I'm either a
version of
human
Shannon.
being or I'm a piece of garbage. Which is it, woman? What am I? Am I a human being or am I a piece of garbage? Make up your
You
mind.
really want us to answer
Because
that?
last I checked, I was the
Oh goodness gracious! What did you say, Sabella? What did you
I
say?
said I wanted to see Todd's rap, and he said, "Why are we talking about a YouTube
Why are we
troll?"
glorifying trolls?
Yeah,
I was like, who cares?
All right.
Seriously, man.
Todd's rap.
Todd Malacote is literally spamming my chat over in
He's
my
not in the
live
room.
shows,
He's not
literally
here.
copying my videos against YouTube's terms of service.
Right.
I mean,
Why not? He should go to jail.
Why are we glorying this idiot? Why?
I'm
Why
not
are we glorying
glorifying
him?
him, and I'm not playing the video that he did. That was
God
Lubis
damn,
I
it
played.
doesn't matter. Don't give
That was Lubis I played.
give that see
That
that's
was
the problem,
Lubis I
man. You
played.
give these
For those
trolls
who wanna see
all
it,
kinds
Todd's rap is
of
in the
glory.
chat.
You give them all kinds of
I'm not giving them no glory.
respect and stuff.
Look at
And
David
they don't
Anthony.
deserve any respect.
I'm
They
not
don't
giving them
deserve
no
any
glory.
respect. They don't
What I'm trying to do
deserve
is have a
none.
productive show where we talk about things.
Also,
If they break
Bruce is
any of my rules,
backstage.
Ron, you should know me well enough to know what happened. So just chill.
I
Bruce is
know,
backstage.
G-Man, but my goodness, when you glorify them, you're basically saying that
Shut
what
up,
they're doing is
Vaughn.
okay. You understand that, right?
Bruce is backstage.
When you glorify them, you're saying that what they're doing is okay. That's what
Vaughn,
that is.
Vaughn,
Okay. You notice
Lubis,
I never talk. I hardly ever talk.
Vaughn, listen to me. I played Lubis's rap, okay, and I laughed at Lubis. I thought what he did was funny. I brought up Todd, because I was saying that he's lucky I didn't respond, because if I did respond, I was going to hurt the man's feelings. All right. But everybody was just laughing at some of the things that he said and then making jokes about it. So I'm not glorifying him. What are you talking about?
Anytime you give these people any kind of an audience, you are glorifying
these people.
Why do you keep making up rules for everyone?
They want the attention. They want the attention, G-Man, and you're giving it to them, bro. I mean, you just are.
Vaughn, let me ask you something. And please nobody interrupt. Please nobody interrupt. Vaughn, what's a YouTube troll, Vaughn? Vaughn.
I mean, you can sit there and talk about Lupus.
Vaughn, what is the goal of a YouTube troll?
The goal of a YouTube troll is to troll other people, to make their lives miserable, to try and get them deplatformed, to try and destroy their lives.
But what's their number one goal, though?
The number one goal is to make fun of them, to harass them, to intimidate
for them to get noticed and for them to throw you off topic. The only way they can do that if you read their comments. What I learned before I started going out to Shanny and everything was to never read those stupid comments. Don't read the comments.
Great idea.
Now I'm not talking about the outside chat now. I'm talking about you mentioning their videos and glorifying them.
Now listen to me. I can tell you all of the bad things that Todd did to me, but you want to know what? He ain't here now, is he? And there's a reason for it. You know that, right?
That's true. That is true.
So me mentioning his name when most of these people don't have a clue who I'm talking about,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing, in my opinion. That's a good thing.
Anyway, Vaughn, there was no original sin, so you got to find 10 things to say about your fellow brother.
Depends what.
So, according to him,
just because there isn't any original sin doesn't mean that people can do no wrong.
I try to let you guys loose at the moderation. In the past, I would have had everybody muted one at a time. This would have been a boring stream. Okay, so I'm just trying to make it a little bit more loose. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you, G-Man.
Or it's time to go back to the Hebrew Israelite stuff again. You know, at some point, this is going to start.
I like the eating, the belching, and all the other gross stuff you did.
I have a question for Vaughn. Of your gods, which one is the most powerful?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
That's a good question, and I've already answered it 1,000,000 times. But let me answer it 1,000,001 times. They do not like names. They do not like names. They do not like position. They do not like being put in a pigeonhole or put in a box. They do not like to be assigned things. They do not like human names, human attributes, or human anything because they're not human, and they don't like that stuff. And I agree with them 100%. I mean, how would you like it, John? How would you like it, John, if I kept calling you Larry all the time? Would you like that? Would that be okay? No. Eventually, you'd get mad at me and say, "Hey, my name's not Larry, it's John." Okay. Likewise, they, for thousands of years, these entities were given the wrong names, the wrong attributes, all that jazz, and it was done wrongly, and it was done by my own fellow pagans. By the way,
don't they want to give their name or reveal it to you?
They don't have names. They don't want names. Now,
how do they talk to each other?
Do they?
I heard Slanesh was the most powerful one.
Lupus, quit. You're not helping Lupus. Okay.
What if one god
if they have a name, you and I couldn't pronounce it anyway. So why
what if one god wanted to talk to another god? What they say, "Hey, you."
That's not my problem, and it's none of my business. See, there you go. It's none of my business.
That was funny. That was funny.
It's none of my business what they do. That's not my business. See, there you go, being a typical troll. You want to stick your nose in other people's business. It ain't none of your business what they do. It ain't none of my business what they do.
You're right. It's none of my business what the imaginary that you believe in do.
If you got one deity talking to another deity, and mind you, I'm going by your own words now, Vaughn. I'm going by your own words. They don't know each other's names. They don't know each other's attributes. Wait. Hold on a minute. They don't know each other's names, attributes. They don't know each other's identities or anything like that. What kind of conversation you're going to have? I think AU is actually a pretty good way about going about doing it.
That's not what I said.
So you're saying that gods know each other's names?
Totally misrepresented.
Their names are only vowels.
You said they didn't have names.
Their names are not relevant to us at all. They have names? Yes, they probably do. But can we pronounce them? And are they relevant to what we have to do on this earth? No.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Vaughn. I got a question for you. Okay, just calm down. Look, eclectic paganism. How is it greater than Christianity, and why are they worthy to be worshipped?
Why are
we don't know nothing about them.
Worshipped? Well, let's see. What did Christianity do for me? Killed my 2 sons, destroyed.
Vaughn, I didn't ask you what Christianity do for you. I asked you, why are these eclectic pagan gods worthy of worship?
I'm getting there if you'll let me.
Please don't talk about what the
Christianity destroyed every facet of my life. It literally destroyed every facet of my life.
Why
I reached out to these gods because these gods said that they would restore everything that had been taken.
And they didn't do it. So answer the question. Why are they worthy to be worshipped?
Because they're doing what they said they would do.
No, they didn't. Are you a millionaire?
Dude, I just won a major victory in district court. Don't tell me they aren't on my side and that they aren't helping me, because I've got proof from an actual court case where they lose.
Hold on a minute. Your gods have failed to kill. Listen to me. Your gods have failed to kill or incarcerate or do anything with the trolls, naysayers, and haters and whatnot. Which you've been saying for like the last 8 years that they was going to do something to them, and they didn't do nothing yet. So why are they worthy to be worshipped, Vaughn?
The gods are just now getting started, bro. Okay, you're conflating time here again. All right, listen. The gods just gave me a huge victory in district court over these local problem. Okay, and the trolls are going to be dealt with. Trust me, they're going to be dealt with.
It was supposed to happen on the 18th, wasn't it?
What?
Hey,
you trolls wanted me to die over there in that single wide. I had no food, no electricity, no running water. I was going to die. And what did you try? And where was the Christians at? Oh,
wasn't J-Dubs giving you money?
Amazingly silent. That's what they were.
Wasn't J-Dubs giving you money?
Came to my defense. Not one. Name them.
J-Dubs giving you money?
And how many Christians are there in the universe?
Came to my defense.
And how many Christians are there in the universe?
There's
how many Christians are there in the universe, Vaughn?
Smack dab in the middle of the Bible Belt, and not one Christian.
Okay, so because not every not one Christian, that means no Christian. So that means every Christian in the universe heard about your position and therefore didn't care about you.
Perhaps they saw how you treated Mouse.
So that means that every Christian in the universe that exists heard about your issue and they deliberately ignored you. Gotcha. I got you.
You ever try asking a Christian?
Gotcha. I bet you. I guarantee he didn't ask a single Christian. I guarantee you, not a single Christian even knew about his situation.
Look it up. It's in the Bible.
I guarantee you, not a single Christian knew about his situation here. He's doing exactly what Nadia Chambers used to do all the time, always blaming Christians for the conditions they live in.
That'll help.
Nadia used to do the same.
The Good Samaritan.
Lubis, stop it! Stop, Lubis! Oh my gosh!
It's a troll.
He beat up Yoshi and then left the room.
Roof is still backstage, by the way.
No, he
wait, G-Man, didn't Nadia used to do the same thing?
Yep.
Right, she is. Nadia used to be like, I can't get a job because the Christians, I can't get a job.
She used to blame everyone.
I can't get a job.
You consider me a troll, right?
Yep, sure do.
Yeah, you do know I've never made one phone call.
You don't have to. All you got to do is give aid and comfort to those that do.
You really have a broad definition of what that is. Yes. Every person in the world gets given
left
aid
me
and
over in that single wide starving to death. Yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did, buddy. I got your own comments. I've got your comments saved to death, David Anthony.
They never spoke out.
Your comments saved to death, David Anthony. I got them saved to desk.
Go ahead.
Where you gave aid and comfort to the people. I'm over there starving to death. Literally starving to death. Literally, I almost died.
Did you ask me
I
for any
lost
food?
35 pounds, folks.
Did
I
you
lost
ask me for
35
any
pounds
food, Vaughn?
because of people like David Anthony telling this government to take every dime of money I had away from me. I sure did.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I still don't know why your gods are worthy to be worshipped.
Listen. They got the frost to cut off my electricity, cut off my water, cut off my food stamps, and literally left me over there to.
Okay, and I understand that, Vaughn. But why are your gods worthy to be worshipped? You didn't answer my question yet.
Because the gods I serve are making it right, G-Man, which is something the Christian God hasn't been able to do, apparently.
What is he making right?
Wait, Ron, if the gods that you serve are making it right now,
yeah, just
then where's the evidence of that?
Hold on! I said I
Oh, my
just won a
goodness.
huge victory in district court.
Don't
Why are
put
you
your camera
got
up.
wax
How do you
in your
know-
ears?
How do you how do you know that there wasn't the God? How do you know there wasn't a different God?
Well, you're not listening. You're hearing me, but you ain't listening.
Did you pray to the God of
You're
Abraham,
giving us
Isaac,
the
and
end
Jacob?
for the trolls, like David Anthony here. He doesn't know it. He doesn't believe
did
it.
not.
I'm telling you, these trolls are all going to go to prison for what they've done to my family and what they've done to my mother.
I don't
They
know
killed
your
my
family.
mother in cold blood because of assholes like this David Anthony, who
Did
shouldn't
you-
even be allowed in this chat.
How do you, well, why didn't you give the
He shouldn't even be
why didn't
allowed
you
in
give the
here.
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob a try to see if he would deliver you?
Oh my God!
All I'm
Dad,
trying
are
to
you
find
kidding
out
me?
is
Are
why
you
these
kidding me?
why these
No, I'm not. Did you pray to him?
God,
Vaughn, you always said that you wanted to convert me to be a eclectic pagan, and I've been asking you the same question over and over and over again, and I didn't get a straight answer. I know why my God is worthy to be praised. I have no idea why your gods are, and you worship multiple of them. Okay,
That's
what's
it.
that word?
Why
I'm
are
not going to
your
worship
gods
God
worthy to
anymore.
be
I'm
praised?
going to
I
make
didn't
up 3
ask you all
gods:
of that
Incan,
stuff. I
Blinken,
asked
and Nod. Now,
why
Vaughn,
are
I
these
want to know their
gods
names.
worthy to be praised? And if
Yeah,
you don't
pretty
answer
much.
it,
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
just going to
much.
say that your gods ain't worthy to be praised, and that your gods are
Gods
just
haven't done
lunatic
anything.
because you ain't got nothing nice to say about them.
I
Why
like,
are they
see, I
worthy
like
to be
how
praised?
haven't
the
done anything for
non-believers
him.
they just conveniently blame Christians for everything, don't they?
Yeah, so
I'm
Vaughn,
living in the middle
Vaughn,
of the
You know
why
what
are
my
your gods
God's done
worthy
for
to be
me?
praised?
literally, I'm literally living in the middle of the Bible Belt.
And that's why they're
you
worthy to be
know what my
praised.
God's
Living
done for
around
me?
Vaughn?
atheists? Who
Vaughn,
do
why
you
don't
All
you
right, guys.
become
All
the
right,
best
okay,
Christian?
okay, guys. So Von Helton is saying that Klepton Pagan Gods is worthy to be worshipped because he lives in the Bible Belt. That's why they're worthy to be praised. Okay, Vaun. I'm sorry, Vaun. Klepton paganism is
That's
ridiculous.
not what I said.
Okay, so why are they worthy to be praised?
Hey,
Because
Vaughn,
they told
I
me
can
they
validate the
were
Bible. Look around the world today and then read the
Hold on a minute, Star Killer. Why are your gods worthy to be praised, Vaughn?
I'll tell you why.
Fine.
I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because they told me that everything that the Christian God has done to screw my life up, they would fix. And they've started doing that little by little over time. And they're doing it right now, even as we speak. And it's going to be done. Everything that was taken from me, everything that was destroyed is going to be restored. Everything's going to be put back. And they've already started.
You know they're lying to you, right?
Yeah.
You know, well, G-Man, I'll tell you what, buddy. How about I pose a challenge to you? I got a prophecy out there called the butterfly prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
And that prophecy says that when the New World Order is destroyed and America is restored as a republic again, that there's going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of butterflies of all colors, shapes, and stripes. So when you see those butterflies, I want you to commit right now that you will transfer your flag to freedom religion and drop Christianity once and for all.
That's called spring.
Once and for all, G-Man. When you see those butterflies out
Vaughn,
there,
you're dreaming
when you
about
see
what's going to
those
happen with the New World
butterflies out
Order.
there,
You're
there won't
dreaming
be
about
no
that.
other explanation other than my God.
Okay, you got a deal. You got a deal.
Freedom
You got a
religion
deal.
is the only answer when you see all them butterflies.
You got a deal,
out
Vaughn.
there.
Vaughn, you got a deal. But now, Vaughn, you got to do something for me, Vaughn.
What have I got to do for you?
If the New World Order
Worship a
isn't
God that
destroyed,
allowed my 2 sons to
wait,
die.
wait.
Worship a
Vaughn,
God that left me
Vaughn,
penniless
Vaughn,
and in
I
debt.
heard this story a million times. Listen, okay? Here's what you got to do, Vaughn. Okay? When you find out that the Antichrist is on the scene and you find out that the New World Order isn't gone and you find out there is a new government system which is doing its thing as we speak and there are no butterflies and all of that, you have to drop collective paganism. You have to admit that you're a sinner, the worst of them, and you have to become a Bible-believing Christian. You have to defend the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and you got to drop your imaginary, not your imaginary, you got to drop them demons that you're calling gods that you're following. All right?
Yes, do it
Hey,
today,
G-Man, the
Vaughn.
Bible says that he's going to do that anyway, even if he dies in unbelief.
That's
It
right.
says all knees will
Everything will
bow
bow.
and
I got news-
confess
I got
that
news
Jesus
for
is
you.
Lord.
When them butterflies show up, I'm expecting everyone in this room to convert to freedom religion.
You mean in spring?
Well,
You know what? You
I
know
want you
why?
to take
You
a
know
look at the
why?
LGBT, Vaughn, and then look at Romans 1. And if Romans 1 says what it says is true, then you got to be a Christian.
Again, instead of listening. Do you know why you need to convert to freedom religion? Because nowhere in the Bible says anything about butterflies in the end times. Nowhere in the Quran. Nowhere in the Torah.
Look at
David.
The only religion that talks about butterflies in the end times is my religion. That's
called spring,
That's
Vaughn.
it.
Okay,
Well, you remember when
if you butterflies out your window by the thousands,
We
or
are in
hundreds,
trouble.
or whatever,
There is
and
already
you
a
don't
flaw in that
convert, then you're
prophecy.
just being a hypocrite at that point.
Everyone's religion is wrong but Vaughn's. Do you know what
I have one
delusion
last
of
question for
grandeur
you, Vaughn.
is?
If
It
it's
is,
okay.
Admiral. It is. You're right.
Yeah, Revolver's asking a decent
Everyone's
question. Why
religion is
butterflies?
wrong.
Why
You're
not
right.
any other creature like aardvark or
I don't know,
platypuses?
porcupines. I don't.
Why not make it interesting, like jellyfish?
Yeah,
Hey,
why not
if I was
do
going
I
to
like
make up
porcupines,
religion, I
especially
think I
when they
could
shoot the
come up
quills
with
at
something
you.
a lot more interesting than butterflies. You know.
Hey, Vaughn, do you remember when Jesus fasted in the desert for 40 days? Do you remember what happened to him? He was tempted.
Yes, I remember that story.
Would you sell your soul to the devil to get everything you want?
No.
Thank you.
Why are you thinking that the gods I serve are demons? Oh, wait, because
They are.
King James says to kill all pagans.
No,
doesn't
I
it?
don't believe that
No,
anything
that's what
that's
Sumerian
doesn't
means.
say that.
King James
No,
Bible.
it doesn't say that.
Vaughn, you
Kill
have
pagans.
no,
That's what it says.
no.
No, it
Turn out
doesn't.
of
Jesus didn't say that.
In the
No,
New
Vaughn,
Testament,
Jesus didn't say that.
Kill all pagans.
Jesus
No,
didn't
that's what
say that.
Samaritan.
Where did
I don't
Jesus say
care
that,
what
Vaughn?
Jesus said. The Bible says.
No,
that
Jesus. No, we're
Hey,
going
the
by
Bible
Jesus.
is wrong.
to live. It's in
No,
the
we're
Bible.
going by what
Yes,
Jesus
it
says.
is.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
we
we're
don't
going
go
by
back
what
to that.
Jesus
We go
says.
forward.
Suffer not a witch to live.
Let's
It's
go
in
by
the
what
Bible.
Jesus
Look
says,
it up,
Vaughn. Don't go
people.
by
Look
the
it up.
old.
It's in
Can you
there.
imagine the
Don't
look
go
on
by.
Maybe
Vaughn's
they don't
face
have
when he
names.
stands before
Just
Christ?
bad
See,
spirits.
Vaughn is doing the same thing the atheists want to do. They want to go all the way to the Old Testament, knowing full well that we're not under
Wait a
that
minute. Does
theocracy
Jesus
anymore.
follow the Old
And he
Testament?
want to say, see, they killed people for picking up some sticks on the Sabbath. Therefore,
Well,
you
we're
guys
not
got
under
to
that
be doing it.
theocracy
And
anymore.
if you're not killing
man
people for
can't get
picking up
people
sticks
for
on the
not believing
Sabbath,
your
you're
creator.
violating your law.
I'll tell you one thing, man. You're going to feel like the biggest fool on Judgment Day if you don't.
Well, if
change.
I feel like the biggest fool, then I'll feel like the biggest fool. But I'm going to take.
Oh,
a
you
chance.
say that now. You can say that and be smug.
Yeah, that's
all
another
you want
thing
right
that
now.
atheists like to say
You're
too.
gonna-
Well, if I'm going to hell, I guess I'll just take it like a man. Yeah, you really think it's gonna be that easy? You really think it's gonna be that
You
easy?
really think you're going to be able to stand on your
Monologuing and
feet?
not
You really think you're going to be
You're
capable of
monologuing
coherent
and
thought?
not listening. You're not listening. The same gods that gave me this butterfly prophecy is who gave me a huge victory in district court. So yeah,
So
I'm
you
going to
say.
believe them. You bet I'm
Wait a
going to
minute,
believe
Vaughn.
them.
Somebody brought up a good point in the live chat. They're saying, how did
Your
Christianity
victory isn't
destroy
that
your
great,
life?
man.
And the trolls, but the trolls.
What do you
did it.
mean? How did Christianity
Did
destroy my
Christianity
life?
destroy
Where was
it, or
God
did the
at?
trolls do
Was
it?
he on holiday? 2 children dead, 2 marriages destroyed, left deep in.
How you
And conveniently, that was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right?
Beckel, hold on a minute. Vaughn, you're lying.
No,
I have
I'm
a
not.
Skype message.
Yes, you are. You are lying.
Vaughn, I have a Skype message from you, Vaughn, that says that you're blaming the trolls for that. Now you're blaming Christianity for it? Or
The
did
way
you
he
just tell everybody
interacts
to Skype message?
in live streams,
Are you serious?
he
I'm about to
probably
show everybody
caused
the
it.
Skype message.
Isn't it convenient, G-Man? Like, this is the same atheist regurgitation that we hear. It's, appeal to emotionalism. Oh, the God of Abraham, the God of Christianity is not real. Why? Because my life was ruined by that God.
Well, let
How
Vaughn
many
speak.
times have I
Vaughn,
got
is
to
it
say
Christians
that
or is it the
people here
trolls?
in
Which one is
Kentucky
it?
are not atheists, they're Christian. Everybody down here is a Christian, not an atheist. The atheists are the ones that are on YouTube. The ones here locally
And
are
that
all
God
Christian.
destroyed your life. I got you.
But all
Now
the
it
Christians
tells a
down
whole
here are
different
wrong.
story about the
Is
end of
that
their
what you're
marriage.
saying? They all wrong?
Okay, so you blame Blue and you blame the Frost. Is Blue a Christian? It's the
Blue
Frost
is
a
not
Christian.
a Christian. But the
Okay.
Frost and the atheists online colluded with one another to destroy my family. Yes,
Why?
Okay.
What do you mean, why? What do you mean, why? This property is worth $2 million, dumbass. Of course they're going to do it.
Okay,
Wait a
Vaughn.
minute. Okay,
Vaughn,
the
I'm a
whole
little confused,
freaking,
Vaughn.
all
Vaughn,
of
I'm a
the
little
county you
confused.
live in, everybody around you, all have conspired to get a measly $2 million from you.
Vaughn,
Any idea how much?
Vaughn, I'm a little confused, Vaughn.
Do you have any
You
idea
told
how much
me,
money
Vaughn.
that is?
Wait a minute.
down
Hold
there?
on, Vaughn. Hold on.
Do you have any idea how much
If
money
you're
that is?
blaming, guys, I gotta put y'all in the background for actually. Just hold on one second. So Vaughn, you told me that the Frost and the YouTube trolls, particularly Blue, who else you put on the Skype message? You said Blue and a couple of other people here
Secular.
were directly responsible. Let me finish, Vaughn, for destroying your life and everything. Now, the last time I checked, Blue, Gray Alien, Blue, and the Frost were not Christians, right? But you're blaming Christianity for all the stuff that's happening in your life. How about this? How about you apologize to Christians for what you just said and actually get specific about who, quote unquote, ruined your life?
Yeah.
G-Man, let's try this again. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Who lives down here around me? Christians.
It ain't just Christians.
How many Christians
came to my defense.
It ain't just Christians down there, is it?
This whole freaking
Them not coming to your defense don't mean they killed anybody.
Hold on, no. You're not going to spin your way out of
What's
this.
his cake and eat it
You're
too.
not
You can't
spinning
do
your
that,
way
man.
out of this.
Now you're being
How
dishonest.
many Christians came to my defense?
How many
Not
Christians
one.
knew you?
Zero, goose egg, nada.
Not a single
Not
Christian
one.
knew about your
Not
situation.
one.
Vaughn, I have a Skype message here, Vaughn.
Nobody.
They even know you or your dang problems.
No,
Vaughn,
nobody's buying it.
Okay, all right. Let me put everybody in the background here real quick. Hold on. So Vaughn, in your text message that you sent me on Skype, you said that let me bring you back in here. You said, and I'm about to turn my camera on here a minute. Okay. This right here tells me that totally different people was responsible for this. See, you can't tell me that Frost and these other people was doing it, and then no.
We're trying to compartmentalize.
Then you're saying that Christians in your area did it.
Hold
So you
on,
need to make your mind up here, because
Hold
that
on,
sounds
Jim.
like slander.
All right, let me
Now,
explain.
wait a minute, Vaughn. Hold on a minute. You're blaming, let's say me, because I'm a Christian, for the death of your mother. You need to start getting specific about what you're talking about, dude, or I'm gonna accuse you of slander. What are you talking about, dude? Because your message here says something totally different.
Listen to me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, the Frost came down here from Ohio. They're not from here. They came down here from Ohio. They're
Right.
distant relatives to my mother. They saw an opportunity to steal money from a rich old lady, and they took advantage of it because they had help from these idiots in this outside chat out here.
Mm.
And they all colluded together to destroy me so that they could take all of my inheritance money, take the property, take the kids away.
What's that
everything.
got to do with me as being a Christian?
Well, where was your videos defending me? Show me one. One video.
You're accusing me of killing your mother.
I did not accuse you of killing my mother.
Okay,
I
so
accused
who's
the Christian
responsible
God.
for that, Vaughn?
Listen to me. The Christian God didn't do jack to defend me. He did not. Sorry, but he didn't. For years, almost all my
You wasn't
life,
being
dude,
obedient
I've
to his
been
word, you're not
almost
saved.
all my life, I was left deep in debt. Where was the Christian God? My mother just recently passed, 91 years old.
Accused
91
the
years old.
Christians for the death of your family and the taking of your kids.
My mom, G-Man, my mom was a Christian all her life. She was 91 years old. Where was the Christian God?
Vaughn,
when they were
you just
stealing
got
her
finished
money
accusing
and
Christians.
controlling her and manipulating her. Where was the Christian God at? Was he on holiday? Was he on holiday?
You just got finished accusing Christians of killing your family. You need to clarify that. That's a legal issue, my friend.
Listen to me.
Mm.
These Frosts coming down here, who do they claim to be? Do they claim to be atheists? No, they claim to be Christian. Everybody that lives down here is Southern Baptist, G-Man. Everybody. I'm literally in the belt buckle
So
of
let me
the
get this
Bible
right here.
Belt.
You're going to go to a judge. Hold on a minute. You're going to go to a judge and say, Your Honor, all these Christians here didn't stop these trolls from attacking me. So therefore, those Christians are responsible for the death of my family. Are you serious?
Yes, I am. Yes,
okay,
I
let me
am.
bring everybody back in here. I just wanted to get some
When you
clarification.
That is the absolute dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Hold on,
and it is on the level of slander if you're not careful, my friend.
Hold a gun on mouth.
The law
Y'all
says,
can have
the law
That's
says,
on video.
the law says,
You don't deserve any
the law
respect with that,
says,
man.
the law
Sorry.
says that if you know a crime is taking place and you do nothing, you are complicit. Yes, it
So
does.
anybody who didn't call the cops.
What about the gods that you worship?
If you know that a crime is taking
So how
place,
do you know that? So wait a minute. There's so many problems with. There's so
are
many problems with this. First of all,
That's not my
first of all,
opinion.
there's so many problems with this. I got to respond to this because this is just flat out stupid. I don't even feel like I have the energy to respond to this ridiculous nonsense that's coming out of your mouth right now. First of all, you can't blame you just because you don't worship this God. The worship the God of Christianity. That doesn't mean that it was the God of Christianity that was fully responsible for the problems that you've been having in your life. Okay. Secondly, since you can't even name the gods that you claim that you worship, how do you know that you don't even know their names, let alone what the heck else they do? How do you know that it wasn't one of them that was responsible for the atrocious things that happened in your life? Okay. How do you know that thirdly, how do you know that it wasn't God, the true God, who is actually putting you through this as a trial in order to make you a better person. How do you know? Number 4, how do you know that it wasn't your false gods, the gods that whose names you don't even know? How do you know that it wasn't them putting you through this trial in order to make you a better person? You don't know any of this stuff. The fact of the matter is that you went through atrocities that every other human being in life has gone through, and yet because instead of you taking up responsibility and manning up and pulling up your boy pants and just sucking it up just like every other normal human being has to do in this life, what you want to do is you want to point the fingers at something that you have absolutely no control over, and you want to say that that's the problem.
Yvonne.
And you expect people here to take you seriously? Really? Nobody here is taking you seriously. Not a single person. No one in the side chat and no one in this room.
Who's the god of this earth?
No one is taking you seriously whatsoever.
Who's the god that's in control of this earth besides Lucifer?
I don't know Vaughn as long as you all, but I do feel for him. I feel your pain.
John,
I know, yes.
You'll be wore out.
But yeah, Vaughn, you gotta know we're in a spiritual battle. Oh yeah, yeah, I know.
You can't just arbitrarily blame somebody that has nothing. You don't even know.
God, the Christian God was in charge. He had control of everything.
Why are you just gonna put the blame on somebody else that has nothing to do with it?
Where are you getting it? It's anything else other than the Christian God.
You see, there he is again.
My mother.
There he is again.
Why aren't you blaming Satan?
There he is again. He's blaming God.
Why aren't
He's blaming a God he knows that he claims doesn't exist.
Hang on, everyone, please.
I thought God was in control.
Why are you blaming a God that doesn't exist?
Based on how you interact with people, and people don't, you get angry because people don't believe you when you talk about the things that you believe, and based on the trouble you've had with your wife, how dare you blame other people for your problems? It's you.
I blame other people for. Oh, okay. So Admiral 6 Killer. Okay, so I put a gun to all these trolls' heads.
No, but you did pull one on.
Hold on. I put a gun to their head and made them all call CPS. I put a gun to their head and made them call the FBI out to my house. I put a gun to their head and made them come out here and try to kill me. And
why are you putting a gun to people's heads?
I put a gun to their head and made them do that shit. Really? I really did that. All this stuff was done by me and me alone, right?
I'm talking about your wife.
Out of here. Bye. See ya.
No, Vaughn. There's also Satan.
He can't handle it.
He has to be looking at
For
Satan.
the record, he pulled a gun on his wife. That's why she left.
He left
and that
his
is
mother
on
to
video.
die on the floor, man.
Yeah, he let his mother die on the floor. He locked his kids in their room all day long.
And he acts like he's the only one that lost people. I lost both my parents. I had my freaking fiance take my infant child and leave, and I didn't see my child until he was grown. We've all had stuff happen. I don't blame other people for that.
All right, so I put the music on here because we're going to be wrapping this up. My goodness gracious, Juan is going out to this random episode of everything.
His attitude purely shows that all of that stuff is caused by him.
It's like I said, don't come into the debate, don't come into the arena, because if you do, this ain't going to be a pleasant experience. And people know that in the future. So,
I want to see Vaughn become a Christian today and become the ultimate Christian in this region.
Yeah, I'm going to start digging his behind too. He's just gonna
the thing is, everybody was saying, Vaughn is bringing this to himself, man. I mean, first of all, you kept telling him to not look on the side chat. And then what does he do? He keeps looking on the side chat and responding to the comments, knowing full well that that's exactly what the trolls want out of him.
And
then secondly,
that's what Vaughn thrives on.
Why is he watching the live page when he's in this?
Because that gives him.
Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed the show, please subscribe to the YouTube
Isabella.
channel. Give the video a like.
Gives him purpose.
If you want to donate to the channel, this is the Cash App, Gman333.
Thank you, Gman.
And this is
thank you, Gman.
Subscribe. And also, you can share the video when the show is live. Feel free to snipe it. I don't care no more. So, I don't care. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, guys, until the next show, read the Bible and see what it says. God bless.
Thanks, G-Man. Take care.
No problem, man. But I know you be